That's what I do. That's why I bust my ass. I mean, I know I make dick jokes and I burp into the microphone. What's ligma? Ligma balls. But ultimately, you know, there is a reason for all of this. Socialism, Marxism. I have a lot of money. Blam capitalism. Blammo. Booyah. This is how women make me feel. Oh, I got your nose. Lick mich im Arsch. What about me? Me. I'm manifesting it. I got crystals shoved up my blammo. Yes, mama. I'm doing Scorpio behavior. Awooga. My Virgo is in rising. Honk, honk. Humana. My Mercury is in Gatorade. My mouth opens up all the way to the ground. My tongue rolls out like the red carpet. There's steam coming out of my nose like this. You know what I'm saying? Just be normal. Okay, little bro. Fight. Boop, boop. Wah. Gatekeeper, girl boss, slay queen. I'm an old person in China. Direkt olarak yani. Yok abi zevk alıyorum ben. Dude, once America is destroyed, I mean, the opportunities are endless. That's crazy. I'm losing brain power. Obama! I'm a sheep. Faded in a hoe. You know what I'm saying? That is insane. Oh. Oh. Blammo. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hassan broadcast coming to you live from rainy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, all the girls, and all the MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. All things considered, regardless of the rain, it is going to be an incredible day because it's a Wednesday. That's right, it's Wednesday. Wednesday, February 12th, 2025, 11:16 a.m. Pacific time here. It's 49 degrees and rainy out here in California. And obviously that means that all hell will break loose. Things will break down today. I'm just letting you guys know. I'm just letting y'all know. Things might break down. Things might crash and burn. But we're here nonetheless. Cam, quality and lighting is looking tight. Think you nailed it. Thank you, chatter. I think there's still more to do on that front, but business Slav, that is what it is. This is a business Slav fit. You look like a proper geezer. Thank you, lad. Third world infrastructure. The Hasanabe sign is falling. It falls every day. I just have to go back up there and fix it. Yeah, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasanabe Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And there is a lot to talk about today. There's a lot going on. First and foremost, let me tell you, I watched Orb, and my God, Garnt was right. Not sure if Garnt actually, if the Trash Taste podcast has come out yet. That I did with the Trash Taste boys. I don't know when it's supposed to come out, but I watched Orb. Oh my Lord. It's peak. I'll say it. It's peak. It's on Netflix. It's peak. Hold on.
この世はバカばっかりだ。でも気づいたらその先頭に僕が立ってた。禁じられた研究って一体何なんです？
この世の平穏を乱すような研究は見過ごせない。宇宙がどういう形をしているか知っているか。
天が静止して地球が動く。
そうだ。
地動説。
It's peak.
今から地球を動かす。
Black History Month and you're not wearing a do-rag? True. I have not watched Severance season 2 yet, but I really liked it obviously when I watched season 1. And it gets so good. As a flat earther, I'm boycotting. Trust it's peak. Okay, that's all I'm saying. It's so good. It's definitely adult. It's definitely adult anime. But it is so good. Oh my Lord, holy moly! I love it. It's great. That's what I've been watching. Ranking of Kings season 2 has been somewhat mid, dare I say. Ranking of Kings season 1 was incredible, spectacular, very well drawn. Every episode has multiple different interesting plot points, things changing, characters are not truly good or truly bad. Second season, not so much. Ranking of Kings second season has been kind of slow and weirded out. Or not weirded out, but it like slowed down. Episodes kind of give off filler a little bit. And it's not, which is why I was like, you know what? I need to dive into Orb head first. Still watching Mashal. Mashal season 2 end is whatever. I'm about to finish season 2. It's fine. But Orb, oh my God, totally separate level of anime. So highly recommend it. Great anime in general. And that's it. Orb peak intro. Orb is just peak everything. So that's neither here nor there. We got that. What would you compare Orb to? I would compare it to what's the Viking anime that I'm forgetting the name of now? Jesus Christ. I'm watching Sakamoto Days as well. It's great. Vinland Saga. It's like Vinland Saga, but better than Vinland Saga season 2. Yeah, Vinland Saga, but even better. Anyway, did you ever finish Delicious in Dungeon Meshi? Yes, I did. What is this fire song? Oh, the opening theme. It is a banger intro. You need to watch Frieren. Anyway, started watching Solo Leveling. It's all right so far. I'm sorry, but the fit is bad today. Bro, let me put some shit on, okay? Let me put some shit on for once. I think the fit would have been better if I wore a white shirt instead of a green one, but I think it's a decent fit regardless. All right? I need to do some different stuff every now and then. Oh my God, everyone's going Squid Games, Andy. Yes, Squid Games ass fit. I know, Squid Games ass fit. All right. But yeah, personal news wise, aside from that, I had a really productive conversation this morning with a friend. We have some crazy content coming out. Okay. Crazy content coming out this year in autumn. Okay. There is going to be some really cool stuff that I'm going to be doing. Kids going international. You already know. So that's exciting as well. Can't wear a Japanese inspired fit every day. Sometimes you need to pay respect to the Balkans. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'll watch the PlayStation State of Play today. But how do you decide what glass shape was best for you? I'm struggling. You just go to the store and you try them on. But I feel like I don't have a lot of like square glasses. I've always had circular frames in general. That's what works with my face, I think. So you'll notice that most of my glasses are never like square, but they're usually all circular. Have you tried not being blind? Yes, I have. It's funny because I literally hate glasses. I hate wearing glasses. Like I don't like it at all. I've always thought that it makes me look like a nerd. Like it makes me look lame, you know? Please pick your gun off the ground because Kaya, no, I want her to shoot me on accident. I love wearing glasses like an accessory even though I need them. I don't like it. Some people wear fake optics, which I think is so funny. It's just like I don't know. My whole life I've hated having to wear them. I hate that I can't see without them. I mean, I guess at this point it's just like a part of my face, so it doesn't really matter. I don't even think about it. But contacts give you the full spectrum. I can't put contacts in my eyes, and I'm not gonna get LASIK yet. My eyes are not bad enough for LASIK, I don't think. If they get worse year over year, and then I'll do LASIK. You got the matching Adidas track pants on too? No, I don't. Anyway, I mean, I own them, but I'm not wearing them right now. But regardless, my father a long time ago told me something very interesting that I've also thought about. He said, notice how all the LASIK doctors all the people that offer LASIK, they wear glasses. And he's not wrong. It's like trusting a hairline guy who's bald. You know what I mean? Like, why are you bald, big dog? What's happening? Why haven't you used that on your own head? Why haven't you used this on your own dome? What do you know that I don't know? Anyway, that's it though. Is there something wrong with being bald? No, there is nothing wrong with being bald. I'm just saying, like, if you're a hairline doctor, if you are a hairline doctor are they doctors? The ones that do the hair? Ophthalmology isn't a blind cult. Bro, 90% of all cardiologists or open heart surgeons are obese. Okay, you just made that number up. I don't trust a skinny chef. And I don't trust a LASIK doctor that wears glasses. It's like going to a dentist and your dentist got busted ass teeth. Yeah, I'm prejudiced. Anyway, rich people can espouse how bad capitalism is. Okay, fair. You got me. That's probably why a lot of people don't trust me either. They're like, damn, dog, you got money, though. You're moneyed up. True. Optometrists don't recommend LASIK after 35 because your vision naturally deteriorates from then on. All right, whatever. Where was I? What were we talking about? How does it feel to live in a country that cosplays Germany in 1933? I mean, Germany is cosplaying Germany in 1933 as well. I think it's pretty funny. Virtually everyone is doing the same nonsensical BS. Let's blast off. Let's get into it. There's a lot to talk about. Dems are mad at their own voters. Trump, Putin call, and the future of Ukraine. Trump constitutional crisis showdown at the courts as they gut the federal agencies. Is your dentist bald? No, but it wouldn't matter. Sony state of play as they unveil Bloodborne 60 FPS. Get in now. How are you not banned from Twitter? Because it's the same principle behind how am I not banned from Amazon? Like Amazon platforms. How am I? One, I play ball, okay? And two, I make them money. It's that simple. I generate revenue for their platform. I am a power user and I have 1.5 million followers. Like Elon Musk gave me a check mark. I didn't even want the check mark. He gave me a check mark because I was one of the power users on the platform. Unless the gynecologist isn't naked with me, I don't want it. Okay, maybe that's a bit too far. Blast off meme, bomb lefts. What the hell is this? This is not even a meme. This is just, what is this background? It's just me. Oh, is it because it's Squid Game? Oh my God, everyone is so one note. Did I talk to you guys about Squid Game, by the way? I watched the second season. It wasn't as good as the first, but it was definitely better than I expected it to be. Uncle Sam called Richie Torres' office this morning to apologize for demanding the Democrats do something. Like, I didn't like the cliffhanger it ended on, obviously, but like, I will say this. I definitely had lower expectations from season 2. And it definitely, I had low expectations from season 2. It went above my expectations, and it actually was pretty good. There's a nice quote about having to do with capitalists selling rope. Yeah, exactly. Them Koreans will serve you a social quandary. I'll tell you what, they will. Well, you know, understandable. Their society has been ripped apart. Their country has been cut in two, and their society has been ripped apart by the most treacherous nature of imperialist capitalism. So I think, understandably, they have a lot of criticisms of that sort of thing. But yeah, we'll watch Sony State of Play later at 2 p.m. Thank you, Themasius, for the playlist. We're obviously going to get started with some foreign policy and Russia and Ukraine specifically. Speaking of Korea, Kim Il-sung on Jusha in Our Revolution. Yeah, no, that's true. He was. I thought it was Mao Zedong. I thought it was the Little Red Book, but a collection of Mao Zedong writings. But maybe it was Kim Il-sung. Maybe he's Jusha. The Eagles are very Jusha coded. Self-reliance. Go Birds. Anyway, are you gonna play the co-op Elden Ring? Yeah, I'm down. Yeah, that's it. That's all I got for as far as personal news. Let's get into it. We have the the situation with the Democratic Party. They leaked. They had a meeting with like Our Revolution and Indivisible and numerous other like Democratic Party booster groups, right? Like activist groups that do door knocking for the Dems. Like they literally are a part of their network, right? Important parts of their network. They had a meeting with them the other day, and ironically enough, in that meeting, the Dems got very upset. Apparently, why were they very upset? Well, they were very upset because those groups were demanding the same exact thing that we've been saying, which is, hey, can you guys do something, please? Like the country is getting ripped apart, and we're watching it unfold, and it kind of seems like you guys are asleep at the wheel. Well, it turns out the Dems got very mad. Not mad at the Republicans, mind you, mad at those liberal groups like Move On and Indivisible. Now, these guys are not Marxist-Leninists, okay? Let me explain something to you. These people are not in any way, shape, or form revolutionary groups, okay? We're talking about Move On and Indivisible. They're liberal groups. They work within the confines of the Democratic Party for the most part. Now, of course, they're a little bit more progressive than the Democrats on key issues, for sure. But overall, this is the heart of the Democratic Party's door-knocking operation. This is at the heart of the Democratic Party's, like, outreach operation, okay? These are regular-ass libs. And it's understandable that these regular-ass libs are saying, hey, Democrats, can you lead, please? What is happening? Well, it turns out Democrats are pissed off at them. So one of the groups, pejorative now, extends to any cohort of humans asking Democrats in any organized fashion to do anything beyond just fundraising, sending death robots to Israel and shrugging. Anyone who wants politicians to do politics is a pie-in-the-sky purist. We have officially gotten to a point where the Democrats are basically stating like, oh, you want us to actually do things? You want us to actually stop the Republican Party, for example, or try to stop the Republican Party, for example? What kind of ridiculous activism is this? It is kind of crazy that this is the state of affairs within the Democratic Party. Okay, a rudderless ship, a operation simply designed to extract resources from as many people as possible so that they can basically send all of that money back to, I don't know, different kinds of marketing initiatives that their friends and their immediate family members work at. It's this massive grift. It's this money extraction operation. And there is no way, there is no reason to demand anything from them. Just give them money and shut the fuck up. At least they are not the Republicans. This is basically this is my criticism of the Dems in full display. Like, this is them basically admitting what I say all the time. It's like they just looked at the situation and said, nah, what do you mean? No, like, what did you think this was? You misunderstood. No, we are not the Republicans, so give us money and shut the fuck up. It's fantastic. It's wonderful. Here's a meme about it.
Party. We love those quippy one-liners that make some people feel good about themselves and make us go viral while stunting any real progress from those pesky naysayers we don't like. I'm speaking. We're the Democratic Party. We sprinted to the right to try to get those people who would never vote for us and absolutely fucking lost. We're the Democratic Party. We currently hold the record for the most deportations, and we consistently vote against migrant communities, and we are not afraid to brag about that. We're the Democratic Party. We funded a genocide. We're the Democratic Party. We marked any emails about Gaza during our presidential campaign as no response, so they would be exempt from any outreach or engagement from us. We're the Democratic Party. We pushed an internal memo to get Biden to say that COVID was no longer a threat to score political points, completely rejecting any science and getting you to take your mask off, further driving a wedge between disabled and immunocompromised people and everyone else, also while doing nothing about long COVID and being extremely unclear about the status that we're in this pandemic. If we could just have that line start at like 2100 and not 0, I think that would really help us. No, they're not gonna look into what manufacturing consent means. They don't ask questions of us. We're the Democratic Party. All that considered, we push for mask bans alongside our Republican friends. We're the Democratic Party. We will always...
Okay, to be fair, masks, scary. Yeah. If you wear a mask, especially if you're at a protest, okay, then it's much harder for the surveillance apparatus to log your identification. So, sorry. Oh, are you sick? Are you sick in public? And you wanted to be, you wanted to be a nice person? You wanted to be a thoughtful individual? Fuck you. Except also, when push comes to shove, when there is like wildfires, for example, taking place, then we'll actually go back to the exact same groups to be like, hey, we really fucking need masks right now. Can you guys give us some of your masks? It turns out masks are not a face diaper.
Always make concessions to our Republican friends. We're the Democratic Party. We know that the other side is like way worse, so just like give us money. We're the Democratic. Yeah. Oh yeah, you saw that. I know. You saw that they were going after people who didn't vote for us rather than us. I know. Yeah. We love that part. We're the Democratic Party. If you're not at the table, you're on the menu.
Slay. The problem here will always be that we have high standards for the Democratic Party. We want them to do good shit all the time versus the Republican Party, who voters have no standards and vote to make neighbors' lives worse instead of better. No, that's not true. Okay. And I'll explain why. I get what you're saying. In terms of the Republican agenda, their agenda is death and destruction, which is easier to do. It's easier to break things than it is to build things. Except that didn't used to be the case. Okay. Post FDR, it was actually much harder to untangle the federal government. It was much harder to advocate for austerity. That is the last 40 years of neoliberalism that has made it so that starving the beast is actually the norm, and people have no expectations from their government, and that Democrats are not expected to actually beef up the federal government in any way, shape, or form. That's like we're inherently antagonistic towards those sorts of initiatives. Okay? That wasn't always the case, though. That was not always the case. There was a time when, the government used to do things and people used to like that the government used to do things. There was a time when we took advantage of the social safety nets, at least to the degree in which it existed, when living standards were better. So I don't think that there is do I believe that the Republicans have an easier go at it than the Democrats do, given the standards and the expectations from the broader American population? Absolutely. The problem is Democrats don't even actually push for any of those things. Anyway, here is the conversation that took place from someone that was there at that meeting, trying to figure out how much I can say without doxing myself. But long story short, there was a meeting/protest today where over 100 community leaders and advocates met with Schumer, among others, and it went horribly wrong because he basically admitted that they never thought about how to fight back. Everyone was mad as hell and demanding Dems do more. At one point, he basically laughs at my mom and smugly tells her that if she wants the community to be helped, then she needs to run for a position and help her community. And then my mom had to sternly remind him that she did, and she ran for her position, and she won, which is why she's there with the rest of the advocates and leaders, because they're doing their jobs, and the top Democrats aren't doing theirs. Super awkward. Remember, the entire dynamic of this meeting that took place yesterday was specifically for community organizers, activists, people that actually work within the Democratic Party, but like are directly door knockers and like the voice of the Democratic Party, the outreach operation of the Democratic Party, were going back to their elected representatives and going, guys, things are fucking going crazy. Okay? Things are blowing up. And if your expectation is that you just sit by and wait for the Republicans to perish due to their incompetence, like this is not going to work. You need to help them fail. If possible, please. Can you do something, please? Can you maybe tilt the scales in our favor in any way, shape, or form? And their expectation is no. Also, towards the end, they told the crowd that everything's off the record and they can't be held to their word. Lamau. And then they did. They leaked this meeting that took place. They leaked to the Axios guys that they actually hated. They said that the entire conversation was off the record. And then, of course, predictably, they went back to Axios and leaked to them, which is a center-right publication, of course, that they are pissed off at the liberal groups like Move On and Indivisible. If you are the Democratic Party and you're pissed off at Move On and Indivisible, who is in your corner? There's no one in the base then. You just hate your base. You actively hate your base. You despise your base. This is the base of the party. This is not like a lot of people will immediately say, Hassan, you're a socialist. Hassan, you don't like the Democratic Party. You want a proletarian revolution. Okay? Hassan, you are inherently antagonistic because you have a biased position on the genocide in Gaza, and that's why you're constantly cynically criticizing the Democratic Party. Those people don't understand that I work within the confines of the existing political structure all the time. Okay? This does not mean that I agree with everything, but I understand that if politics is the art of the possible, okay, then do something. Do something and show us what is possible. Okay? Yes, it is correct. I am biased against a country that is doing genocide and a Democratic Party that allowed it to happen. Okay? Having said that, however, I have maintained this position throughout the entire election cycle. If you were in here watching me cover the Democratic Party's incompetence, okay, socialists benefiting immensely from capitalism, got it? What? Dude, I just want healthcare, man. What are you talking about, please? And it's not even just for me. Like, I'm good, all right? It's like, I understand that higher degrees of socialization and a government that actually allows there to be more unionization will open up opportunities for more political mobilization down the line. That's it. That's it. That's all I'm saying. It is crazy. Do Dems even care about their voter base? No, they don't. And this is my point. Like, anyway, socialist yet tremendously beneficial. Capitalism is great for me. Yeah, okay. So what? What's the expectation? I should just shut the fuck up and just be like, no, the Democrats are doing great, guys. And I'll take it one step further. The Republicans are doing great. They're doing great for me. It's awesome. Anyway, it's ridiculous that in this time and space, like, I can't even have any sort of criticism of the Democratic Party from the perspective of someone who wants the Democratic Party to do better. You know? It's ridiculous. Anyway, I've done this throughout the entire election cycle as well. My criticisms, no matter how much people tried to claim that they were like biased in favor of Gaza and cynically aggressive towards the Democrats for allowing death and destruction in Gaza, wasn't just about Gaza. I used Gaza as a way to describe the inconsistencies and the lack of interest from the Dems in actually paying attention to what was going on and the very reasonable demands that its base of support was demanding. Okay? Gaza is a microcosm of that issue at the heart of the Democratic Party right now. There are so many other issues that I also talked about throughout the entire election cycle that the Dems were not responsive to. Okay? And this is another instance where I am explaining to you that I'm not saying this from the perspective of someone who cynically wants to undermine the Democratic Party. There are plenty of people, many very thoughtful leftist content creators out there who I agree with almost entirely, who very actively say, no, it's done. It's over. Dems are done. Throw them in the trash. Okay? Throw them in the trash bin. I'm not saying that. Okay? I'm still maintaining the position that, like, this is the only game in town. And if this is the only game in town, then they have to do something. And it's crazy to me that liberals still turn around and say, yeah, we are the only game in town and you should shut the fuck up. You know? They are actively throwing themselves in the trash by doing stuff like this. Anyway, let's take a look at this closed door meeting, though. Closed door meeting for House Democrats this week included a gripe fest directed at liberal grassroots organizations. Sources tell Axios. Members of the steering and policy committee with House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries in the room on Monday complained activist groups like Move On and Indivisible have facilitated thousands of phone calls to members' offices. People are pissed, the senior House Democrat who was at the meeting said, of lawmakers' reactions to the calls. The Democrat said Jeffries himself is very frustrated at the groups who are trying to stir up a more confrontational opposition to Trump. What is your job, Hakeem Jeffries? You are the House leader for the Dems. You are Nancy Pelosi's very own guy. What do you mean you're very frustrated? He's like, oh man, I can't believe I had to take this meeting with these losers. and take time out of my busy schedule sucking Silicon Valley executive penis. Because remember, Hakeem Jeffries went to Silicon Valley and talked to the tech execs who are still on board with the Dems, the big boosters and the big donors, and said, hey, don't worry, we'll give you unlimited access when we're in power, just as the Republicans have seemingly given unlimited access to some of the right-wing tech CEOs. We'll do that for you. Okay? A Jeffrey spokesperson disputed that characterization and noted to Axios that their office regularly engages with dozens of stakeholder groups, including MoveOn and Indivisible, including as recently as Monday. Zoom in. There were a lot of people who were like, we got to stop groups from doing this. People are concerned that they're saying we're not doing enough, but we're not in the majority, said one member. Some Democrats see the callers as barking up the wrong tree, given their limited power as the minority party in Congress. It's been a constant theme of us saying, please call the Republicans. If the Dems don't listen to us when our demands are, please pressure the Republicans and obstruct every step of the way, please do something, anything, okay? And you're saying, dude, go yell at the Republicans. Why would the Republicans ever listen? I reject and resent the implication that congressional members are simply standing by passively, said Representative Richie Torres. Yeah, he's not. He's not standing by passively. He's actually actively helping the right-wing agenda, as long as it's as long as it's helpful to Israeli causes. The other side, people are angry, scared, and they want to see more from their lawmakers right now than floor speeches about Elon Musk, Indivisible co-founder Leah Greenberg told Axios. Indivisible is urging people who are scared to call their members of Congress, whether they have a Democrat or Republican, and make specific procedural asks. Our supporters are asking Democrats to demand specific red lines are met before they offer their vote to House Republicans on the budget when Republicans inevitably fail to pass a bill on their own. What's crazy about this, okay, what's crazy about the situation is that Chuck Schumer has said that they would pass the budget. Chuck Schumer has said that they would pass the budget. Like the one fight that the Democrats have, the one tool that they have in their tool belt in terms of like stopping process, Chuck Schumer is like, yeah, we're not going to do that. We're the minority party. Who gives a shit? It's amazing. It is truly amazing that there's no fight left in the Dems at all when this is the moment where they're supposed to fight. Even if it was just about Gaza, so what? A genocide being your deal breaker is the only right thing. It's one good example of a single issue voting. Why not double down on that? The reason why is because it is a larger problem, even domestically. Okay. And there are plenty of people, especially people that I talk to, that truly do not care. Okay. They are Western chauvinists. They are American exceptionalists, even if they consider themselves to be progressives. And in order to explain to them this issue, in order to explain to them the problems at the heart of the Democratic Party, I have to not only talk about Gaza, but also talk beyond that as well, because the reality of the matter is these are genuine issues that extend even outside of Gaza. It's understandable that that is a big enough deal for many people, okay, myself included. It's genocide. It's the one red line that most moral people should have, okay? But as my job as a political commentator, my job is to speak to liberals, conservatives, people that are outside of my immediate ideological allegiances, okay? No genocide, it's a war. It is a genocide, chatter. I can't believe that you're still doing genocide denial. What a ridiculous situation. I guess I can't even get that mad at people because like virtually every single mainstream media resource is actively undermining the truth. They unfollowed immediately after sending that message, by the way. I know. Hassan getting the TYT treatment right now? Wait, what? No. Why are people not putting all that important little next to Bernie Sanders' name to good use? Democratic Party is officially dead. All right. Let's see what Sam Cedar did.
I know
this
a
morning.
lot of people who listen to this program have probably contacted their representatives. Richie Torres from New York says, I reject and resent the implication that congressional Democrats are simply standing by passively. I want you to call him right now. And here's his numbers.
202-225-4361 for the DC.
I swear I'm not trying to troll here, but is this similar to how typical education in Turkey leads to the denial of the Armenian genocide? Gaza genocide denial is just casual and accepted here. I mean, it's a little different because it's happening right now. Like what's happening in Turkey is, or what has happened in Turkey historically is, yes, education. Like it's not even a talking point. Like people's starting position is that it is a lie, that the Armenian genocide is a lie. That's what you're taught in school. Okay, but nice $2,000 chair, socialist. What is going on, man? Yes, dude, I'm rich. What the fuck? What is happening? Yeah, dude, I have a Herman Miller. You want to know why? Because I sit on this goddamn chair all day, every day. It's probably one of the most important parts of my production. Fuck you mean? Things that actually connect me to the ground, you know? Didn't you have a father figure in your life that explained to you the things that are the most important, that you spend the most money on, are things that connect you to the ground? Good tires, good shoes, a good bed. And for me, considering I sit on this for 8 to 10 hours every day, yeah. Is this like another talking point? Is that what's happening? I have it too. It's nice. Yeah, it's nice as hell. Wait, so why are you complaining? Yeah, I got a nice bed too, man. What's going on? I was just joking. All right. Lies, you've been doing 6'2" regularly, part-timer, is fair. I haven't really been doing 8 to 10 hours these past couple of days. I've still been tired. The post-Japan fatigue. Yeah, best investment of all time. Also, you want to know what's funny? You want to know what's ironic? I didn't pay for this chair. I got it for free. I mean, I would. I paid for the previous chair that I used to have. But yeah, Logitech sent this to me for free. So here, get even more mad about that. The rich get richer. Yeah. I don't know if you know this, but if you're going to get mad about something, get mad at the right things. Also, you can get those fuckers for less than 1K secondhand or refurb. Yeah, in the era of remote work, a lot of these businesses basically sold off their like assets. So you could cop like a crazy Herman Miller. I don't have a sponsorship with them. They've actually actively told me that they don't want to work with me. It was one of the few companies that I told my manager that I would work with. One, because they make everything in America, as far as I understand, even though their CEO is apparently very anti-labor union, from what I understand. I did ask my management way back in the day to work with them. They literally were like, no, this is not a good brand fit. It is one of the few brands that have refused to work with me back in the day. And it was, I think, directly because of my politics. Having said that, however, yeah, it's great. And you can also get if you can find one in a second hand for cheap, it's worth, for sure. I've been a viewer for too long. I've heard the story like 3 times, lol. Yeah, I mean, most of the shit that people yell at me about, they think is new, but it's not. It's just the things that I have also voluntarily revealed. Oh yeah, they saw this and said, "Fuck no." This is after. I wanted to work with them back in the day. I think I even mentioned it in this coverage. The Herman Miller CEO basically saying like the most unhinged shit. But yeah, they are very conservative. Exactly. I know the family that owns Herman Miller, super conservative, connected to folks like DeVos's. Really good chairs though. Exactly. Chairs are good, but company is unsurprisingly, or at least like the owners of the company are unsurprisingly very right wing. But I'll still sit on that. You know, second hand, ew, more like second ass. I would only buy new. You're crazy. Madison Seating has secondhand Herman Millers. I bought a steel case chair from them secondhand, and it arrived fully built in an amazing condition. Yeah. All right, let's keep going. Kind of gay to sit on another man's chair. Yeah, it's good. It's good though, because another man's ass has softened it up for you. You know what I mean? All right, let's see what Sam Cedar is doing. Those little radicals over there at the Majority Report.
Wrong. 718-503-9610.
And apologize for asking the Democrats to do something more. They have no leverage, and you're asking them to do stuff.
Elections have consequences, and Richie Torres was hoping that consequence was a vacation or something.
He's doing the best he can. He resents it.
I resent you people.
He resents the voters. Now you go and call and apologize.
Yeah, you go and call and apologize. I got my mom in a Majority Report after she stopped watching TYT recently. That's the wrong clip. He calls and leaves a message later. Yeah. Anyway. All right. So that's the situation. Dems are mad as hell. Mad at their base for demanding that they do things. How dare you demand that I do things? I don't want to do things. That's crazy. The expectation from me is that I do things. No thanks. Give me money now. All right. Yeah, stop linking the fucking same Adam Johnson tweet. I know, dude. I started off the conversation by looking at this. Okay, please. I know, chatters. I know. This is how we started the convo, okay? God damn. Yeah, nobody wants to work anymore. The Democrats are quiet quitting. You know who's not quiet quitting, though? Freaking Donald Trump, dude. I told you Democrats resent their voters and want to punish them for not voting hard enough for them. I mean, this is a entirely new low for the Dems. One that is difficult to top, really. It's kind of wild. Like the expectation here is that the Dems do the bare minimum responsibility as like the opposition party and represent their constituents. You know, what the fuck do you want the Dems to do? First of all, this should never be like, you should never actually come in here with this kind of energy. Okay, let me explain. One, I talk about what the Democrats should do all the time. I actually showed you the Legion Miller video as well. That was really good in terms of like what they can do. They should be obstructing. They should behave. They should play ball in the same way that the Republicans do when they're the minority party. Okay. They have already designed they've already designed a like fairly coherent strategy. Obstruct. Democrats are out here talking about how they'll do bipartisan compromise. Please just give us anything to work with. That is the wrong message. They should be consistently talking about how damaging it is that the Republicans are going with full tilt austerity. I'll take it one step further. The Republicans are not even just going with full tilt austerity. The Republicans, interestingly enough, right now have they have Congress to do things with, right? They have congressional power. And yet, for some weird reason, or not a weird reason, actually, for a very nefarious reason, the Trump executive office is actually deliberately sidestepping congressional approval and doing everything with executive mandate. And I think the reason why they're doing that is because they want to stress test the entire system and see how far they can get away with. Okay? This actually opens up a unique opportunity for constantly taking these battles to the court system and constantly making a big stink and trying to engage in some sort of popular mobilization. Okay? They're not even doing that, however. They're not doing that at all. And that's completely unacceptable. They should be obstructing the process every step of the way. They should be investigating whatever they can. Okay? And they should be making a big fuss every step of the way. Consistently going on television, consistently going and directly speaking out about all of the awful austerity measures that are being implemented. I'll give you one example, right? Elon Musk, in the process, according to The Lever, which is a great publication, by the way, Elon Musk, in the process of like undermining the Department of Education and trying to literally cut funding to public education in this country, has gotten additional billion-dollar contracts for his companies as a defense contractor. How the fuck does that work? You got the richest dude on the planet completely using the government as a cum sock, okay? Using it like as a flesh puppet, undermining teachers at a time when like education is dire to begin with, and talking about firing tens of thousands of federal employees while simultaneously putting more money into his own coffers. That's crazy. You shouldn't have to hear that from The Lever. You should be hearing that from every single Democrat. It is crazy. Like, I'm shocked that Ro Khanna came out with this statement. Like, and it gives you, and Ro Khanna is supposed to be one of the better fighters against the Trump agenda, right? Bill Clinton reduced the federal workforce by 351,000 by working with Congress to have voluntary buyouts under a Workforce Restructuring Act. The workforce grew by 2% in Trump's first term. The model for real lasting efficiency is work with Congress. How is that a good thing? I want 10 million more Americans working for the federal government, okay? I don't understand. People look at this and go, that's bureaucracy. That's inefficient. It's like, no, dude, it's a jobs program. That's what the government is supposed to do. Of course, I want more federal employees. I want a bigger government, okay? And a Democratic Party should be communicating why that's a good thing. Give me 200 million American federal government employees, okay? Especially when a lot of the austerity and a lot of the cuts that they're signaling with these executive orders and with Doge in particular, they don't even make a dent in the overall budget, in our overall spending, because a lot of the spending goes to obviously the military, and a big chunks of the spending actually go to very helpful programs that are very popular. Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, they haven't gotten to that part yet, okay? When that part comes, when that battle comes, if the Democrats have nothing to say about that, I don't know what I will do, okay? I don't know what the American public will do. But having said that, these cuts that they're talking about, these cuts that they want to engage in, like I'll use the example of the NIH, okay? The NIH cuts in terms of cutting overhead spending from the National Institute of Health will undermine medical research in this country. This is a devastating thing to do, okay? But the overhead cuts that come with the National Institute of Health grants that are being cut will end up downsizing colleges, okay? What that means is they'll end up having to fire, in red states, public institutions of higher learning in red states will see layoffs. That means you are going to be firing Republicans as well. People do not have the foresight to comprehend how this entire system ties together, okay? It is ridiculous when you talk about layoffs at the federal level, when you talk about restructuring the federal government, you're talking about tens of thousands of people losing their jobs, okay? When you talk about cutting the NIH funding, you're talking about, again, tens of thousands of people losing their jobs. Republicans, independents, Democrats alike, Americans that are getting laid off. And for what purpose? Is there a good reason for any of this? No, of course not. But it's ridiculous that Ro Khanna is talking about cutting the federal workforce as a positive. Like talking about Bill Clinton cutting the federal workforce as a good thing. That wasn't a good thing at all. That was a bad thing. What's next? Is he going to talk about how Bill Clinton restructured welfare as a positive? That's ridiculous. Yeah, Alabama is a great example of this. Alabama's second largest employer is the University of Alabama. And Alabama reps, Republicans as a matter of fact, already complaining about NIH funding cuts because it's going to affect the state's second largest employer. That's it. These guys are so horny for austerity. Remember yesterday when we were talking about the IMF and the World Bank and how they do economic imperialism on the global south? We're doing it to ourselves right now. And they're doing it in a way where they're not even thinking about the genuine damage that they're causing to the lives of millions of Americans. Ridiculous. And if you are not a part of this, like if you don't know anyone that's like a federal employee, if you don't know anyone that like works at a college, whether it's a, woke college professor or not, or even someone in the janitorial staff at a university, if you have no way of comprehending how this will be damaging, okay, you just think, oh, it's great that the government is cutting. It's so costly. It's so costly. They could be spending it on good things. Okay, what are they going to be spending it on? What are the good things that they're going to be spending all of this additional freed up resources on? Here, I'll give you a great example of how these cuts are idiotic at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. The CFPB is tasked with a very good purpose, okay? The CFPB has a $1 billion budget. They haven't even used the entirety of their budget. They've only used like a quarter of $1 billion so far. I think they still have $700 million in the tank, okay? And with a quarter of that budget, with a quarter of that $1 billion budget, okay, they were able to bring back to the American consumers $21 billion of fraudulent funds that were extracted from the American consumers, okay? Credit card debt, predatory lenders, things of that nature, okay? Medical debt. That's what they did. That's what the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau did, okay? which again, yeah, isn't even funded by taxpayer dollars. It's funded by fees collect. No, you're talking about a different thing. No, Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is not what you're thinking of. You're thinking of another thing. You're thinking of what's the banking institution? The one that what do you call it? The one that FDIC is what you're talking about when you say it's funded by the banks. The FDIC is funded by the banks, which is ironic because, again, the FDIC also plays a very important role. They are funded by bank fees. The FDIC, if you remember, played a pretty formative role when Silicon Valley was falling apart. And there was a lot of fear. There was a bank run taking place, if you remember. I saw a post by that fucking dipshit Jason, whatever his, what's his face, recently, where he was like talking about how we need to gut the federal government by 10% and let people die. And then I saw someone quote retweeting him about how he was immediately begging the FDIC to save the Silicon Valley banks. No, not Jason, whatever his name is. I don't know what his Calacanis, this dumbass. Oh, here. Well, that's not what I was looking for, but until we balance the budget, I'm literally randomly cutting everything by 10 to 35% and seeing what happens. Okay? That's what he said. At least on this scenario, we live to fight another day. By the way, this is what happens when individuals who go broke, credit cards turn off, and Netflix get paused. Okay? So he's talking about this as a Silicon Valley loser, celebrating like the CFPB getting taken out and stuff like that. Meanwhile, when the bank run was taking place in Silicon Valley a couple years ago, he was begging the FDIC to instantly take action. Okay? You should be absolutely terrified right now. That is a proper reaction to a bank run and contagion. POTUS, Secretary Yellen must get on TV tomorrow and guarantee all deposits up to $10 million, or this will spiral into chaos. Second and third order effects reporting for duty. They got to bail SVB out if a white knight/queen doesn't show up this weekend. Yeah, you remember Big Daddy federal government when you're facing down the barrel of a bank run, okay? That's when you remember Big Daddy federal government. It is ridiculous. These guys are such douchebags and so immoral, so incompetent, so stupid. No morality, no consistency in their arguments whatsoever. Okay? Just understand this. I hope everyone here is at least like to a certain degree aware of the things that I'm talking about. Okay? I can dive a little bit further into this to explain to you. Like, it's a little complicated. I understand. Do you know what the FDIC is, for example, chatters? The FDIC is the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. Okay? It is a big fund that the federal government has put together. Here you go. So that they have deposit insurance for depositors in American commercial banks and saving banks. So in times of financial crisis, when there is not a lot of confidence in the banks, in order for, if a bank is going bankrupt, for example, if they don't have any money, all right, the FDIC basically comes in overnight and takes control over the bank and ensures and guarantees that your deposits are still real, okay? The FDIC was created by the Banking Act of 1933, enacted during the Great Depression to restore trust in the American banking system. Because without that confidence, without that trust, why the fuck would you ever give your money to a bank? More than 1/3 of banks failed in the years before the FDIC's creation, okay? And bank runs were common. The insurance limit was usually $2,500 per ownership category, and this has been increased several times over the years, and it's now at $250,000 per ownership category. So the federal government ensures that no matter what kind of financial crisis is taking place, that up to $250,000 of your wealth is protected. Okay? Now, this is one of the many different ways in which the American government, the federal government, is protecting consumers in an invisible way that you don't even think about. Okay? This is good governance. This is good government. This is good legislation initially when it was created. There's a good reason for this to exist. Okay? And that's per bank. Yes, exactly. So that is important for you to understand. Now, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is a different federal agency, I believe created in, 2011? The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is a different federal government agency that is tasked with combating fraudulent companies. Okay, it works to extract resources. It works to extract. It goes after basically fraudulent companies, credit card providers, healthcare, health insurance providers, like all matter of different companies. It was an independent agency in the United States government responsible for consumer protection in the financial sector. After 2007, the agency was originally proposed by Elizabeth Warren while she was a law professor. The CFPB's creation was authorized by the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act, whose passage in 2010 was a legislative response to the financial crisis of 2007 and 2008, and the subsequent Great Recession, and is the independent bureau within the Federal Reserve. Throughout its existence, the bureau has been persistently targeted by Republican politicians and the financial industry. The CFPB's status as an independent agency has been subject to many challenges in the court. In June 2020, the United States Supreme Court ruled that the president can remove the director without cause, but allowed the agency to remain in operation. In 2024, the Supreme Court affirmed the constitutionality of the CFPB funding mechanism prescribed by Congress. Donald Trump, at the outset of his second presidential term, appointed acting director Russell Vought, who immediately ordered the bureau to stop regulatory activity. Now, remember, who is this for is a question that you must ask yourself. The answer is rich people, and not even just like any kind of rich people, not even people who are, at the tippy top of American corporations, rich people that want to do fraud. Okay, that's it. It's not just like any kind of rich person. It's the type of rich person that wants to do fraud. Cryptocurrency rich people. Crypto people want this more than anybody else. Okay, predatory lenders want this more than anybody else. It's like someone said Adam Conover has an episode on a show on the G Word. Exactly. It's like Donald Trump and his cronies watched the G Word and was like, we need to destroy all of these good federal government, all of these good government agencies and initiatives. Okay. The CFPB opened its website early February 2011 to accept suggestions from consumers via YouTube, Twitter, its own website interface. They have extracted with a $1 billion budget that they've only used 25% of. They've extracted $21 billion back and distributed back to the consumers. Now, there's still $700 million in the tank for the CFPB, even though it's no longer in operation as of, the Trump administration, right? Elon Musk has suggested that they take the $700 million in the tank for the CFPB and give it back to the American consumers. That's a whopping $2 that you get to take back. Meanwhile, they spent the $1 billion budget. The $1 billion budget was able to bring back $21 billion to the American consumer. So you tell me, what's better? $2 back or the $21 billion that it was able to claw back? Ridiculous. On February 1st, 2025, Chopra was fired by President Trump, making Deputy Director Zixta Martinez the acting director of the agency. 2 days later, Treasury Secretary and former hedge fund manager Scott Bessent was named the agency's director and immediately ordered the agency to halt all work. Who's this for, you might ask? This is some boring shit for the most part. The average American doesn't think about this stuff because good government, when it's working, is boring. It's working in ways that you never really comprehend, never really think about. Like the FDA, when you go to the market, to the grocery store, okay, and purchase a steak or purchase poultry, chicken, right? And you don't have to fear that you will consume a shitload of bacteria that will possibly kill you. That is because of the FDA, okay? It's working in a way where society can function. Do you understand? So many things that the federal government does, we take for granted. The NOAA is another one. The National Weather Service, a great example. It is profoundly important for commerce. It's profoundly important for, understanding what the fuck is going on in terms of weather. USDA, exactly. FDA, USDA. These are all different ways in which the federal government works in invisible ways, okay? In ways that improve your life. Without them, we would be in a dire situation. Society would not function. It is crazy that these parasitic monsters want to pick apart the last remaining aspects of the federal government and are trying to basically destroy all of the remaining good parts of the federal government. It's crazy. There's a weird wrinkle about the shutdown of the CFPB. Banks are slowly realizing that they need an enforcer to tell them what the rules are and update those rules if necessary. The libertarian argument we can have a world without rules was always stupid, but in practice, until now, conservatives meant with a wink and a nod that you'd have regulators that were industry friendly, not that you'd have no regulators. And these regulators, at the very least, sorted out disagreements among the banks and financial firms. But now Trump has done what generations of libertarians asked for, but really didn't want, which was to have a world without a regulator. That means a bunch of consumer protection and banking laws still exist, but have no enforcement regime. So do the banks follow those laws or not? What about laws that structure entire industry-wide practices? And no private rights of action aren't really viable. Those pesky arbitration agreements conservatives also love made sure of that. Is Schrodinger's law, or perhaps a conservative movement that finally caught the car? Is unfairness, deception, or abusive practices in financial products now legal? Sort of, but maybe not. In other words, conservatives are going to have to rebuild some sort of administrative capacity under a different name that's going to be doing a lot of the same things. David Dayen wrote an article on the CFPB. He said, it turns out that bankers and financiers hate not having an agency enforcing consumer protection laws. It tips the balance towards big banks and could break mortgage and other markets that rely on continuous supervision. Community banks and credit unions are still being regulated and big banks aren't. Rules that make mortgage markets run are in limbo. The industry doesn't want to break the means by which it makes money. This will cause a ton of jobs to be lost at financial institutions too if there's no regulatory enforcement. Tons of back office operations departments are at risk of being shut down if there's no reason for them to exist. I mean, that part for sure, but that's, again, an incredible opportunity for more profit. That means the banks are going to be run more efficiently, with less people. It's so funny that every single piece of regulation, every single rule was written with the ink of blood, okay? And it's ironic that these guys that man the ship and pick apart these regulatory agencies will inevitably cause genuine collapse. And within that genuine collapse, someone will still go back and rewrite the exact same fucking rules because they exist for a good reason. This is not to say that there aren't like ridiculous rules or whatever, ridiculous rules or regulations. Of course there are. Having said that, however, this kind of approach where you just undermine these regulatory agencies that are doing good, that are tasked with like actually good shit, making sure that there's some regulatory mechanism against the banks, like taking that apart might lead to short-term profits for these banks, but there is a reason why it was designed to begin with. There's a reason for why we have these rules. It's so stupid. Just like the FDIC. Why does the FDIC exist? Why are banks paying this fee to this agency that has tremendous power over banks in moments of crisis? Because without it, if banks are not regulated, when bank runs occur, people will just destroy the economy. It has happened before. If you have no more confidence in your bank, if the money that you gave to your bank is no longer real money, real currency, you're going to panic. You're going to want to go back to that bank and you're going to want to take out all the money that remains and put it under a pillowcase. Okay? That's what happened. Understandably. Like, what's next? Are we going to go back to every single bank issuing their own currency like we are literally in the Wild West? Fuck it. No more legal tender, okay? Every bank issues their own paper currency and nobody has any control over what how much that currency is actually worth. Let's just go back to the barter system, as a matter of fact. It's ridiculous. And it's ironic that I'm saying this, but like, that's kind of what cryptocurrency is. That's kind of what they want to do. It's craziness. Yeah. DeFi, baby. Decentralized finance. Oh, anyway, now that I briefly talked about the inevitable collapse, let's get to Russia.
Trump has just announced that he has held a phone call with Vladimir Putin.
I gotta pee.
They covered issues on the Middle East, energy, artificial intelligence, but the concentration of that conversation was Ukraine. And Donald Trump said they discussed that they agreed they wanted to stop the war, stop the deaths in the Russia-Ukraine war. They have agreed to visit each other's nations. Trump has said he will call Zelensky in the very near future, and he said that he and Putin agreed to have respective teams start negotiations immediately. There you can see Donald Trump now posting on it. We both agreed we want to stop the millions of deaths taking place in the war with Russia and Ukraine. And President Putin even used my very strong campaign motto. He says, common sense. We both believe very strongly in it. And he said we agreed to work together very closely, including visiting each other's nations. We have also agreed to have our respective teams start negotiations immediately. So a highly significant moment. Donald Trump is wasting no time. He's been involved in the Middle East. He is now getting involved in Ukraine. Let's bring in our international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn. And so, Dominic, it seems that the negotiations are going to get underway pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean, this is a bombshell notification from Donald Trump from the White House following a bombshell speech by his defense secretary in Brussels. But just to reiterate, because it is very significant, Mark, is what he's saying here, saying that after this 1.5-hour phone call, we agreed to work together. He is saying, the American president agreeing with the Russian leader, very closely, including visiting each other's nations. And the Kremlin has, in the last 5 minutes or so, confirmed that Putin and Trump have agreed to meet. Not quite sure where, but there will be, it seems, another Trump-Putin summit. We've also agreed, the White House, or Donald Trump is saying there, to have our respective teams start negotiations immediately. And this is the significant bit also. We will begin by calling President Zelensky of Ukraine to inform him of the conversation. So that's a break. You know, we have seen all day efforts by not just John Healey, the British Defence Secretary, but other members of NATO to kind of stick fingers in the dike, the crumbling dike of NATO solidarity and unity after what Pete Hegseth said, the Defence Secretary there, trying to give the impression that there is still unity, whereas that impression, as I say, is crumbling because it's a break with what has been 3 years of firm and determination by NATO members to be united and behind the principle of not talking about Ukraine. Nothing is discussed about Ukraine without Ukraine. So we now have a break with that. We have the American president meeting on the phone, talking for an hour and a half with his Russian counterpart, not including Ukraine, discussing Ukraine.
Putin will never allow Ukraine to join NATO, as he shouldn't. I mean, guys, America was never serious about Ukraine joining NATO. Other NATO nations were never serious about allowing Ukraine to join NATO. This is something that I've repeatedly talked about over and over again. Finally, for all the haters in the chat, admit Hassan was right. They're never going to admit that. Okay? Like, this was an inevitability because the war was what determines the outcome of Russia's unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine was always going to be what happens on the ground in the battlefield. Okay? For America, this was an advantageous position. They did not want Ukraine to fall into the sphere of Russian influence, as Russia obviously made many I wouldn't say demands, I guess, but like Russia definitely was invested in controlling Ukrainian politics, and Ukraine was consistently trapped between Russian sphere of influence and Western sphere of influence. Okay? And in terms of the Western sphere of influence, you thought Russia wouldn't invade Ukraine? Yeah, because I thought it would be a devastating predicament for all parties involved, which I was right about. I like that you're still pointing to this after history has shown time and time again that the numerous other instances where I said this is the opportunity to pull out and engage in ceasefire negotiations when leverage is in the hands. Like, this is the most leverage Zelensky will ever have. It's a great opportunity. It turns out I was right. It's not about whether I'm right or not, okay? So many people have died since then, and the inevitable outcome is still the same. It's crazy that 3 years in, you're still holding on to this insane thing. Now, listen, America's interest in Ukraine always was the same interest that we've had elsewhere, okay? Extraction of natural resources and forcing the government to basically privatize whatever key sectors they still controlled or regulated, okay? And buy it or forcibly sell it off to foreign investment for pennies on the dollar. Donald Trump's difference here, okay? Well, you just said you were right when you were wrong, so of course people won't drop it. Wait, what? No, I admitted I was wrong instantly. I even apologized for it. What are you talking about? I'm stating that the analysis that led me to make this false prediction relied on me assuming that Vladimir Putin wasn't a fucking madman. I think you're failing to understand how words work, okay? I can't understand how you can also come in here and still fucking say this when everything else that I've said since then has basically become reality. There was no need for an apology, really, but I think I should have apologized once again for being super smarmy about my position. It's crazy. 14-year-old Twitch account, divorced father? Probably. Anyway, it's insane how much this comes up because it's like the one crumb they have over you being actually incorrect about something. I know. I think they were referring to how you said you were right about Ukraine not being in NATO, but that is correct. That was never a real thing. Anyway, do you think Ukraine is in a worse position now that Syria has fallen? No, I think that Russia is in a worse position now that Syria has fallen, which sets the stage for Russia to concede on certain things. Syria was an important asset it was basically a Russian naval base, like a warm water naval base for Russia. That was the reason why Russia offered protection to the Assad regime. Now that Syria has fallen, that definitely was devastating for Russia. That was not a good thing for Russia at all. Russia lost influence in the Middle East, not a large effect for its borders, though. No, I think that it's not just about influence in the Middle East. They kept the naval base in a deal with liberal Al-Qaeda. No, it doesn't matter. They still have it, but they pulled so many of their troops. And that base is never going to be in operation in the same way that it was when Assad was exclusively reliant on Russia for protection. Having to deal with the new HTS regime in Syria is an entirely different demon. Anyway, my point is they're blocking every vehicle from leaving and entering the base. I'm Syrian. Okay. How does Russia having a naval base in Syria even help them at all? I mean, Russia's climate is ultimately very cold. They needed, obviously, Sevastopol for an entry point into the Black Sea, which is why they always retain Sevastopol and Crimea. But outside of that, you need warmer naval bases to do upkeep and maintenance. So Syria was their warm water port. It's also probably helpful for all of the Wagner operations or any kind of naval operations you do in the African continent too. I'm sure they'll look for alternative naval bases now if they haven't done so. I'm not entirely sure on Russian naval operations. I'm not up to date, but ultimately, Donald Trump once again did exactly what he has done so far. American foreign policy is uniparty. Donald Trump basically just says the quiet part out loud, where he said, yeah, we're going to continue defending Ukraine, but we want this to, come to an end. And in terms of like all of our defense that we've given to Ukraine thus far, we want your natural resources. You have $500 billion worth of natural resources that we want. The only difference between Donald Trump versus any other Democratic leadership is that Donald Trump basically says the quiet part out loud. One evidence to this is the continuation of the Trump era, the first Trump era policy with NATO. Donald Trump, much criticism was made of Donald Trump undermining the NATO allegiances, right? NATO is a protection racket. NATO is incredibly important for the American military-industrial complex. Donald Trump came in and was like, I'm anti-NATO. Everyone was like, oh my God, he's so based. He's an anti-imperialist. What is happening? Is he truly an isolationist? So many think pieces were written about it. What did Donald Trump do? All he said was European allies are going to give more of their own funds and beef up their own personal defense industries and pay more into NATO than what they do currently. What did Joe Biden do? He continued that policy. So clearly, it was not that big of an issue for the Democratic leadership. If it was, they would have reversed that decision. They never did. Donald Trump is back again, demanding more from European partners. Okay. saying they need to invest more into their own defense. Okay, it's like in times where I guess the mafia is experiencing an economic downturn and their protection racket, they go back to the storefronts that they're quote unquote defending and turn around and say, you got to give me more money now. Okay, you got to give me more money now. You got to buy from my own providers even more now. Okay, it's a shakedown. That's what it is. It's not actually supposed to destroy NATO. Donald Trump is not an anti-imperialist or whatever. He's not anti-NATO. He can't be anti-NATO. NATO is very important for American global dominance, but also on top of that, NATO is very important for the military-industrial complex. Okay? So clearly, he is not going to deviate that far from, whatever the prior administration's policies were, because foreign policy always is uniparty. So basically, that's what's happening here as well. The only difference is Donald Trump will openly say insane shit, okay? And also simultaneously say the quiet part out loud. That's the major difference. Biden was never going to come out and be like, we want your natural resources, Jack. Well, Biden wasn't going to say anything. He would say, hubbubba, I did NATO and AUKUS. He would never turn around and be like, Zelensky, you got to give us your natural resources. The Finlandization of NATO. I NATOized Finland. That's what Biden would say. Okay? Not 100% accurate. NATO members agreed in 2014 to spend 2% of GDP on military spending. They hadn't, and Trump just made a fuss about it. Biden can't really reverse course back to noncompliance to an Obama-era treaty. I mean, that even proves my point further, though, don't you think? That it's uniparty. So it's a 2014 era policy that Biden actually, that Trump actually enforced. And he now wants to increase that individual expenditure of European countries or NATO alliance countries. So, it was basically a continuation of that. Yeah, they're agreeing with you, Law. No, I know. Well, sometimes that chatter is not always in agreement with me. This is one of those instances where he is. Anyway.
Ukraine, but not including Ukraine. And only after that meeting, they're going to phone Zelensky and inform him about that meeting. That's significant. And also, I think the question that arises out of this immediately is when he says we've instructed our teams to start negotiations. What teams are those? Are these going to be bilateral negotiations between America? Is he talking about his team, the Americans and the Russians, discussing Ukraine's fate? Or is that going to include Ukraine? A lot of questions out of this, of course. And we've heard from the Kremlin already. Dmitry Peskov, the Kremlin spokesperson, confirmed the call happened and saying they discussed issues relating to the exchange. The American side, he says it will fulfill all agreements reached related to the exchange. So the Americans seem to have made, Donald Trump seems to have made commitments in that phone call with Vladimir Putin that the Russians expect him to hold himself to. What are those commitments?
Would Zelensky even agree to any deal that doesn't offer future security, such as joining NATO? Yeah, dude. Yes. What do you mean? I can't. I tried to explain this for the past 3 years to a lot of chatters who did not understand what I was saying whenever I said, Ukraine has no choice in this matter, okay? Autonomy for Ukrainians is simply a thing that the Democratic Party presented in an effort to say, no, we're doing this for Ukraine. When the real reasons why they were doing this, beefing up support for Ukraine, was not because of the morality of the situation, although Ukrainians are on the right side, okay, morally. They are the ones that are invaded, obviously, and it's understandable to not want to be fucking invaded. The American government's interest in Ukraine had nothing to do with morals. The American government does not operate on a moral boundary, okay? They don't care about the morality of a situation. I mean, look at Israel. Obviously, they don't give a shit, okay? It's the exact reverse, if not worse, dynamic, and America is completely on board, okay? No government actually cares about morals when they're making foreign policy, when they're setting their foreign policy agenda. America's interests in Ukraine were, as Trump has also correctly pointed to, openly pointed to, natural resources, extraction of natural resources, and also the privatization of government sectors that can be sold off to foreign capital. Okay? And they have done that already. And also simultaneously, while they're doing that, that is what they always wanted. But beyond that, they also wanted to use Ukraine as a fantastic opportunity to undermine a foreign adversary's military while dumping off old refurbished weapon systems, while also testing new weapon systems in a battlefield, okay, for improving their procurement strategies, dumping off their old weapons so that the military industrial complex could turn around and say, hey, we need more money. Look at our munitions. We're depleted. It's a win-win-win for American military industrial complex and American profiteers in general. The people that obviously lose are the Ukrainian population, as always. And it's not like this was hidden. They openly stated it. Both Elizabeth Warren and Lindsey Graham have time and time again routinely admitted that Ukraine was incredibly beneficial for American interests. For 5% of our military budget, we were able to undermine the foreign adversary's military by 50% without a single American soldier dying in the process. I'd say that's a good bargain. That's what Lindsey Graham said in between talking about Israel. Okay, Elizabeth Warren said that too. Anyone that is involved in any way, shape, or form with foreign policy openly recognized what the truth was. It was never about actually allowing Ukraine to be a part of NATO or anything like that. That was just a way to sell the concept. Is helping Ukraine in military capacity, sending weapons, etc., the wrong move? We're talking about the interests of the Ukrainian people. I feel like it's better to just not be involved in a war as another country. Wait, what? Dude, I don't know. I don't think you understand what I'm stating. If the goal is not to actually free Ukraine from Russian invasion, if the goal is to just simply keep dumping weapons until it gets to a point where Ukraine can no longer fight back because they just simply don't have the manpower, okay, because they're running out of humans to hold the guns and hold the weapons. And also, you're slow releasing those weapons anyway in a way where you are allowing the Ukrainian military to atrophy throughout this process in the fucking meat grinder where they're doing trench warfare, okay? Then you're never going to say to Zelensky that they need to actually nip this in the bud and to come to the table and get to an agreement, okay? That's where the ultimate purpose of, or the ultimate goals of America matter most.
Let's just remind you of our breaking news this evening. And in the past half an hour, Donald Trump has confirmed he's had a phone call with President Putin in which they discussed the war in Ukraine. Let's speak now to our Moscow correspondent, Ivor Ben.
Like, the only reason why this is quote unquote coming to a close, and I don't know what will actually end up happening, okay? But the only reason why this is technically supposedly coming to a close is that finalization is inevitable due to the battlefield, okay? Due to what is going on. Isn't Ukrainian society full of Nazis? Why should we care what happens to the country? No, that is not the case. And holy shit, dude. Jesus Christ. What are you? Are you a Russian propagandist? Like, what are you talking about? The denazification argument was never actually a real one, okay? That was never an argument that I entertained. Are you watching my fucking haters and thinking that that is my perspective when I have spent hours and hours and hours talking about how the denazification argument was a ridiculous one? As a matter of fact, the only thing you end up doing, and if you want to understand if you want to understand what I think will happen in Ukrainian politics in general, I think that things are going to get much worse, okay? I think that Zelensky will probably be seen as an ineffective leader that sold off the country, and that much more rabid ultranationalists will inevitably seize control over the entirety of the nation, and that Ukraine will be infinitely more right-wing than it was in this process. He might even get fucking assassinated. When you invade a country, ironically enough, a lot of people forget this aspect of my bad prediction. Something that I mentioned time and time again in the build-up to Russia invading Ukraine, something that I kept mentioning over and over again was how ridiculous the denazification argument was, okay? Every country has Nazis in their military. Every single one, okay? This is not a real argument. You can't be like, oh, we got to denazify. That's why we have to invade. You want to know why? as I stated time and time again, when you actually invade a country whose entire national mythos is built around not being a part of the country that is invading the country, Russia, whether it be the USSR or not, then yeah, all of the most rugged, all of the worst fucking Nazis are now going to be seen as liberators. Okay? You actually never denazify a country by invading them. You Nazify the country by invading them. Okay? And that's precisely what ended up happening. I mean, that is literally what ended up happening. All the people inside of Ukraine that previously were duking it out on the streets with football hooligans and paramilitaries that became the Azov Battalion or whatever the fuck ended up fighting alongside them. Because why wouldn't they? Because now you have a much larger problem at hand. Of course, you're going to end up aligning with the people that you previously fought for, or the people that you previously fought against. That's it. So yes, of course, the country, after being invaded, is inevitably going to become more right-wing and more reactionary. Okay? Also, speaking of which, you obviously have Nazi fascists on the Russian side as well. So that's another ridiculous argument. Anyway, Donald Trump has also said that he is, I'm okay with that. Trump says that taking of Ukraine's membership in NATO off the table, I don't think it's practical. He says he knows Hexit made a statement today saying that he thinks it's unlikely or impractical. I think that's probably true. U.S. will still send aid to Ukraine, but we want it secure, Trump said. All right, let's get to some of the analysis. Let's talk about what's going on, and it'll give you more of my thoughts on this issue.
And Ivor, we've heard from Donald Trump, of course. What is the Kremlin making of this? I see, as I speak to you, that they've just issued a statement. Do you have that statement?
I do, Mark, yes. They have confirmed that this call has taken place, which is the first time they have confirmed there has been any kind of concrete contact between the two sides. And it is from the Kremlin that we've heard that the call lasted nearly an hour and a half, which is really quite significant. The statement has come from the Kremlin spokesperson, Dmitry Peskov. He has said a phone call between President Putin and US President Donald Trump has recently concluded. It was a very long telephone conversation. It lasted almost an hour and a half. He said that they discussed a number of topics, principally the exchange of Russian and US citizens. Yesterday, of course, was the start of that, with this former school teacher, Mark Fogel, leaving Russia with Donald Trump's Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, after a surprise secret visit from him to the Russian capital. And we understand that a Russian national is on their way back to Russia, but that still hasn't been confirmed by the Kremlin. That wasn't confirmed in this statement. But Mr. Peskov went on to say that the US president assured the American side will fulfill all the reached agreements, which by that he means, of course, that he believes that the Russian prisoner in the US will indeed be released. Now, on the key topic of Ukraine and peace negotiations, Mr. Peskov said that President Trump spoke in favor of the rapid cessation of hostilities and the solution of problems through peaceful means. President Putin, for his part, mentioned the need to eliminate the root causes of the conflict and agreed with Trump that a long-term settlement can be achieved through peaceful negotiations. I think one thing that really sticks out in this statement, I'm just reading it for the first time now, at the bottom it says, the Russian president invited the US president to visit Moscow and expressed readiness to receive American officials in Russia regarding areas of mutual interest, including...
I will once again reiterate the position that I maintained throughout the entirety of the Biden administration. The notion that you would never actually talk to Vladimir Putin, the notion that you would never actually force Vladimir Putin and China to the negotiation table was a fucking idiotic one. And it was also a lie anyway. They literally did negotiate with Vladimir Putin when they talked about hostages. They literally did that. They did. The idea that they were never going to talk to Vladimir Putin because they're evil, and Vladimir Putin is fucking evil, all right? Make no mistake. I'm not saying he's a good guy at all. But the idea that they were never going to come to the table and have a conversation was fucking insane. It's insane. Foreign policy demon, by the way. Mr. Foreign Policy. So awesome.
Including the topic of Ukrainian settlement. Now, this would be really quite something if Donald Trump, a sitting US president, came to Russia given every...
But what do you want the West to do, though? I get their motives are crooked. So what then? I mean, there are multiple different exit ramps that could have been enforced time and time again before coming into any sort of invasion, okay? Whether it be the continuation of the Minsk agreements and the enforcement of the Minsk agreements with a unilateral commission designed to make sure that the Minsk agreements were actually being followed through. That would have been great, okay? That would have been incredible. That would have been the number one thing to do. Now it's like, when you think about it, when you go all the way back to the Minsk agreements, when you go all the way back to that, okay, and you think about what Russia was, what Russia was stating in the Minsk agreements, that seems like a fantastic, opportunity. Now it seems like it would never happen, because that would mean all of the annexed land that Russia took over in eastern Ukraine would be given back to Ukraine, and that LPR and DPR would be seen as autonomous regions that are still firmly within the Ukrainian national boundary, that would still allow Russia to have interference in Ukrainian political affairs. That was the major reason as to why the Ukrainian side, or the Western interests in terms of like following the Minsk agreements, never held up, because they were like, that's ridiculous. We don't want that shit, because then that would mean Russia has influence over Ukrainian politics. Okay, that's it. That was the initial thing way before the invasion. Okay. That's under the impression that Russians actually wanted Minsk to hold. It's a failure that was needed pretext of further capturing Ukrainian territory, which Putin sees all of it as his. Yes, this part is correct. Putin does see all of Ukraine as his. But there's two different ways of going about it, okay? I am inclined to believe Vladimir Putin when he says Ukraine is Russia, okay? I'm inclined to believe him. He says it in the same exact way that Israel talks about Palestine and Palestinians. He said it to Tucker Carlson, and he said it time and time again. Okay? Having said that, however, there are two different ways that any country can go about this. And the other way that they were trying to go about this was to maintain influence within Ukrainian politics and bring Ukraine into the sphere of Russian influence as a border state that still creates a buffer zone between NATO and Russia. Okay, this is definitely going to get clip law. Wait, what? I'm not saying anything that is bad. What are you guys talking about? I'm inclined to believe that he means it when he says Ukraine is Russian. Ukraine is Russian territory. Now, you can either try to forcibly take over Ukraine like he did and failed to do so, or you can try to bring Ukraine into the sphere of Russian influence by manipulating Ukrainian politics to the best of your ability with two autonomous states comprised of what Vladimir Putin claims is ethnic Russians. You said I'm inclined to believe Vladimir Putin when he says Ukraine is Russia, but it was obvious what you meant in context. Yes, he believes it. I'm inclined to believe him when he says that he believes it. Okay? Like, as in, I think that is his main motivation. Do I agree with it? No, of course not. Anyway, having said that, however, your takes are awful on this, man. Don't say my takes are awful. Tell me what is wrong with it. Okay? Explain to me what is wrong with the takes. Just saying bad take is not dissent, okay? Please. In any case, what happened to your W banner? Oh, here. Sorry. I turned off my banner yesterday because it was messed up. I don't know why. In any case, hold on. Then once Russia invaded Ukraine and went all the way to Kyiv and got pushed back due to a lot of support and a lot of defense from Western nations, NATO nations specifically, okay? Pushing back gave Zelensky some time to bargain and some leverage, okay? Then the 15-point Antalya plan came through in that process. That negotiation was the highest level of leverage that Ukraine had. And their leverage since then has only diminished as Russian forces have been able to successfully push further and further into eastern Ukrainian territory and forcibly annexed and mined the entirety of the territory and hardened their defenses in the entirety of the territory that they took over. Okay? At that point, that was an exit ramp. And I gave credit to Zelensky as well in terms of the way that he wanted to bargain. Okay, dude, people aren't going to give up their land. Imagine if some country took over 30% of Turkey, you'd be on the front lines. You are delusional if you think that I would do that. Okay, that's number one. Number two, I understand that. I do. I understand what you're saying. I wouldn't fight for Turkey if some country decided to take 30% of Turkey, but that part is ridiculous. But I understand why people would. I understand why people would fight to rid their national boundaries of invaders. Okay? The problem is what happens when you run out of people. The dynamic between Israel, Palestine versus Russia and Ukraine have a lot of similarities. Russia is an irredentist force that is forcibly taking over land and violating the sovereignty of a nation state. Okay? Israel is the settler colony that is dominating the indigenous population. But one key aspect of this is that we control all the cards in terms of what Israel can and can't do. We do not control all the cards in terms of what Russia can and can't do. All we can do is try to force Russia to incur penalties for invading Ukraine. Do you understand? So the negotiation process is entirely different. That's it. That's simply my position. Okay? We have virtually, we can tell Israel to stop tomorrow and they would be forced to stop. We can't tell Russia to stop because Russia is a foreign adversary. Its entire economy and its entire statehood relies on being outside of the American sphere of influence. There's still leverage, and America has pulled on those points of leverage to the best of their ability. But of course, we don't have the same level of control over Russia as we do over Israel. So the dynamic is different in terms of how you negotiate.
Everything that's happened in the last decade, really, since Russia.
Yo, all of y'all are brain rot getting your info from this goon. I'm out. TC Hassan.
Annexed Crimea. The last.
Nah, you only defend Russia because you're a communist like Putin? Yeah, exactly. Vladimir Putin is definitely a communist and not an authoritarian kleptocrat who is very much a capitalist. And I'm certainly defending Vladimir Putin.
US president to visit Moscow, visit Russia, was Barack Obama in 2013, and that was for a G20 summit. So that would really be quite something. And President Trump, in his statement, actually said that I think he reciprocated. I think he also extended an invitation to Vladimir Putin. Let's see if that happens. I think that's quite some way off. But clearly, already we've actually seen an American official here in Moscow. That was Steve Witkoff yesterday, to arrange this prisoner release, the start, it seems, or the first piece of the puzzle in this wider negotiation of Ukraine. And the starting gun clearly has now been fired with this very lengthy phone call between these two leaders. And it seems like the first of many.
Yeah, and one of the bits that sticks out for me.
What should the West do? Force every party involved in this, including China, to the negotiations table and set up a treaty for permanent security. That's what America should have done from the jump. But considering that our goals were not actually to stop Ukrainians from dying, and our goals were to simply give them older weapons, a slow process of sending our older weapons to Ukraine, and maybe test out some new ones as well, experimental technology too. We didn't want that at all. A treaty with Russia, yeah, okay, bro, that's useful. I will never stop maintaining the position that all wars end with treaties. Okay? That's how war ends. That's it. And the best possible moment to push for a treaty is when your side has the highest leverage, the highest amount of leverage. Okay? No, it ends with people actually, choosing to stop fighting. Oh my God. Okay. You don't push for a treaty when all of your manpower is dead. You're forced into it when all of your manpower is dead. When you have the highest level of leverage, You go into the table and you say, here, we're going to put a stop on this. We're going to implement a ceasefire. Even if neither party is truly interested in a cessation of hostilities, I've maintained the position over and over again that even if Russia were to not follow through on their side of the bargain, you're still back to square one. You're still in a defensive posture. You still engage in military action. But that's what you've been doing anyway. Iran treaty was useful, right? With USA, not even Russia. What? The Iran denuclearization agreement was an incredible achievement. What are you talking about? Do you think I'm anti-Iran denuclearization agreement? If America had actually followed through on their side, yes, we broke that treaty. Iran didn't. Donald Trump very famously broke that treaty. Are you in favor of Donald Trump's actions in throwing aside the Iran denuclearization agreement? What are you talking about? It was probably one of Barack Obama's best foreign policy accomplishments, aside from normalizing relations with Cuba. Donald Trump ruined both. Anyway.
Is where Putin says in this statement, or Peskov says in the statement about Putin, that for his part, he mentioned the need to eliminate the root causes of the conflict. Now that, for Vladimir Putin, of course, can mean many things.
Yeah, for Vladimir Putin, according to him, the root causes of this conflict is not Russia invading Ukraine. It's not Moscow's aggression. He has always claimed in the last 3 years that it's NATO's fault. It's NATO's historical eastward expansion that forced Russia's hand, in his terms, to fight a defensive war. That's how it's portrayed here, and it has been for the last 3 years. They've built this narrative around the war to claim that the West is the aggressor, Russia is the innocent victim here. And clearly he's setting out the stall there once again, ensuring that this is how these peace negotiations are viewed here in Russia. Because I think this is really interesting, actually, because when Vladimir Putin launched this so-called special military operation, which is how the war in Ukraine is still called here in Moscow, it's still presented as that. It's not called a war. It was supposed to be over in a matter of weeks, of course. It was supposed to be an outright victory. Peace negotiations, a negotiated settlement, is not how it was supposed to end, and yet that is not how it's being portrayed here in Russia. It's very much still being presented as that victory will be Russia's. You see all around Moscow these big signs saying victory will be ours, and I think no matter what happens in these negotiations, Russia will, of course, I think, even if they do get a more favourable deal, I'm sure they'll have to give up something and make some concessions. But I think no matter what kind of concessions, they will want to spin it as a victory over Ukraine.
Yes, both sides will spin their end of the bargain as a major W. Of course, this is politics. Russia will be like, oh my God, we did a fucking amazing job. We killed so many people. So many of our people died for the grayest land that is now also mined into oblivion anyway. It's like unusable farmland, but it's fantastic. It's a great W for us. Of course they're going to say that.
Over the collective West, and you get a sense of that from that statement there, that Vladimir Putin is minded to, for his part, to eliminate the root causes of the conflict, and agreed with Trump that a long-term settlement.
So killing people is a success to you? Do you think I agree with this? Wait, what? Why can't you admit that Trump is great at foreign policy? I love that chatter. He's just, that guy has no opinions, okay? Just throwing shit at the wall, seeing what sticks.
Can be achieved. He seems to be conflating these two ideas, that a long-term settlement will mean a victory for Russia because he's got NATO to back off.
Yes, and to what extent we've been hearing about this swap of prisoners, and we heard a bit more about it from the Russian side today. To what extent has this kind of exchange of prisoners, which we didn't know was going to happen, or I don't think we knew was going to happen, to what extent has that sort of paved the way for the phone call even?
Yeah, I think it seems this was crucial to get the ball rolling, the first piece of the puzzle. The American who has left Russia...
Half the breadbasket of Europe and resources worth $10 trillion, just gray land? I mean... I'm talking about after Russia is done bombing it into oblivion and also putting mines, like landmines, mining it and bombing it into oblivion.
Who's been released from Russian prison, Mark Fogel. He was this former school teacher. I think Donald Trump clearly has identified that as something he needs to do first, to buy some kind of political capital, increase his political capital at home, because this was someone who missed out on that wider prisoner swap back in August, when dozens of prisoners, both in Russia and the West, were released. The biggest prisoner swap since the end of the Cold War. His family at the time were absolutely furious that he wasn't included, calling it a glaring injustice. And of course, now Donald Trump has got him released. And I think that was clearly a very important point to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, this is also another aspect of this. It's so funny how Russia is claiming they got NATO to back off when 2 new countries joined NATO. Like previously, those 2 countries had a neutrality handshake, okay? A neutrality handshake agreement. Now they're a part of NATO, okay? And on top of that, it's not like Ukraine was ever going to join NATO anyway in the eyes of the NATO nations, which is a reality that they mention time and time again, even though a lot of people refuse to reckon with that reality. So ultimately, this wasn't a massive fucking W for Russia at all. Russia was able to show the world that, one, NATO is still very important, okay? Russia was able to basically deliver a gift to America in terms of how multipolarity is actually a devastating bargain for many of the countries that are currently under the security blanket of the United States of America. They reaffirmed their position to American empire and American dominance, while also simultaneously showing that they didn't have the military capabilities of overtaking Ukraine. So they showcased themselves as a paper tiger simultaneously, while showing the rest of the world that it's awesome to be under the security blanket of the United States of America. You probably put, in my estimation, okay, you probably put, you gave a lifeline to American security operations by at least another decade, if not 2 decades. Now, they still have nukes, obviously, which is the one thing that has stopped America from being fully involved in Ukraine, but it's done. You had the opportunity to continue engaging in trade and using the dominance that you have in terms of energy. That's the same thing you said at the time before they invaded. Yes, I did say this before they invaded as well, but it didn't fucking matter. Nobody listens to any of the... You can pick apart what I'm saying and present it as though I'm arguing for the exact opposite position that I'm arguing for. As I realized when I saw brief snippets of like the Willie Mack show and many other Hassan Loves Russia videos that were made at the time, I was wondering why the fuck people thought that I was pro-Russia. It turns out it's because they clipped my argument that I was making against Russia and presented it as though I was pro-Russia. Why is your audio cancer? Is it? Is there an issue with my audio right now? I'm confused. You are Delulu. Do you know that Putin died and now is just a clone? They could have taken whole Ukraine in a few months if they wanted to. Yeah, they definitely didn't want to take the entirety of Ukraine. That's what happened. That's definitely what happened. You're right. Anyway, Trump is live taking questions. Let's take a look.
With Putin, and were there any preconditions set to agree to this meeting?
No, we had a great call, and it lasted for a long time, over an hour this morning. I also had with President Zelensky a very good call after that. And I think we're on the way to getting peace. I think President Putin wants peace, and President Zelensky wants peace, and I want peace. I just want to see people stop getting killed. We're very far away from that particular war, but that's a vicious war. Probably 1.5 million soldiers killed in a short period of time. I've never seen anything. I have pictures that are, you wouldn't believe it. You wouldn't believe what you have to look at. Young, beautiful soldiers that are just being decimated. And it would be nice to end it immediately. But we had a very good talk with, people didn't really know what President Putin's thoughts were, but I think I can say with great confidence he wants to see it ended also. That's good. And we're going to work toward getting it ended and as fast as possible. It's It's a horrible situation going over. It's flat land, and the bullet goes off, and the only thing it can hit is a body, a human body, a young human body. And they're losing just tremendous numbers of mostly soldiers. Just the cities and
he loves that
towns
line.
have been largely demolished.
He thinks it's poetic.
It's a shame what's happened to that country. It would have never happened if I were president. That I can tell you. Would have never happened. It's to look at that. And October 7th would have never happened either, by the way, the Middle East. But we'll get it. I think we'll get it. We'll get something done. We're going to be meeting actually tomorrow. They're meeting in Munich, as you know, and we're going to have some other meetings. And I'll be dealing with President Putin largely on the phone, and we ultimately expect to meet. In fact, we expect that he'll come here, and I'll go there, and we're going to meet also probably in Saudi Arabia. The first time we'll meet in Saudi Arabia, see if we can get something done. But we want to end that war. That war is a disaster. It's a really bloody, horrible war.
Did you Saudi Arabia, the first meeting will happen?
I think so. We think we're going to probably meet in Saudi Arabia, the first meeting. Hasn't been set, but not too distant future.
Will Zelensky be part of that meeting?
We both understand, we know the Crown Prince, and I think it'd be a very good place to meet.
And perhaps, but not President Zelensky?
Probably we'll have a first meeting, and then we'll see what we can do about the second meeting.
Did you also commit to go to Ukraine?
What about Ukraine?
Did you commit to go to Ukraine as
No,
well?
I haven't. I haven't committed to go to Ukraine. I would think about going. Yeah, I'd think about it. No problem.
You say today, Mr. President, that if they receive your vision, what is your plan to end this war? Like today, Secretary.
Well, I'm not going to tell you my plan. I can just tell you we've made a lot of progress. This
He
should have
won't
been
tell
done
you his plan.
by Biden, not by me, because this has been going on for now a long time, years, and it should have been done by Biden. Just like the young gentleman that I brought home yesterday after 2 weeks. We worked on it for 2 weeks. He was a fine man, and he was in there for 3.5, almost 4 years, and they weren't able to do a thing, and I got him out. And as you know, I didn't pay $6 billion. I didn't pay anything. We did a trade, and we did a good job. We got him out in 2 weeks. He should have been out years ago. Really should have been out years ago. I don't think it's practical to have it, personally. I know that a new Secretary of Defense who's excellent, Pete, made a statement today saying that he thinks it's unlikely or impractical. I think probably that's true. I think long before President Putin, they said there's no way they'd allow that. This has been going on for many, many years. They've been saying that for a long time, that Ukraine cannot go into NATO. And I'm okay with that. I just want the war, whether they are or they're not. But it certainly would seem to be that most people have said that is something that's not going to happen.
Out loud.
Are you freezing out President Zelensky of this process a bit? Isn't there a danger?
There's no subtitles.
No, I don't think so. As long as he's there, but at some point you're going to have elections too. You're going to have an election.
He says he wants security assurances, Mr. President. What does that look like?
In terms of what?
He says he wants guarantees of security.
We'll see what that means. I think when the war ends, one thing he was very strong about, if it ends, he wants it to end. And that's President Putin said that. He wants it to end. He doesn't want to end it and then go back to fighting 6 months later. We talked about the possibility, I mentioned it, of a ceasefire so we can stop the killing. And I think we'll probably end up at some point getting a ceasefire in the not too distant future.
Do you expect Ukraine?
Say it, what?
You said Trump isn't going to end this war. What's your analysis here? What's changed?
I think
I said that this war will only end because Ukraine has no longer enough manpower. The war will end on the conditions of the battlefield. If it was slated to end, it is slated to end whether it's Trump doing it or Biden doing it. Okay?
Well, he's going to have to do what he has to do.
Also, look at the fucking Gaza ceasefire. Okay? We don't know.
Particularly great, to put it mildly. He's got a country where it's been savaged and attacked, and
go back 10 seconds.
We've made a lot of progress off, and the only thing it can hit is a body, a human body, a young human body.
Wow!
And they're losing
how different
tremendous numbers of mostly soldiers.
How different?
Did you also commit to go to Ukraine?
What about Ukraine?
Did you commit?
Been done by Biden, not by me, because this has been going on for now a long time, years. And it should have been done by Biden. just like the young gentleman that I brought home yesterday after 2 weeks. We worked on it for 2 weeks. He was a fine man, and he was in there for 3.5, almost 4 years, and they weren't able to do a thing, and I got him out. And as you know, I didn't pay $6 billion. I didn't pay anything. I did a trade, and we did a good job. We got him out in 2 weeks. He should have been out years ago. Really should have been out years ago. I don't know, Secretary of Defense who's ex-secretary. I think probably that's true. I think long before President Putin, they said there's no way they'd allow that. This has been going on for many, many years. They've been saying that for a long time, that Ukraine cannot go into NATO. And I'm okay with that. I just want the war, whether they are or they're not. But it certainly would seem to be that most people have said that is something that's not going to happen.
Are you freezing out President Zelensky of this process a bit? Isn't there a danger of that?
No, I don't think so. As long as he's there, but at some point you're going to have elections too. You're going to have an election.
He says he wants security assurances, Mr. President. What does that look like?
In terms of what?
If the war, he says he wants guarantees of security.
We'll see what that means. I think when the war ends, one thing he was very strong about, if it ends, he wants it to end. And that's President Putin said that. He wants it to end. He doesn't want to end it and then go back to fighting 6 months later. We talked about the possibility, I mentioned it, of a ceasefire so we can stop the killing. And I think we'll probably end up at some point getting a ceasefire in the not too distant future.
Do you expect Ukraine?
Say it, what? It's an interesting question. I think they have to make peace. Their people are being killed, and I think they have to make peace. I said that was not a good war to go into, and I think they have to make peace. That's what I think.
Why did you decide to provide support to Ukraine?
Well, he's going to have to do what he has to do, but, his poll numbers aren't particularly great, to put it mildly. He's got a country where, it's been savaged and attacked. And he's got an army that's been very, very brave, actually, despite the fact that, we've given him, in my opinion, $350 billion. That's what the real number is. You don't hear that number. And Europe has given, in my opinion, $100 billion. And they've done it in the form of a loan. And I have a Secretary of Treasury right now who's actually quite brave. He's over in Ukraine on a train. And there's a lot of things happening around that train that aren't so good. And he's going there to get a document done where we're going to be assured that we're going to, in some form, get this money back, because we're putting up far more money than Europe, and Europe is in far more danger than we are. We have an ocean in between. Europe has nothing in between. They have in between. They have Ukraine in between. So wait a minute. So as you know, Europe is putting up money, and they're getting it in the form of a loan. And the United States under Biden didn't do loans. They just handed money every time somebody walked in from Ukraine. They just handed them money foolishly. This should have never happened. It should have never started. And once it did, other things should have happened. Other things should have taken place. So we're getting security on our money. We're going to have it secured by, they have rare earth, and they have oil and gas, and they have a lot of other things. And we're asking for security on our money. They've agreed to it. Ukraine has agreed to it.
Doesn't mean not sending any more aid to Ukraine.
No, we are, but we want it secured, and the money is going to be secured.
When would the U.S. stop sending funding? When would the U.S. stop sending funding?
Because if we didn't do that, then Putin would say he won. We're the thing that's holding it back. And frankly, we'll go as long as we have to go, because we're not going to let the other happen. But President Putin wants to have peace now, and that's good. And he didn't want to have peace with Biden. And you tell me why that is, okay?
Was that conversation with Putin to start these negotiations part of the deal to bring Fogel home?
No, but it was a nice thing that he allowed Mark Fogel to leave. In fact, Mark wasn't feeling well, but he was all of a sudden about 2 weeks ago, he started being treated very nicely. He said they took him out for haircuts. They took him out. They helped him out a little bit and made him feel better, made him look better. And they were nice to him. And he said, I saw something happening. And it coincided with when I came into office. So that was nice. And he's a fine person. He was so happy to be out. He was there for 3.5 years plus. And he shouldn't have been there at all. They should have had him out much faster than that.
What does make you believe that Zelensky will agree?
Wait, go ahead, please.
Sorry, sir, just to be clear, do you see any future in which Ukraine returns to its pre-2014 borders?
Well, I think Pete said today that that's unlikely, right? It certainly would seem to be unlikely. They took a lot of land, and they fought for that land, and they lost a lot of soldiers. But it would just seem to me, and I'm not making an opinion on it, but I've read a lot on it, and a lot of people think that that's unlikely. Some of it will come back. I think some of it will come back. Yeah, some of that land will come back. Who are you with?
Sorry, me.
Yeah.
AFP.
You who?
AFP, Agence France Presse.
Okay.
I just wanted to ask you, the things that the Secretary of Defense was talking about, the 2014 borders and the lack of NATO membership. Ultimately, these are both demands that Russia has made in the past. Is there not a danger of handing Russia a kind of win on this?
Well, Well, I think that if you look at the war, the way the war is going, you'll have to make your own determination. I'm just here to try and get peace. I don't care so much about anything other than I want to stop having millions of people killed. Last night, Kiev got hit very, very hard. I want to see people stop getting killed. That war is ridiculous. It should have never happened, and it would have never happened. Yeah, a couple of more questions.
Are you planning to sign an executive order of reciprocal tariffs, sir?
Yes, I am. In fact, I may do it today, and if I do it today, I could almost do it right now. Would you like me to talk about it now? I don't want to take anything away from this young lady's day, because this is her day, and I may do it later on, or I may do it tomorrow morning, but we'll be signing reciprocal tariffs. The world has taken advantage of the United States for many years. They've charged us massive tariffs that we haven't charged them. And as you know, I just did something on steel and aluminum, 25%. That'll go up at some point, but 25%.
People that are confused about like extracting resources from Ukraine, we're doing IMF shit to our own nation right now.
Biden was even weaker on steel. And steel was just absolutely, it really started.
These guys will literally steal from America. They don't even have a sense of national identity.
What they did was, he was so worried about
they're not even real nationalists.
Know what he was doing with respect to countries taking advantage. He should have looked at the countries, both friend and foe, taking advantage.
Why the fuck would they care about Ukrainians and their natural resources? What are you talking about?
I'm considering exemption. Talk about widespread fraud and abuse.
Oh yeah, tremendous fraud. There's tremendous fraud, and it's hard to believe that you can have that kind of fraud. You're talking about are you talking about what? Wait. Which are you talking? You're talking about with regard to all of the investigations that are going on about this stupidity. What we're going to do is tomorrow I'm having a news conference. I'm going to read to you some of the names that hundreds of millions and even billions of dollars have been given to. And if you tell me that we should be giving money to those things, those entities, I think you'll probably have to leave as a reporter because you're not very talented. When you look at the kind of money, billions and billions of dollars being thrown away illegally, and there's no chance. I mean, I say it in front of our attorney general, there's no chance that there's not kickbacks or something going on. When you give millions and millions of dollars to somebody that stands to look at something for 15 minutes and walks away with millions of dollars, that money's coming back in some form. And that's only one form of corruption. The biggest thing is what they do to our country. They're taking massive amounts of money and spending it on items. I went through a list of 200 expenditures that were made, and I found 3 that looked like they were reasonable. Okay, 3. And we'll be talking about that tomorrow. We have a lot of stuff. And I want to commend Elon because he's done a fantastic. He doesn't need this. He's abused by you people every day. He's found more things than anybody could find. I think he's got the credibility to do it. I know he does. And it's his group of people. They started off with 12. I call them 12 geniuses. They started off with 12, and they went to 20 and 25, and now they're up to almost 100.
Thank you, Vil Moragar, for the 10 community to get the subs.
That's taken place. And then you have judges that are activists, and they sit there and they say, oh, as an example, $59 million going to a little small group in New York City. You get nothing going to North Carolina to help nothing. They say, we don't have any money because they've given it away on the border. But you have nothing. What they did to North Carolina is a shame. And then they sent $59 million to New York City for a hotel for a little bit of nothing, what they've done. A hotel that was not luxury, that's getting luxury rates for migrants, where they're making a fortune. And we catch them. But a judge says, well, even though it may be a fraud, you have to send the money in anyway. Send the money. I said, wait a minute. We have money that shouldn't go because we caught it before it was sent out. But they want the money to go anyway. And I think you're going to have a lot of things to look at, Pam. I really do. What's going on with this whole thing? And this is just one group. We haven't talked about Department of Education. We haven't talked about the military. We haven't talked about a lot of things that are very big. And what's happened is, as an example, you'll have cases where you have a 3-month contract, and maybe the guy that signs a contract leaves. Maybe he gets rich. All of a sudden he leaves for that reason. But you have a 3-month contract.
Smash the fash. Thank you for the 15 gifted.
The contract is sitting there, and the people signing the checks don't know it's 3 months, and it goes on for years. The 3 months turns out to be 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. Just goes on forever. And the guy on the other side of the contract just keeps getting check after check after check because Elon had an expression yesterday because nobody cares. It's a great expression. Nobody cares. The guy that signed the contract didn't care. Maybe there, may not be there. Maybe be crooked. Who knows? But you have to care. Otherwise, you can't really run a thing like that, or you can't run a country, really, because there's so many transactions, thousands and thousands of transactions. And if you don't have people that care, you're going to lose control. And that's what's happened. And we've caught it. Now, what we caught is billions and billions of dollars, but it's a tiny fraction of the real number because you can never catch the real number because people have gotten away with tremendous amounts of money. But I said we have to make our government smaller, more efficient, more effective, and a lot less expensive. And we could find $1 trillion, but we're being hindered by courts where they file in certain courts where it's very hard to win.
Thank you for the 10 gifted.
And a judge will stop us, and a judge will say that it doesn't make any difference what you find. You just keep paying the money. That's a hell of a way to be. And I follow the courts. I have to follow the law. All it means is that we appeal. But that gives people time to cover their tracks. And that's what they do. So it's a very bad thing that's taking place. But hopefully the courts will be fair. They don't have to be very fair. They just have to be a little bit fair, because this is so egregious what's taken place. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Nobody's seen numbers like this. These are massive numbers. $9 million for somebody to go and stand in a store and see how people shop. Okay? I mean, you take a look at these things. It's a disgrace. And then you have a country that we want to make America great again. It's very hard to make America great again when you have things like this. And you're going to see the same thing. Department of Education is going to be a disaster. The military, I mean, I see it. Look, I came in, they had a contract done, as you know, for $5.7 billion for airplanes. It was Air Force One with Boeing. 5.7. I got it down to $4 billion, little less than that, 1 penny less than that. $3,999,999 and 99 cents. I said, has to have a 3 in front of it, because I wouldn't sign the contract for $5.7 billion. I was able to cut $1.7 billion off the price, and it didn't take me long. $1.7 billion. If people would care, they'd be able to do that with every single contract that's put before them, and we wouldn't have deficits. We'd have nothing but a tremendously low-taxed, wonderful country. But they have to care. And speaking of that, you know, Boeing, we're not happy with the service we're getting in terms of those planes. They would like to get more money.
DEI.
We're not happy about.
They're doing too much DEI
at Boeing. We signed a very strong
Boeing
contract. I signed a guaranteed maximum contract, which they haven't seen in a long time. And they're saying they're getting hurt by it. But they have to produce the product, and we expect them to produce the product. They have to produce the product. They agreed to build planes at a certain price. They're not used to that. They're used to having time and material contracts, where it's whatever it costs, time and material, no dates, no anything, and it ends up costing 5 times more. You look at some of the ships that have been built. Take a look at the Gerald Ford, the aircraft carrier, the Ford. It was supposed to cost $3 billion. It ends up costing like $18 billion. And they make, of course, all electric catapults, which don't work. And they have all magnetic elevators. They lift up 25 planes at a time, 20 planes at a time. And instead of using hydraulic, like on tractors that can handle anything from hurricanes to lightning to anything, they use magnets. It's a new theory. Magnets are going to lift the planes up, and it doesn't work. And they had billions and billions of dollars of cost overruns. I met the architect. I said, have you designed a ship before? This is one of the biggest ships in the world. It's like landing at LaGuardia Airport. But you look at the kind of waste, fraud, and abuse that this country is going through, and we have to straighten it out. We have great people going into the military in terms of we need ships, we need a lot of things. We have great people we have business people going in. But when you look at what's happened to our purchasing, and when you look at the USAID, when you look at the things that they're giving to them, the billions of dollars that they're giving to, and it doesn't make sense. It is interesting that when you're looking for fraud, you look at items, hundreds of items, and you'll find one or two, maybe, if you're lucky. Here's something where you look at it, and they're all fraudulent. You know, by just looking at the topic, they're all fraudulent, except it's the opposite. You'll find one or two that's like a legitimate reason. So I just want to thank Elon for going through it. I want to thank all the people that are working with him. You know, we have a big group of people. I think the lowest IQ is about 160. That's very high. I think you have a couple of 182s in there, but they're doing a fantastic job. He doesn't need it, and they don't need it. But we're showing things, and it's going to be it's a big. People have no idea how important it is. Yeah.
So how soon do you want the Department of Education to be closed?
Oh, I'd like it to be closed immediately. Look, the Department of Education's a big con job. We're ranked, so they rank the top 40 countries in the world. We're ranked number 40th, but we're ranked number 1 in one department, costs per pupil. So we spend more per pupil than any other country in the world, but we're ranked number 40. We've been between 38 and 40. The last time I looked, it was 38, and then I looked 2 days ago. It came out the new list. It came out at number 40, so we're ranked 40. Norway,
Denmark, Sweden. I hate to say it, China.
Countries famously with all private education.
And that's our
famously
primary
privatized
competitor.
education.
We're ranked number 40.
Famously decentralized and
we're
privatized
ranked
education
number 40.
countries.
That means something's really wrong, right? And I say send it back to Iowa, to Idaho, to Colorado. Send it back to places that, and there are a lot of Indiana. You have a great new governor. You have a great senator that Jim Banks just got elected. You got great people. I'll tell you what, Indiana is going to be fantastic. We probably have 35, maybe 37 states that will do as well as Denmark, Norway, Finland, Sweden. They'll be just as good. Then you have the ones that we all know about. It'll be the same story. But you know what? Even they will be good. Because you look at New York, you give it to Westchester County, you give it to Long Island, you give it to Nassau County, you give it to Suffolk County. Same thing you go out to, and you give it to upstate New York. So you'd have 4 or 5 sections. You give it to Manhattan. Manhattan's a little bit tougher for some reason. I don't know why it would be tougher, but it is. You give to California, and you go to various areas outside of Los Angeles, and you might have 6 or 7 different subgroups. But generally, like if you go to Iowa, you give it to Iowa. You don't have subgroups, you have Iowa. And other places that do a good job. If they do a good job, they're going to do a great job in education. Those places will be every bit as good as the various countries that do so well. All the time, it's the same countries that are doing well. And so we have a Department of Education where people from Washington, D.C., who in many cases don't care about the kids out in the country. They don't care about the farms and the farmer's daughter and the farmer's sons. We have a massive bureaucracy in Washington, D.C. We have buildings that are all over the city. Department of Education. I never said Department of Education's on all these buildings. By the way, nobody shows up to work because they're all working at home. You know, quote, working at home. They're not working at home. And a lot of them have second jobs. And that's the other thing that Elon Musk is looking at. How many of these people are getting checks, working at home, but they're not working because they have second jobs and even third jobs? You're going to find a lot of them. And those people are going to be fired because we have to make our government smaller. All right, one more question. Yeah, Jennifer, go ahead. Nice to see you.
Oh, thank you, sir. 2 questions, one on Ukraine again, and then another one on the Kennedy Center. Do you think that as far as your negotiating tactics go, did Pete Hegseth take away some of your negotiating abilities with Putin by taking Ukraine's sovereign integrity off the table, by taking...
No, I haven't done that. I'm backing Ukraine. I'm backing Ukraine. Don't say that. I'm approving, but I do want security for our money. You know, Europe is getting security. You know that, right? They're giving their money in the form of a loan. Nobody knows that. And why are we at $350 billion and Europe, which doesn't separate with an ocean like we do, we have a little thing called an ocean in between. Why is it that Europe is paying $200 billion less than us to help Ukraine? Very similar size. If you add up all the European countries, it's a little bit smaller than the U.S. in terms of the economy. Why is it that they're not paying the kind of numbers that they should be paying? And then on top of it, and I've been saying this to Biden, I told Biden, I said, you ought to be asking for either a loan or some kind of a security, like their oil and gas or something for the money, because you're putting up much more money than Europe, and you have no security. Europe's putting up a much smaller amount, and it's in the form of a loan, because we have people that were incompetent in the last administration, grossly incompetent, and we're changing it. But we change it, and all we do is we get hit by lawsuits from the radical left all the time. But here we are. We stand, and I guess we've done okay. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank God Donald Trump ended it just in time for PlayStation State of Play, which we will be moving into before we get back to the news, obviously. But we're gonna be taking a sidestep into PlayStation State of Play for a little bit, for an hour, as it starts in 6 minutes and 57 seconds. Okay. But he wanted to watch it too. Yeah, that's probably why. He's a big PlayStation head, I think. I can't wait for 2028 when Biden will have his revenge and save us. Oh, yeah. Also, one thing I wanted to talk about with respect to pure graft. Armored Tesla forecast to win $400 million State Department contract after Trump's election, government document shows. Thank you. Thank God. Thank God we have Elon Musk eliminate corruption, dude. This is once again unironically eliminating, okay? This is once again unironically ruining America's military might. This is the best possible anti-imperialist action you could engage in, okay? Straight up. JD Pondon done did it again, okay? JD Pondon destroying the American military might, American military capabilities by forcibly purchasing Elon Musk's shit-ass cars that we all laughed at when when Ramazan Kadyrov was talking about how Cybertrucks are fantastic in battlefield. It's a great car for battle. And everybody laughed at it. And now Donald Trump's like, no, Cybertrucks are great. They're great for the battlefield. It's awesome. Stocks are tanking, so they need to do something. Yeah. Nah, they got mad car chargers in war zones. Yeah, no, definitely. Definitely. The procurement forecast is listed as having been modified on December 13th, 2024, a month after Donald Trump's election. The State Department did not immediately respond for a request to comment under the heading extent completed. The documents reads merely to be determined. Now, we don't know if this will happen or not, but not even legal in the EU. Yeah, obviously, neither are tanks, chatter. It's funny to me, though, that obviously, like, Cybertrucks are awful. Like, they're barely fine to use off-road. Very cool. Very cool. This is going to unironically light the goddamn military members on fire. Okay? Yeah, they're barely fine to use on the road. And yes, I know that they're not legal in the EU. It doesn't matter. Neither are many of the American... Wait, what? He's still going? What is happening? Oh, no, this is a replay, I think. It's going to it's going to go across enemy lines. It's going to auto drive into enemy lines. They making you commit when suiciding as they lock you in. You just hate Cybertruck because you hate Elon? I mean, I hate Elon because, yes, Cybertruck plays a role in why I hate Elon, because it's exactly the same kind of dumb shit that he does that people glaze for no reason. Anyway, speaking of people saying the quiet part out loud, let's take a look before we move on to the PlayStation State of Play, because the event is about to start in a couple minutes. Okay, why is this not fucking staying live? It's so goddamn annoying. Okay, I will play one last video from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth.
The United States does not believe that NATO membership for Ukraine is a realistic outcome of a negotiated settlement. Instead, any security guarantee must be backed by capable European and non-European troops. If these troops are deployed as peacekeepers to Ukraine at any point, they should be deployed as part of a non-NATO mission, and they should not be covered under Article 5. There also must be robust international oversight of the line of contact.
Oh, basically everything you said about the outcomes for Ukraine are coming to pass. Yes, that's what that reporter meant when they asked if Hegseth cucked Trump's negotiation. I don't think so. I think Hegseth is not operating without Donald Trump's go-ahead. That would be ridiculous. All right, I have to pee. Hold on. 1 second. Am I the GOAT? You are the GOAT. U.S. Defense Chief suggests Ukraine should abandon hope of winning all territory back from Russia. Yeah, I know. He said that. I know he said that. All right, 10, 9, 8. Let's go. Let's go. The freaking PlayStation event State of Play is upon us. Remember, we'll go back to the news once this is over.
I had no idea just how big the world is.
And my food is here. Let's go. Wokester Hunter? No. Monster Hunter's not woke. It's Japanese.
Stand witness to how its existence unfolds.
We will do the classic thing as we tune into Asmongold's chat in a little bit. Don't worry. I'll pull it up when they're looking at... I'll pull up Asmongold's chat when they're looking at, like, women. Don't worry. I love doing that. It is now officially my favorite way to consume this content.
皆さんこんにちは。モンスターハンターワイルズプロデューサーの辻本です。無料タイトルアップデート第1弾の追加モンスターとして玉光が決定いたしました。この他にもタイトルアップデート第1弾で追加されるコンテンツはまだありますが、詳細は改めてお知らせしたいと思っております。本作は発売後に 数回のタイトルアップデートを予定しています。タイトルアップデート計画については追ってお知らせしますので、今後の情報にご期待ください。2月28日の発売まであと少し、皆様に楽しんでいただけることを心よりお待ちしております。本日の発表は以上となります。引き続きステートオブプレイをお楽しみください。
Yes, Ono Hawaiian barbecue. It's grilled teriyaki chicken. Don't ask me what I'm eating. It's always chicken.
Forged to unleash vengeance. More than a weapon, it is the soul of a shinobi. No obstacle can stand in their way. Soaring where others would not dare. Striking with lethal precision. Each weapon a tool. Each tool a part of the whole. This is the master of the shinobi.
This looks sick.
The legend continues.
This does not look sick. Mario Kart Sony PlayStation Edition? I don't understand. Isn't Sonic supposed to run? This doesn't make any sense. Why is he in a car? He's literally slower in a car.
Come unbound from the laws that govern reality. Turn the...
An apocalypse looms over parallel worlds.
Zelda.
As their fates begin to
Pog, Japan. Nihon.
The battle to alter destiny begins. Embark on a journey alongside gods, heroes, and monsters of bygone eras. The anomalies, known as Digimon.
Oh my god. So they're just doing Pokemon, but with guns?
Seize the future. Together. The story of a bond that transcends time.
I'm not even joking. I think this could be better than the same slop that they put forward over at Nintendo.
大家好，我是《输入之魂》的创作者杨斌。从一名独立开发者到今天与 PlayStation 携手，这一路走来已历经10年。《输入之魂》结合了流畅爽快的战斗体验与丰富多样的世界设计，玩家将在各具风格的场景中探索，面对充满个性的敌人，同时与有趣的角色互动，逐步揭开精彩的故事。
Wait a minute, that ain't
接下来，
Japanese.
我非常激动地向大家展示全新的
That don't
游戏预
sound
告，
like
并正式
Japanese
确
to
认
me.
游戏的发布日期。
What? China hero?
Keep having the same dream. A horrible dream. Where
Hold on
monsters
now.
invade our world. Powerful being falls from the sky. And when it seems they might vanquish the invaders, the dream ends. Is this really just a dream? My only hope lies with you.
Come, Kaiser. We will travel across worlds, leap through dimensions, together. I see great power within you.
Chat, stop being fucking cringe.
Waiting to be fulfilled.
Asmongold's chat doesn't freak out when they see a woman they can fap to. You do not understand how this works. That's a woman they can fap to. That's not DEI. If you can masturbate to the woman, then it's good. They also like Chinese gaming because China is anti-woke. You don't know the dynamics. Shut up. Pull Asmongold's chat up. There's a woman on screen. That's not how it works. They love masturbating to Asian women.
You must.
Then give me your power, Arena.
You are not the chat whisperer. I am.
Hi everyone, I'm Sean Benson. We've got
Oh,
several
this is
updates
woke. Hold
today
on.
from partners around the world.
Now this-
Starting with news from the Like a Dragon series. First up,
This.
a playable demo of Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii arrives on PS5 this Friday. Players could try out
See?
2 battle styles, including Goromaji's new
Dumbasses.
Sea Dog
I know.
style,
I
as
know
well
what's
as engage in
poppin'.
naval battles at the Pirates Coliseum. Sega and Mint Rocket joined forces in Ichiban's Holiday, a new crossover DLC coming to Dave the Diver. Ichiban Kasuga and other Like a Dragon characters team up to thwart a gang of troublemakers in classic beat-em-up style, all while perfecting new recipes at Bancho Sushi. Dave the Diver Ichiban's Holiday arrives this April on PS5 and PS4.
Wait, how do I pull out the chat?
The Splitgate 2 alpha begins February 27th on PS5. Use portals and futuristic physics to dominate the arena, and play a new 24-player mode where 3 teams compete on a massive map.
How do I just get the chat from a different community?
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Paul Heyman. I'm here to give you an exclusive first look in the future of the WWE 2K franchise.
All right, I got it.
The Island. With The Island, players enter an online environment filled with WWE-themed landmarks, quests, live events, and shops with up to 50 other players at a time. The Island also offers deep customization, giving players the chance to personalize their My Superstars like never before. As the first of its kind for the franchise, The Island is not just an addition, it's a bold step toward the future. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to The Island.
What the fuck is this?
Sup, I'm Randy from Gearbox. And I'm Randy from Gearbox. And you know why we're here? We're here for you. Are you ready? It's 2025, and every day we are getting closer to the launch of Borderlands 4. Let's go!
Pog, another Borderlands. Wow, I can't believe they made a video game for the best movie of last year. This doesn't have the same jovial attitude.
So badass, so much fun. I want more. We don't have to wait long now. Borderlands 4 is going to break free for a special state of play this spring, focused exclusively on Borderlands 4. And we're diving deep, you guys. Join us. Borderlands 4, state of play for combat, vault hunters, action skills, exploration and discovery, everything. You're gonna see more guns than you can even count. All on PlayStation 5, but Randy, do you have anything else for us? I think I do, Randy. Well, what is it? Don't hold out on me, Randy.
You in what army?
Yeah. Baby bird. Who wants a launch date for Borderlands 4? This Randy. Well, Borderlands 4 launches worldwide for everyone on September 23rd, 2025. We got work to do. See you in spring.
I love when my favorite character says, "Oh, he's standing right behind me, isn't he?"
But I really
Did I miss DEI? Oh, DEI!
Nice to meet you too.
More of your crazy stories. My crazy stories. But how are we supposed to get out of here if we don't start to trust each other?
I don't need your trust.
Well, I kind of need yours.
2, 1!
It takes DEI.
I took inspiration for this story.
More women.
Look at all of this.
It's amazing. I base the story around my dad. All I can do is write this silly story. Oh, we'll face it together. We got this.
Yeah.
Miley, are you for real, Zoe?
I wrote it when I was a kid.
What sort of double child were you?
Hands above your head.
What now?
I did not sign up for this.
Brace yourself, Zoe!
Maybe they're being sarcastic. They absolutely are not.
Status report. Looks like it penetrated through there. We need to inspect the hull damage first.
More DEI.
Doesn't look too bad. Doesn't look too good either. What is that? You feeling all right?
My body's going one way and my mind's going another.
What is that? This ship is infected with an alien organism. It still doesn't feel real sometimes.
Never forget.
Yeah, the woke mind virus, it seems. Look at all the people of color and the short-haired women.
Lord have mercy.
Do you think Williams knows more about this substance than he's letting on? No. We can't take any chances with him.
It can manipulate its physical appearance. It's changing its cellular structure. It's replicating the human form. It's replacing us.
I know this will be difficult to hear.
Another USAID-funded video game, chat. Scary game? No, I play all these games. What are you talking about? It's The Quarry. This is the one type of scary game I do play because it doesn't require too much hand-eye coordination. Like, it's just QTE.
So let me explain the situation. There's Edwin missing. Abyss
simple. That he was you get your repeat.
Is Five Nights at Freddy's woke? Is Freddy Fazbear woke? By the way, I've seen no bangers so far.
Greetings from Moonhood. We're the creators of the Midnight Walk. Cozy horror game created entirely in clay, where you will journey down a nightmarish highway riddled with terrors that want to devour you and your little lantern creature, Hot Boy. Together with your little friend, you must outsmart these terrors and bring back fire to this mad world we've handcrafted for you. So please enjoy this short gameplay preview.
That's sick. I like the art style.
One woke from a deep slumber.
Fire? I'd almost forgotten how it felt. You're the caretaker of this little firecracker? I reckon you must be headed for Moon Mountain. Am I right?
Use yours to make things clear.
This looks cool.
Special thanks to Klaus and Olaf for that updated look at the Midnight Walk. Up next, a quirky new adventure from Konami. In Darwin's Paradox, you play as Darwin, a clever octopus who finds himself dumped near a highly suspicious food processing center. Use Darwin's natural camouflage and thinking skills to escape the facility and save the world.
I might actually play this.
From aliens.
Oh, this is sick.
We're excited to reveal a brand new title from Koei Tecmo Games and Omega Force. Warriors Abyss, a roguelite spin on the Warriors franchise. Descend into hell, call on powerful allies, and experiment with tons of playstyle combinations to send the enemy hordes flying. A roguelite hell awaits when Warriors Abyss launches on PS5 and PS4 later today.
I think her nose is stuffed.
For whom are you working? I won't forgive you. Prepare yourself!
A PS2-era classic returns with Onimusha 2, Samurai's Destiny. Capcom is enhancing the original game with HD graphics
I just got
and a host of
PTSD flashback. I just got hit with a wave of nostalgia.
Immerse yourself in Jubei's hard-boiled journey and fight through a world of turmoil alongside trusty allies. Onimusha 2 Samurai's Destiny comes to PS4 on May 23rd and will be available for pre-order later today. Looking to 2026, let's check out a new trailer for Capcom's latest entry in the series, Onimusha Way of the Sword.
Did she say PS4? Did she say coming to PS4? Did I mishear? I guess it's a PlayStation 2 remake anyway, but...
Miyamoto Musagi! 強さの証明だろ。勝てばそれでいい。てめえらごときがいくら束になってこようが。やべえ。いや、そう。
Chat, this is the OG Sekiro.
気合い入れすぎだろ。
ご無事で何よりです。
お前、なんだ。
Onimusha, Ninja Gaiden, these are games that are so goddamn difficult.
Colonel, tighten the security on this place. He's coming here, I'm sure of it. America is out to destroy the Shadowheart and get its hands on your inheritance. The Philosopher's legacy. Then they're out to kill me as well.
No! Oh my God!
What's the story between you
Oh
and
my
the
God!
boss?
Oh my God! I'm nutting! I'm nutting! I'm nutting! I'm nutting! I'm nutting! I'm nutting!
The Cobras will take care of him.
Oh, it's just 3. It's just 3. I got. Wait. Was that 1? Was that 1? Was that a remaster of 1? Am I crazy? It looked like it was a remaster of 1. It looked like it was a remaster of 1. The first frame was from 1. Oh, it's just Snake Eater. I mean, it's still awesome.
Why'd you come back? There's nothing for you here. Go home. Go back to your boss.
I thought it was like a complete remake of MGS1.
There is nothing America can do to stop us.
I mean, I'm still nutting. It's still awesome.
I'm not finished yet.
No, I know this was announced. Chat, I prematurely nutted, okay? Because I thought it's all 3 Asan. No, it's not. It's just 3. I prematurely nutted because that port is the first port you arrive at in Metal Gear Solid 1. And I thought for a second that they were remastering 1 as well. I pre-nutted, I pre-fired my nut. Oh, It's okay. I will still play this and I will enjoy every moment of it. It's an incredible, it's probably the best one in the franchise.
When the fury of emotions sparks the wildfire of violence, it dissolves our illusions and exposes the fragile structure of reality.
I have 1,000 questions. Why did you come back?
I stood in the home I was born in. In that moment, I felt a connection.
Epsilon 11, sound off. Where are my men?
They're gone.
Fuck.
What happened?
Madness, hatred, and lots of it. Impossible. It's you. We've begun to uncover.
This is DS2, isn't it? Or is it? There's no celebrities in it. It looks Kojimbo. Hell Is Us? It looked very Kojimbo, and it looked like it was a Strand type game. But the only thing that gave it away was that there's no like incredibly famous actors in it.
I'm sorry.
Like more famous than Adam Jensen.
Want to know the year? What a pleasure to meet a stalker worthy of the name. It's been far, far too long.
Oh, my forever friend. Help me to hold your hand and dance.
You're not the puppet I was expecting. Who are you?
She was looking for someone.
Gay Bloodborne. Bloodborne is already gay.
She stepped up only because no one else could. Too many stalkers were lost to that evil.
Dude, maybe no. Bloodborne is gonna do. They're gonna do a remaster, dude. Bloodborne remaster incoming.
I'll do whatever it takes. Your survival is all that matters. Nothing else comes close, not even my life. I swear I won't be late. Not again.
Twink Bloodborne. Bloodborne is also Twink. Bloodborne is coming, dude. If they do a Bloodborne remaster, I'll do a marathon. That's how much I know. They're never gonna do a Bloodborne remaster, even though they should. I've never done a marathon. If they did a Bloodborne remaster, I would do a marathon. Weeb eating with chopsticks? I'm eating Asian food. Shut up. I'm eating teriyaki chicken.
Where do you think doors have eyes? We don't know where our children will put down roots.
Someone said Team Labs with guns.
皆さんこんにちは。Qゲームスのクリエイティブディレクターのバイオンです。私の最新作ドリームオブサナザーはいかがだったでしょうか。破壊なくして想像はないというテーマのもと、ドリームオブサナザーではシューティングゲームの常識を覆す体験ができます。武器で傷つけたり破壊するのではなく、抽象化している散らばった世界を具体化して想像することができるのです。本作ではポイントクラウドというテクノロジーを採用し、プレイヤーは幻想的な夢の世界へダイナミックな変化を与えることができます。
Thank God it's not like a queer-looking woman with blue hair saying this, so that it's not DEI. My man is dripped out in Issei Miyake, by the way. Home, please.
And I'm excited to share even more PlayStation news in today's show.
Dude was rocking the Issei Miyake.
Days Gone Remastered. The definitive version of Ben Studios' post-apocalyptic open-world epic comes to PS5 with VRR support and PS5 Pro support. It also includes added content like permadeath and speedrun modes, an enhanced photo mode, new
people from
accessibility
Thailand
features,
play this fucking game on TikTok live all the time, and it looks so cool when they play it. And I'm always like, what is this game? Now I know the name of the game. My TikTok live always has some like dude from Thailand playing this fucking game, or dude from India playing this fucking game.
Days Gone Remastered launches on PS5.
It looks
April
so
25th.
sick.
New DLC is coming to Stellar Blade this June.
Pog!
The sci-fi action game is partnering with Goddess of Victory Nikke on a new boss battle,
Pog!
collectible dolls
More
and
ass,
stickers,
more
plus
titties,
a
I
new
hope.
outfit. Both the Nikke DLC and the PC version of Stellar Blade launch this June. We've got some great PlayStation Plus updates today, starting with game catalog titles arriving on February 18th. Star Wars Jedi Survivor, Top Spin 2K25, and launching in a game catalog, Lost Records Bloom and Rage from the creators of Life is Strange.
Did you girls ever see anything weird around these parts?
Oh,
In
perfect
this
time for
episodic
Asmin's
adventure,
chat.
players will join 4 high school girls living through the defining summer of their lives. What begins as a tale of friendship will eventually blend reality, dreams, and the unknown into a dual timeline narrative. The first episode of Lost Records Bloom and Rage arrives February 18th, with the second episode arriving in April. We're also excited to confirm 2 unique indie titles that will launch into game
Someone said
catalog
life
later
is
this year.
DEI in the Asmongold chat,
Explore a
which is so
mysterious
funny
mansion
because
and
Life is
blueprints.
Strange is the most DEI
genre-bending
game of all
architectural
time.
adventure.
What the fuck do you mean life is DEI?
Every door is a new decision as you build out a sprawling manor with 45 shifting rooms, adding layers
Someone
of strategy,
unironically said
puzzles,
US
and
aid.
exploration. Blueprints launches day 1 into game catalog this spring. Abiotic Factor is a 6-player survival crafting game from Playstack and Deepfield Games. Stranded miles beneath the surface, you and a team of scientists must craft ingenious gear and traps to outwit your enemies and make this bizarre underground complex your new home. Abiotic Factor will be available in game catalog when it launches this summer. Now let's get a sneak peek at games coming to the PlayStation Plus Classics catalog. Coming soon are the first 3 Armored Core titles from the original PlayStation: Armored Core Project Phantasma, and Armored Core Master of Arena.
Not even
Meanwhile,
remastered?
Patapon 3 slides its way into the Classics catalog next week.
I don't play Armored Core anyway. It doesn't matter to me, but
No one knows how that world came into being. It devoured everything from the past. Only I was left. That was a fatal mistake.
It's the aura of the Grail pieces. I can sense it. As long as it is reforged.
My wish can be fulfilled.
no, it's not woke.
But
It's not
wishes
woke. They
come
can
at a
fap to the
price.
girls.
To pursue one's wishes is to court one's doom.
What's up with the frame rate, dude?
Holy Grail. Blood. This is a feast only for the king.
Gwendolyn, this is your final warning.
Yeah, bro, they can fap to her and she's super white.
My quarrel lies not with you, but I will take back everything that belongs to me.
Chatters that keep saying DEI souls
Even
don't
if the
understand.
price is
This is
my soul.
Asmongold approved. If there's a woman in a
table is
game,
dead. It
you have to be able to
exists no
masturbate to her vociferously. If you can't masturbate to her because she's like not immediately abiding by heteronormative standards, then it's DEI.
How do you feel? Is something bothering you?
Just some noise in my core.
Deep down in the depths of Vulcan, you must retrieve the Architect's core.
They will send everything they have to stop us.
You know I would never want to see you hurt. But the path we walk demands the extreme.
I remember you.
Run away.
My memory's still a bit blurry. Remember?
DS! Showtime!
I have these gaps inside my head.
Satellite gives us a 10-minute window. You made it.
That's just leftover hardware. It's been decommissioned.
Oh, they're saying DEI because he's black. Oh, they're saying DEI because he's black.
All I know is that Silver Corp is a piece of my story.
Ah!
Cover you. All this time you just wanted answers about the tech in your head? Are you kidding me? This thing has ruined my life.
You have no idea who you're dealing with. After what you did, we should have left you in the desert. This is not the first time we've had a fatal error with your tech.
DS, make it stop! Make it stop!
I know what I have to do. This is the only way.
Is this shittier Cyberpunk? Like, what the hell is this?
Hello, I'm Leslie Benzies, director of Mind's Eye, Builder Rocket Boy's new action-adventure set in the fictional city of Red Rock, where AI and human greed collide to bring Earth to the precipice of collapse. All captured on PlayStation 5 Pro. We're now proud to share some gameplay footage with the explosive combat and high-octane driving that you can expect on PlayStation 5 later this year.
I'll give it a shot if it's ex-GTA devs.
What's going on in there?
It was an ambush. Do what you can. Do not lose her.
I will say the main character is not very hot, which I'm kind of annoyed by.
Proceeding on foot. I'm coming to you now.
The search and rescue bots. They're malfunctioning. They're attacking us.
I'll take. It's not fappable. I can't flick my bean to him.
Always comes back to this. This world. This
Kojimbo?
moment. This choice.
Is this Dune Awakening?
Every time the sun dies, madness reigns.
Oh wait, he has a
Everything
gun.
begins again. But after every death, I
know this
always
guy.
Come back stronger.
Wait, what the fuck? Wait, is that?
I know that you are.
Wait.
Here, and I will find you.
What the fuck? That's so funny. George Soros. US aid, baby! US aid funded!
Hey everyone, I'm Gregory Loudon.
Oh my god,
creative
this guy
director of
literally looks like
Housemarque.
Asmongold.
We
Wait,
are
hold on.
thrilled to announce that our latest game, Saros, is launching next year on PS5 and enhanced for PS5 Pro. Saros is the ultimate evolution of the Housemarque
Same
gameplay
hairline,
first
lol,
experience.
Bob.
It's a new single-player IP that builds on Returnal's award-winning third-person action. You play Arjun Devraj, performed by the brilliant Rahul Kohli. Arjun is a powerful enforcer searching for answers on a hostile shape-shifting planet.
That's
haunted
sick.
by
Dude, oh
ominous
my
secrets.
god. Being
All
mocap
of us
like
at
that
Housemarque
is so
can't wait to share
fire.
more about Saros, with our first look at gameplay coming later this year. Thanks for watching.
Wait, that's it? No. That's a joke, right? That's a joke, right? Wait, that's it? It didn't even last an entire hour? Like, yeah, I know that there was never going to be a Bloodborne, okay? There was never going to be a Bloodborne remaster because Sony is allergic to doing things right by the fans. They are allergic. They're fucking worse than Nintendo. At least Nintendo loves a good remaster. Nintendo will serve you the same hot garbo without fixing it over and over again. Sony refuses. We need 11 more Last of Us. You know what we need? Last of Us. We need it 18 more times. We need Skyrim and Last of Us. We will keep serving you that over and over again. Oh, you want Bloodborne? Oh, you want 60 FPS Bloodborne? Suck my dick. That seems like a really sound business decision. And we fucking hate doing that. Okay? Yeah. Guess what, dude? Here's the most expensive paperweight of all time. PlayStation 5. What a wonderful state of play that was, dude. Half of it is shit that's for the PS4. Nothing. Rarely any new games coming in with a new engine. Oh my god. It is ridiculous. The state of affairs for gaming is dire, dude. It is fucking dire. And dummies will look at this. Dummies will look at this and be like, it's DEI, brother. It's like, no, man. It's capitalism. Always has been, always will be. We are just lying now. They announced like 5 PS5 games. Yeah, they were not great. It's so expensive to make these games. Yeah, I know. The news has made you cynical. No, I think that was mid. The only thing that made me nut was Metal Gear Solid. Maybe I'm becoming old. Maybe I am literally exactly like these guys who constantly chirp about how games don't hit no more. Games don't hit no more. Maybe that's the reason. Because I'm getting old and games don't have that same impact on my life. But I do think that like a lot of those games were kind of mid. The Octopus game was cool, but it's not like that's not a fucking world-changing game, you know? They made a game just for Hasanabi? What is this?
This game is like a human ant farm set in historical China and has 52,000 wishlists on Steam so far. If this real-time gameplay seems too good to be true, here's even more things the developers have promised. You'll be able to build your own tavern, raise your animals, design homes, solve mysteries.
That's crazy. When did they abolish landlords? It's in the DLC. Monhan, Liza P, Onimushi. Onimusha is sick. They don't hit though. They're all the same. When most devs are swallowed up by 5 publishers, everyone's plan is safe. No, Onimusha's sick, but the thing that I got the most excited about is a remaster of Metal Gear Solid 3. And I got extra excited and I pre-nutted, I pre-came, because I thought it was also not just a remaster of Metal Gear Solid 3, but also of 1 and 2. You know? I don't know, man. I think you're just being cynical, no hate. Have you seen this? Only China devs are good now. What is this? What the fuck? What the fuck am I looking at? What is that? Showa American Story? Why is there no audio?
ゾンビとは過去に囚われ、抜け出せない者たちです。
Wait, that's not...
彼ら
That's
は真
Japanese.
の解雇主義者なのですよ。
Why'd you say Chinese devs? That's Japanese. Wait, it's a Chinese dev making the game in Japanese? That's such a funny way. Dude, that is such a funny way to infiltrate the goddamn American market by using American racism against them. They're like, oh yeah, we're Japanese. Look at us. We're Asian. Duh. We're not the bad kind of Asian, not Chinese. We're Japanese. Saros from the Returnal devs is exciting. Yeah, that game is going to be good, I think. I guess when you think about it, they literally did that with Genshin Impact, right? They do that with all the gacha games. All of the Chinese gacha games are presented as Japanese games. Wukong, I'd say, is like the first truly Chinese game that penetrated the American marketplace. Now that I think about it, they always go kawaii and anime mode because they're like, Americans will be too racist if we do Chinese shit. Dude, this looks amazing. What the fuck is this? Is this Chinese Fallout, but like made to look like it's Japanese Fallout? Is this Chinese-made Japanese Fallout? What is happening in a zombie apocalypse? His Excellency was watching anime. I think this chain reaction started because, oh my God, Chinese-made Japanese Fallout. Of course, America falls apart when you sell America to the Japanese. They are instilling anti-Japanese sentiment as well. Oh my God, this is soft power. This is soft power, dude. This is literally Chinese devs basically infiltrating the American marketplace and being like, you know who else hates the Japanese? We do. You should hate the Japanese just like we do. This is what happens if you let Japan purchase Texas. Okay, this game looks amazing. Senpai in the High Castle. Neo Tokyo. Dude, I'm gonna play the titties out of this thing. Oh my God, this game is amazing. Combat looks a little but what? That's the president? Oh my God! The president is a fucking weeb. That's why he sold Texas to Japan. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, this is amazing. Oh, every part of this. It's an alt future where Japan never stagnated and so they colonized the US. This is a future where America did not create an asset bubble for Japan and destroy the Japanese economy. This is a future where the Japanese economy kept growing. And of course, as is the case, a weeb president would gladly sell Texas to Japan. This is what it would be like if I was president. Except I would sell America to China, and it wouldn't be apocalyptic. It would be utopian. High-speed rail for all to consume. I'm absolutely playing this game. 100%. Coming 2025. When is it coming? This developer is based in Wuhan. Drama. I mean, inject this directly into my veins like COVID, dude. This is a better mind bio weapon. Q4 2025. Showa American story. That's not woke. It's so not woke because literally women are naked, pissing, and their faces can't even be seen. Their face is irrelevant. That's how not woke this is. Okay, this is amazing. This is the development team. Netcom is a work-life balance, equal opportunity group providing an open-minded and creative environment to pursue our mission, developing distinctive, memorable, and exciting interactive experiences for a global audience. Bro, they got a dude wearing glasses, like wearing tinted glasses as the top 3 people in the company. You know this shit is gonna bang, okay? You got a dude wearing sunglasses inside in their avatar. You know that shit is going to bang, okay? Zhangyu Luo, chairman, founder, chief executive producer. Oh my God, this is sick. No, they're transition lenses. I got transition lenses on too. Anyway, I work for a Chinese developer. They're snapping up Western devs who've been laid off with giant studios and really great pay. The games are also insanely interesting. They look to the Japanese and Western markets to influence their development and cater to a wider audience. They're very creative. She is winning. What is America supposed to do? Like, what can America do when they're pumping out games like this? What are you going to do? Ban this? You're going to ban these games, dude? You can't come after gamers. They took down USAID. Okay? They took down USAID. USAID tried to tackle gamers. They try to do Gamergate. And look what happened to USAID. It's gone now. Okay? Sex Pestiny be saying your glass lenses are fake. Amazing. I like that that's where we're at now with Hassan Bad arguments, that they say that my glasses are fake. That's insane. Amazing. Yeah, I have perfect vision, actually. I secretly. Yeah, my glasses are fake. Also, look at my ears. Look. You see? Do you see? Look. All right, let's get back to the news. That was a fun little... Have you had those Japanese frames fitted yet? No, I gave them to my glass person. I got three optics in Japan, and they're sick. And I'm very stoked to have them fitted with my optics. Anyway, you can literally see how the lenses distort the background. I know, but don't let that stop you from fantasizing that I'm a fake, a phony, and in every capacity, I'm a fake and a phony. That's precisely why I'm fake and phony, even with my glasses. I think that's what it is. It's just like, it's a constant sea of claiming that everything I do is fake and bad. And I think that's what it is. That's why they go after like incredibly silly shit that's like super easy to undermine. But basically, if people already are invested in the Hassan is bad narrative, they'll just go, yeah, I believe it. Anyway, yeah, wearing glasses every single day to own the libs. All right, let's get back to the not so great state of affairs in the United States of America, and specifically with respect to Ukraine. We have our not DEI, but instead DUI Defense Secretary. XQC, why are we in this stream? What? Why are people adding XQC? We have our not DEI, but DUI Secretary, or DUI hire, Secretary of Defense. Let's take a look.
is speaking. Let's listen.
The UDCG.
This is my first Ukraine Defense Contact Group, and I'm honored to join all of you today. And I appreciate the opportunity to share President Trump's approach to the war in Ukraine. We are at, as you said, Mr. Secretary, a critical moment. As the war approaches its third anniversary, our message is clear. The bloodshed must stop, and this war must end. President Trump has been clear with the American people and with many of your leaders that stopping the fighting.
Someone just say he knocked back a couple before after this. No, he knocked back a couple before this.
And reaching an enduring peace is a top priority. He intends to end this war by diplomacy and bringing both Russia and Ukraine to the table. And the U.S. Department of Defense will help achieve this goal. We will only end this devastating war and establish a durable peace by coupling allied strength with a realistic assessment of the battlefield. We want, like you, a sovereign and prosperous Ukraine. But we must start by recognizing that returning to Ukraine's pre-2014 borders is an unrealistic objective. Chasing this illusionary goal will only prolong the war and cause more suffering. A durable peace for Ukraine must include robust security guarantees to ensure that the war will not begin again. This must not be minced.
He's going to buy Gaza and Ukraine. Trump be like, oh, we just got to buy Ukraine. And then all of the issues are solved.
3.0.
And by buy, I mean, he's just going to take it. He's going to take the natural resources to be like, we can protect it. Great.
That said, the United States does not believe that NATO membership for Ukraine is a realistic outcome of a negotiated settlement. Instead, any security guarantee must be backed by capable European and non-European troops. If these troops are deployed as peacekeepers to Ukraine at any point, they should be deployed as part of a non-NATO mission, and they should not be covered under Article 5. There also must be robust international oversight of the line of contact. To be clear, as part of any security guarantee, there will not be U.S. troops deployed to Ukraine. To further enable effective diplomacy and drive down energy prices that fund the Russian war machine, President Trump is unleashing American energy production and encouraging other nations to do the same. Lower energy.
One of the most important arguments you and I made was that American support for countries like Ukraine is fickle, and that means we should expect they will be abandoned by the U.S. whenever it was politically expedient. To be fair, the reason why we're quote-unquote abandoning Ukraine is because this was inevitable, and that there's no more manpower unless you literally force 18-year-olds. Unless you force 18-year-old conscripts to go out and fight, and even then, you're still eviscerating the entirety of the Ukrainian youth at that point. That the end of this was always going to be inevitable. The end of this was always going to be in the battlefield, not necessarily with, wheels and deals. One of the most important arguments you and I made was that America's support for countries like this. Yes. So they always, the United States of America was always interested in the natural resources of Ukraine, and also a part of the industry of Ukraine that they could privatize and sell to foreign buyers for pennies on the dollar. And that's precisely what's happening now. That argument ignores the fact that we waited until Ukraine couldn't fight back anymore, thus having to accept any deal they get. No, that's not true. The real reason why we waited until Ukraine couldn't fight back anymore is because there's no more weapons that you can send if people that are holding those weapons are all dead. If Ukraine mounted a longer term defense, Donald Trump would be extending the war in Ukraine. Donald Trump would also be saying oh, I want to do a peace deal with Vladimir Putin, but he's not listening or whatever. Vladimir Putin is not playing ball, and they would continue along. Maybe the messaging would be a little different. What is happening with my freaking camera right now? It's really annoying. Working? Okay. Didn't you just say a bit ago that all wars are ended through treaty? Now you just said this would inevitably end on the battlefield? No, the terms of the treaty will be dictated by what is happening on the battlefield. But yes, all wars do end with treaties. This is a treaty that will happen at the end of this war as well. But who has leverage and how much more war can be fought is still dictated on the battlefield. Ukraine can still fight. Trump is just pulling the rug from under them. I don't know if there's enough appetite for Ukraine to continue fighting as well. Are you starting to agree with the U.S. government line? What is that?
Energy prices, coupled with more effective enforcement of energy sanctions, will help bring Russia to the table. Safeguarding European security must be an imperative for European members of NATO. As part of this, Europe must provide the overwhelming share of future lethal and non-lethal aid to Ukraine. Members of this contact group must meet the moment. This means donating more ammunition and equipment, leveraging comparative advantages, expanding your defense industrial base, and importantly, leveling with your citizens about the threat facing Europe. Part of this is speaking frankly with your people about how this threat can only be met by spending more on defense. 2% is not enough. President Trump has...
Lol, they're backstabbing the Euro, saying that the U.S. is done with war but keeping oil sanctions on Russia. Yeah, they're also forcing Europe to... forcing the Baltic states to move into an energy grid away from Russia, and all the natural gas that they are supposed to be getting from Russia, they shouldn't get from Russia, but they should get from us. This way, we get to make more money. That's it. You can do that. You can do that by undermining, by saying that Russia is bad because they are doing bad things, and then turn around and fill the void with more expensive gas that we are shipping into Europe. So this is why EU leaders are currently scrambling, trying to convince each other NATO isn't falling apart. NATO is not falling apart. There were plenty of European leaders that were also not on board with allowing Ukraine into NATO. America never was on board with allowing Ukraine into NATO. They just dangled that in front of the Ukrainian population as a salvation, as a solution, as a way to say, no, keep fighting our battle for us against Russia, and then maybe one day you'll be allowed into NATO. I repeated time and time again that Ukraine or Ukrainian interests were not important in this process. And the example I used back then that many people got mad at me over whenever I said, like, Ukrainian autonomy is not a part of this is not a part of this dynamic at all. Okay? Everybody got mad at me. They were like, how dare you say Ukrainian voices don't matter in this process? It was simply a way to market our involvement to a liberal audience. It was simply to say, look, these guys want to defend themselves from Russia, which is true, right? Having said that, we are the only ones who can supply them with weapons, okay, which is also true. But the real reasons why we wanted to, quote unquote, defend Ukraine wasn't because of Ukrainian emancipation. It was so that we could cut out a competitive energy provider and diminish a foreign adversary, which is the competitive energy provider, and its military capabilities, while using a fraction of our resources, offloading all of our older weapons into this country, and simultaneously incurring higher profits for the defense industry. And now, on top of everything else, we get to supply Europe with our LNG, as opposed to gas coming in from Russia. And Donald Trump looks like a peacekeeper. We get Ukrainian resources and control Ukrainian resources. And as far as, there was another thing I was going to mention, but I'm forgetting now. How is that not driving Europe into the arms of China? I mean, we'll see what happens with EU moving into the arms of China. I think Donald Trump is doing a lot of stuff that if you're a competent head of state, you probably would look to China as an alternative. But I think that at least a healthy amount of European white supremacy plays an active role in them never actually trusting China at all. So I doubt that they will find themselves in the throes of Chinese soft power.
Has called for 5%, and I agree. Increasing your commitment to your own security is a down payment for the future, a down payment, as you said, Mr. Secretary, of peace through strength. We're also here today to directly and unambiguously express that stark strategic realities prevent the United States of America from being primarily focused on the security of Europe. The United States faces consequential threats to our homeland, We must and we are focusing on security of our own borders. We also face a peer competitor in the communist Chinese with the capability and intent to threaten our homeland and core national interests in the Indo-Pacific. The U.S. is prioritizing deterring war with China in the Pacific, recognizing the reality of scarcity and making the resourcing trade-offs to ensure deterrence does not fail. Deterrence cannot fail for all of our sakes. As the United States prioritizes its attention to these threats, European allies must lead from the front. Together, we can establish a division of labor that maximizes our comparative advantages in Europe and Pacific, respectively. In my first weeks as Secretary of Defense, under President Trump's leadership, we've seen promising signs that Europe sees this threat, understands what needs to be done, and is stepping up to the task. For example, Sweden recently announced its largest ever assistance package. We applaud them for committing $1.2 billion in ammunition and other needed material. Poland is spending 5% of GDP on defense already, which is a model for the continent. And 14 other countries are co-leading capability coalitions. These groups are doing great work to coordinate Europe's contributions of legal assistance across 8 key capability areas. These are first steps. More must still be done. We ask each of your countries to step up on fulfilling the commitments that you have made. And we challenge your countries and your citizens to double down and recommit yourselves not only to Ukraine's immediate security needs, but to Europe's long-term defense and deterrence goals. Our transatlantic alliance has endured for decades.
Make no mistake, when they say we need Europe to spend a higher percentage of their GDP on their defense, what they actually mean is we need more money from Europe for our American manufactured weapons as a part of our security contracts. That's what they're saying. They want Europe to buy more American manufactured weapons. We don't manufacture shit other than weapons. So that's what this is. It's a forced pay package to the military industrial complex. It is a protection racket, and you are demanding more from the storefronts that you're protecting. That's it. That's what this is. Part of the deal to avoid American tariffs is to force Japan to buy American LNG and weapons. So they should try and buy weapons from other cheaper places like Russia. Yeah. What time does the song go on? Usually I feel bad for missing the stream start, 11 a.m. Pacific. But make no mistake, the previous administration, the Biden administration, did not reverse Trump's initial decisions in terms of increasing European military spending commitments. Okay? NATO dissolves in 2025 was not on my bingo chart. Bingo chart? No, NATO is not dissolving. Just like NATO didn't dissolve when Donald Trump forced NATO to spend more, NATO nations to spend more on weapons procurement and weapons purchases, a lot of which came from the United States of America, even though some of these countries also then started building up their own self-defense industries. Okay? And the Biden administration did not actually reverse that decision at all, because that was not the dissolution of NATO. It was a racket.
And we fully expect that it will be sustained for generations to come. But this won't just happen. It will require our European allies to step into the arena and take ownership of conventional security on the continent. The United States remains committed to the NATO alliance and to the defense partnership with Europe. Full stop. But the United States will no longer tolerate an
I would say, did the United States actually succeed in crippling Russia through Ukraine? No. But the United States is the one that actually benefited the most from Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Significantly more than Russia did. Okay? They were able to eat away at the Russian energy market. They were able to scare, like, Russia's actions terrified the rest of the world in terms of like what it looks like in a world where there's multipolarity, where Russia could turn around and behave in this like madman way. It's basically the ones that lost the most are Ukrainians, and the ones that lost the second most are Europeans in this process. EU's getting shellacked from both ends. They have to pay more for their energy. They have to get it from America. America is adding additional commitments. And you got a madman like Donald Trump basically using the European Union like a cumsock. It's the ones that are getting shellacked here harder are definitely Europe. Russia lost more than gained too. You bricking up. I think Russia lost a lot as well, certainly. Make no mistake. That's why I'm saying America won in this process. Russia also lost access to the European marketplace for energy, even though it probably pushed, especially with the Israel stuff, I think it probably pushed a lot of the global South nations further into Chinese and I guess in some instances Russian partnerships. But overall, the ones that made out the best in this process is the United States of America. Europe is headed down a very scary path right now. And I think a lot of the commitments to maintaining neoliberalism in a lot of the important EU nations is causing them even more harm, where many people laugh about Viktor Orban and Hungary, right? They think a lot of people look at Viktor Orban in Europe. A lot of EU leaders look at Viktor Orban and say, oh, that's just one guy. He's just like different. Except I think a lot of Western European nations are going to be reflecting Hungarian style politics fairly soon. Right-wing authoritarian fascists that maybe even play the both sides game, whether it be Russia or even dealing with China. The EU, would you say the EU is in worse shape than the US? I mean, the EU is definitely worse shape than the US. Yeah, every European Union country has their own version of Viktor Orban, and you're seeing more and more Viktor Orbans pop up everywhere. Respectfully, this is one of your worst takes to date. Really? You don't see the rise of far-right movements, like openly, actively fascist movements in every European Union country? Hassan doesn't understand Europe or Britain. EU frogs, I love you all. And I told you many years ago when you'd come in and laugh at America not having any social safety nets, I told you that it was coming. Okay? I told you that you are looking at your future. You are basically laughing at all of the stupid shit that we argue about here in America. You will argue about inevitably. Okay? The self-inflicted austerity in European countries was a self-inflicted wound that started a long time ago. It's not new. It's just finally getting to a point where people are sick and tired of the eviscerated social safety nets and are lashing out at whatever target they can in a very American fashion. And those targets are Muslims. Those targets are, whoever they think is the real enemy. It's never austerity. Meanwhile, in that process, as everyone is too busy fighting against immigrants and fighting against like Muslim refugees or whatever, the people in positions of power are maintaining their austerity regimes and simultaneously privatizing key sectors. When people say, Hassan, you don't understand UK politics or you don't understand European politics, I'm confused because what I see is virtually an identical process in the UK, for example, with the Reform Party. This is something I warned about in the immediate aftermath of the Labour victory. A right-wing, neoliberal Labour Party would inevitably make way for a growing fascist movement in the UK. And that is precisely what's happening. We've got a new government since 2 weeks, and it's nothing but austerity cuts with tougher immigration and increased defense budget. Our new defense minister is a huge Trump simp, same shit time and time again. That's why I'm saying, like, before you know it, your countries are going to be swept away by multiple Viktor Orbans. And I don't know why people personally think that is not going to happen when it's already started to happen long before you recognized it. Hassan, I think you're not entirely wrong, but wrong on this. You're wrong on Germany. I hope so. You understand EU politics. EU libs are a little more left, so they watch your stream, but they're still libs. No, I know. Also, my biggest haters are European Social Democrats that love NATO. These are the guys that at least are like, you know what? I don't agree with him on NATO stuff, but overall, I still kind of agree with him, especially when he's ripping into America's lack of social safety nets. Look at French politics. Look at even German politics with the AfD in Germany. Italy already has Meloni. The right, the fascist right, is growing after many years of center-right dominance and neoliberal dominance, and all the austerity that came alongside that. I think that it is inevitable. I literally joined a leftist Discord in Sweden today, and they saw that I followed you and called you evil and brain impaired. Then I was cooked for following you. Yeah, I mean, make no mistake. There's plenty of Democrats who also say I'm a fabulist. There's plenty of Democrats in the United States of America that fancy themselves to be progressive and simultaneously still talk about how the Democrats shouldn't be doing more. What do you mean? What's your expectation, Hassan? So there's, of course, going to be plenty of people who consider themselves to be leftists in Europe and in European countries who also feel that way in a similar vein. I am no fan, but reform are not Nazis. Racist, yes. Although they have a surprising number of people of color. It's why Farage distanced himself from Yaxley Lenin. The Second World War is still close to the British. I am no fan of the MAGA party, but they are no Nazis. Racist, yes. Although they have a surprising number of people of color. That's why Donald Trump does not openly and actively say the Proud Boys are great and he loves them. He just tells them to stand back and stand by. Like, that's crazy. How do you not recognize that you are basically normalizing fascist politics and you're falling for the optics argument? Yeah, sure. There's black people and brown people in these parties as well. But the party is united on their anti-migrant agenda. I disagree. The inverse is just as likely because Trump is seen as a liability to the capital and threatens stability for garnering more wealth. Also, Trump has literally caused big inverse reactions. Leftists may not have the institutions, but the ground movements are growing. We have to be optimistic, or what else do we have? Also, is dialectics. I mean, sure. They know leftists care a lot about you, so talking shit about you is an easy, accessible, and apolitical way of challenging left-wing politics in a way. They hurt you to hurt us. I mean, I'm not a representative of anything. I'm just a Twitch streamer, but I'm not sure sarcasm is the best way to approach people who find Nazi parties trustworthy. Okay, what am I supposed to do? I'm just using an analog for them to understand by pointing to a guy that they probably recognize as a fascist, Donald Trump. It's just basically fascism normalization at that point. When you're like, oh, dude, the Reform Party is different. Like, they're comprised maybe half of the former EDL movement enjoyers, you know? And I get that. I get that interest. I get the very valid reasons as to why people personally don't want to recognize how dire the situation is. I totally understand that, because you don't want to believe that the country that you're a part of has a very active and very valid fascist movement. You don't want to see that. You don't want to see your fellow neighbors and your fellow citizens as like monsters that you read in history books, but that's how it works.
Balanced relationship which encourages dependency. Rather, our relationship will prioritize empowering Europe to own responsibility for its own security. Honesty will be our policy going forward, but only in the spirit of solidarity. President Trump looks forward to working together, to continuing this frank discussion amongst friends, and to achieve peace through strength.
Respectfully, though, your takes are very negative without a sense of hope. People don't respond well when you dog on their countries without providing a contrary narrative as to how their country could improve. I mean, it's the same thing I do here in the United States of America. I don't know what to tell you. In Norway, our Communist Party may be co-leading with the Labour Party to gain majority, and I just hope that's a good sign. I've heard things about the majority Socialist Party in Norway that aren't too great. Like not the actual Socialist Party, but the one that is currently leading in the polls is not like a real. It seems like it's like a regular pro-business social democratic party. Yeah, the Arbeiderpartiet, the Workers' Party. Anyway, I still think you're simplifying. EU politics, sure, UK and Germany might also have growing Nazi movements. The far-right support are actually going down in a lot of European countries, so your analysis is a little shallow. We'll see, man. We'll see. I hope I'm wrong, except I'm not wrong in, as you admitted, in England, nor am I wrong in Germany. They've only seen growth in a matter of a very short period of time as well. Maybe there's a counterexample that I can't think of right now, but I can't think of a single counterexample. Russia, the most important country in the EU, is going towards fascism, but Europe is not. Yeah, I know. That's the other part of the story, is that when Germany falls, it's over. You are wrong in Germany. I get the general sentiment, but it's not like Europe will be a carbon copy of Hungary or the US. That's just not true. But of course, the situation is dire as fuck. You were wrong in Germany, not entirely, but still wrong. It's not going to go fascist. Yeah, you're not actually providing me a reasonable counter. You're just simply saying it can't happen here, which is understandable. I also understand that feeling where you go, it can't happen here. We can't have mass detention facilities and try to go after virtually every undocumented migrant. It can't happen here. Well, Donald Trump's president again. A lot of the things that you think can't happen here end up happening here. It ends up happening there too. Look at the polls. Look at what's happening here in the last 2 weeks. You don't understand. We'll see. The left in Finland is fighting back after their rightist party won the past elections. People are not liking the austerity over there. That's the only thing that can hopefully fix the situation. Polls just show AFD growing for the past 3 months. Yeah. AFD back in May at their lowest point has swung up to 22%. And as far as I understand, the CDU, CSU is also like going more and more right wing. I mean, they're already right, but they're moving away from center right politics to more right wing politics. Like, that's what usually happens. I mean, look at the Democratic Party. It is a almost perfect analog where the Democratic Party capitulates to a lot of the sentiment coming from the far right, coming from the Republican Party. Look at our last election, where the Democrats basically took on an anti-immigrant sentiment, an anti-immigrant narrative. They got comstered for it. The center-right neoliberal parties end up adopting the positions of the far-right parties, or the far-right positions from basically 4 years ago, with hopes that they can retain their status. It's the same with Labor in the UK. It's the same with the Democratic Party in America, and it's the same with CDU in Germany. Democrats lost because they tried to run a woman. Americans are sexist, racist fucks. Yeah, no, that's not the case. The more center-right parties capitulate to far-right positions on immigration, okay, while simultaneously maintaining an austerity regime and not fixing the social safety nets and improving material conditions for the existing labor force in the country, the more the public goes, okay, so I guess like these are the anti-immigrant guys. Why the fuck should I go with this party now? I'm going to go with the anti-immigrant guys who have been right about immigration all along. That's just how it works. It makes sense if you're not paying a lot of close attention to politics in general. And many people don't. Yeah. Also, reform is on top of the charts right now. Like something that I warned about in the immediate aftermath of the predictable labor victory. I said that this would be a massive issue, and it's already occurring. The multi-party systems allow for smaller far-right groups to grow quickly as the extreme side of conservatism, like an escape. Yeah, reform is a rebrand of UKIP. That was a rebrand of BNP. Growing quickly is easy to do, from nothing to a few seats, but they will never directly rule. Yeah, they will never directly rule until they are the ruling party. That's usually how it works. It also rarely ever goes in the opposite direction. It never goes for like communist parties growing. I wonder why. Perhaps because the parties that are in power, neoliberal parties, fear and refuse to cave or capitulate to left-wing parties out of the fear that leftist parties, communist parties, socialist parties are far more disruptive to the pre-existing hierarchy where big business still thrives than the Nazi parties are, than the fascist parties are. It is who the domineering parties cave to that actually stand to win the most. And if they consistently cave and consistently capitulate to the far-right parties, then people go, okay, well, these guys, we want to shake things up. The system is in a dire situation, okay? The system is fundamentally broken. We want someone to shake things up. These guys have basically been signaling to the broader population that the far-right parties are correct on their attitude towards immigration. So maybe we'll go there. Like, You know what this reminds me of? The huge demonstrations
Over
in Berlin.
100
The anti-AFD demonstrations in Berlin. You know what this reminds me of? Women's March 2016. Look where that got us.
50,000 people have gathered in Berlin to call on Germany's other political parties not to cooperate with the
Like, we did this too, chatter. That's why I'm saying Europe is just basically following America's footsteps, just like almost a decade later. Okay? You are so wrong, Lamau. It's hilarious. I wrote to you on Discord a week ago offering German perspective, but I get that there's a lot of shit going on in the U.S. right now. We have more than the Democratic Party. I get that you are fucking angry about that, but many countries here do not have a two-party system. Okay. Western liberal democracies that have a multi-party structure still inevitably go back to the same left-right dynamics by building coalitions. Okay. I understand that this creates an additional safeguard, right? So it's not just like either you're all in on the Democrats or all in on the Republicans. And yet, when the party that is the dominating party is considering socialist and communist parties to be a non-starter, then they inevitably create that left-right coalition on the boundaries of, at the very most, a far-right neoliberal administration, or a far-right or very right-wing, much more right-wing neoliberal administration that inevitably makes way for the far-right to come in and actually, quote-unquote, change the system, change the dynamic. That's it. Having multiple parties simply forces the hand of the government to create a governing coalition. Also, we had a little thing called the Holocaust that changed our dynamic. I know, that's why it's even scarier that after the Holocaust, Germany is still entertaining fascism with 22% popularity. That's fucking insane. That makes it way more insane. That's the point. Also, I mean, look at the current governing parties and the way that they rage bait. What do you mean? That's not rage bait. Look at the current governing parties in Germany and how they've dealt with the issue of popular mobilization against the unlimited loyalty to Israel. This is just a loop until we actually get stuck with fascists. Uninspiring centrists refuse to tackle the underlying social problems that lead to the rise of the far right. Stagnating living standards creates fertile ground for fascism. Far right win elections. Far right drives the economy off a cliff, lowers standards of public life, and generally makes everything objectively worse. Uninspiring centrists defeats the far right with a promise of change. And then, boom, back to uninspiring centrists refuses to tackle underlying social problems that lead to the rise of the far right. The thing that this actually does not mention, this cycle does not mention, is that there is a nefarious purpose for this song and dance. And that nefarious purpose is to undermine the existing welfare state slowly but surely, and then privatize as profit, as areas that you can eke out profits become smaller and smaller. You inevitably look to pre-existing publicly controlled sectors to eat away from. And you can't go in and destroy it overnight. That would cause a lot of anger and resentment towards the government. There would be a popular uprising. So what you have to do is, for decades and decades and decades, undermine the social safety nets that causes this resentment and anger to begin with, okay? And then slowly but surely privatize those social safety nets, the government-funded programs, transportation, healthcare, education. It can't happen overnight. People obviously care about these programs. It's just like in America, what do we have in terms of social safety nets? What do we have? Social Security. The Republicans have fantasized about gutting Social Security for literally a century, since its inception. Okay? They can't do it immediately. They can't do it overnight. They can simply cripple it for years and years and years and years until it gets to a point where you're like, well, it's bankrupt. We gotta pick it apart. Social Security is like the last bastion of competent social safety nets here in the United States. Look at what the current Republican administration is doing while they're cutting, while they're doing fiscal austerity, while they're doing fiscal responsibility politics. They're cutting food stamps. That's what they're doing. Social Security and the existing government-funded healthcare is next. Recently, the CDU worked together with the AfD, and that's why the people are protesting. So this chatter saying it won't happen in Germany, like in the US, is just wrong. Yeah. Yeah, they're stealing funds from FEMA at a time when you know, climate change is ripping through the United States of America.
Just as the Ukraine war approaches its third anniversary, a bombshell move from Donald Trump, calling Vladimir Putin to arrange talks and instructing his defense secretary to give a speech that has major implications not just for Ukraine, but also for the whole of NATO. The NATO alliance has guaranteed European security for almost 80 years since 1949. And essential to all that has been America's support. Now, for the first time, that is in some doubt. NATO may have expanded, numbering 32 members now, including Sweden and Finland. But the US is still by far its most important member. America has more than 100,000 military personnel deployed in Europe, has air bases, intelligence bases, and naval assets all stationed here. Donald Trump has been pointing out for years that America spends vast amounts more on defense than any other NATO.
What do you see as the solution to breaking the aforementioned cycle of centrism, right-wing politics? A competent labor party in this country, backed by a militant labor movement. That's the only way out of it for every country. What has happened historically must happen again. The only problem is there is no USSR this time around in the build-up to Nazi Germany. Like, we've never, I don't know what happens in this process, because there is never, at least historically, there has not been like, Germany was not the nuclear hegemonic superpower when World War II happened. Now imagine Germany, but instead it's the United States of America with a complex web of security partnerships and allegiances all around the globe, 800 military bases all around the globe, nuclear arms, and they're turning fascist with no USSR. At most you have China, but China has been more interested in self-preservation and is not shy. I mean, I guess the USSR wasn't shy of making allegiances with fascist movements initially as well, but we'll see what happens.
NATO nation, as you can see here, more than all the other NATO nations put together, with the UK now falling behind Germany into third place. But when viewed as a fraction of GDP defence spending, it looks a bit different. Poland is in the lead, then Estonia, and then America, a flatter line. Now, NATO is thinking of raising its...
Wow. Militant socialist movement. Italy did have one, and we had far more problems in the left in moments that the Brigitte Rossi started the bomb. But when it all stopped, we passed universal healthcare and public education. Militantism is never the way, and history shows that. I love that you're mentioning this as we are talking about NATO. What a fun time to bring up militancy in labor in a country like Italy, right as we were talking about NATO. Seems very simplistic and not understanding of how multi-party systems work. Most of them will not exist in 10 years as the multi-party system provide the ability to have new perspective, have more ground, and older get away. The multi-party system is the best way to assure non-loyalty to a party, which is what was militantism. Without labor militancy, we would not have the fucking weekend, brother. What are you talking about? Do you like the weekend? Not the musical artist. I'm talking, the 2 days that you have off. We would not be able to abolish. Labor militancy is the reason for why we abolished child labor, which America is restoring in a very big way. Okay? Weren't several of those bombs attributed to socialists in Italy were actually done by NATO ex-Nazi terrorists? Wait a minute. What? Yes, that's the reason why I was laughing when what that chatter was representing as like labor militancy in Italy was actually just Operation Gladio. It's also funny to say fascism will never rise in Europe or in Italy when you got a literal fucking fascist in power right now.
Guidelines for defense spending from 2% to 3%.
Neoliberals or those in positions of power will never cave to demands made that are objectively pro-worker unless they are forced to. This is the same in the United States of America as well. FDR was not a socialist. He was not a communist, okay? FDR was at least smart enough to recognize that the only way to stop a full-blown revolution from occurring in the United States of America was if he extended the capitalist state by offering a lifeline in the form of welfare and the New Deal. He listened to the socialists and the communists. He caved to their demands. And the only reason why he caved to their demands was not because of his socialist streak or whatever, but because he recognized that was a necessity at the time. And it was due to labor militancy.
Now, that still leaves it well short of what Russia is spending, almost 7% of its GDP, so Putin can fight his war in Ukraine. US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says Europe must do more to secure itself, and America has other things to focus on, causing concern about America's commitment to the alliance. But it's what he says about Ukraine that's caused the most alarm in the West, even if Russia is probably delighted.
When he says that if there's a peace deal, there won't be any American involvement in keeping the peace in Ukraine, and it must not be anything to do with NATO, I think that's going to have people in Brussels, somewhat alarmed. Fundamentally, I think this kind of a line will go down extremely well in the Kremlin, because what it says is, right up front, before any negotiation, we're ready to go along with the idea that Russia can help itself to part of next door Ukraine's sovereign territory.
So even before any negotiations start, the Trump administration seems to be ceding ground to Vladimir Putin. After 3 years of war, it says Ukraine must give up the dream of getting all its land back to the borders it had in 2014. Since then, Ukraine has lost around 20% of its territory, Crimea and much of the east. And what Hegseth says about a possible peacekeeping deterrent force along the front line here in blue will also delight Vladimir Putin. Unlike other peacekeeping operations in the past, like this one in Kosovo in the late 90s, this will not be a NATO mission, Hegseth says. It also won't have any American troops in it. And any forces that do take part should not have NATO protection, he says. Now, that will make any government, including Britain's, think long and hard before sending troops to deter Russia from starting the war up again in a few years' time. So the stage is being set. Russia and America are initiating talks about Ukraine. Ukraine was only notified afterwards. The US is giving Vladimir Putin some of what he wants before talks have even begun. Events are moving fast at a pace set by Washington and Moscow, it seems, with allies, including Britain, struggling to keep up.
To breaking news overnight, an American teacher back on U.S. soil after being detained in Russia for more than 3 years. Mark Fogel was welcomed home last night by President Trump at the White House. And our chief global affairs correspondent, Martha Raddatz, has the latest for us. Good morning, Martha.
Good morning, Michael. This came as a complete surprise after weeks of secret negotiations by President Trump's billionaire friend and special envoy Steve Witkoff. Witkoff arriving in Moscow on his private jet to whisk Mark Fogel home to a reception by the president himself.
This morning, American teacher Mark Fogel back on U.S. soil, kissing the ground, thankful to be home. With an American flag draped around his neck, the 63-year-old from Pennsylvania met by President Trump overnight at the White House.
We got him home, and he's healthy. He looks good, actually. To me, you look damn good, I'll tell you that.
I think when expectations are low.
The emotional homecoming years in the making.
I feel like the luckiest man on earth right now. And I said, never has one owed so much to so many.
Lost for words as he expressed his gratitude, thanking the president and members of his administration who helped bring him home.
I'm a middle-class school teacher who's now in a dream world.
Fogel recounting the deplorable conditions he suffered during his 3.5 years in Russian prisons.
There were times when it was extremely trying. There were times when I could manage it.
His 95-year-old mother, his most fervent advocate, reaching out to Trump during the campaign with a plea to bring her son home.
I had to get him back home because I would have had big trouble with his mother.
Fogel calling his mother Tuesday to tell her he had finally been released.
It just was such a shocker, and such a beautiful shocker. We just need to get him home and hug him and hold him.
The White House says Fogel was freed as part of what they call a very fair exchange with Russia, but would not give any details. Fogel was arrested in...
He took 17 grams of weed into Russia, was unlawfully detained. Yeah, I mean, it's fucking ridiculous, chat. What are you talking about? Okay, like, what do you mean? You think I'm gonna say like, oh yeah, this was perfectly valid for the Russian government to arrest them? Like, there are people that the Russian government captures that are obviously spies, like the passport enthusiast. Okay, Like, that dude's a spy. You got busted. That's the game. Okay? Fair is fair. But when they do shit like this, if they catch like a dude with weed or whatever, and then decide like, oh, you're going to permanent jail, you're just captured as a political pawn. Okay? Same with Brittany Griner.
In 2021, according to Russian authorities, this surveillance video shows Fogel at a Russian airport trying to enter the country for a teaching assignment, where his family says he was carrying a small amount of medically prescribed marijuana in his...
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Like, that is 100% ridiculous, okay? Especially because like, certain levels of weed is legal in Russia too, or it's not legal, but like, they literally just let you go. They write like a small fine or something. Like, it's just fucking bullshit. I remember looking into it. Back in the day with the Brittany Griner stuff. Like, it was bullshit back then too. Don't be like the goddamn Republicans who were like, oh, this is a ridiculous trade. Fuck Brittany Griner. She hates America, just because it's like some fucking random teacher who's a little bit of a pothead. A Russian national is not held to the same standards. This guy just got unlucky. Exactly. It's ridiculous.
His luggage, but Russia charging him as a large-scale drug smuggler, sentencing him to 14 years in a penal colony.
Do you think that's valid? Come on. Ridiculous, dude. Get out of here. It's completely ridiculous. It's 100% done so that Russia can have a upper hand in any kind of like hostage negotiation deal and any kind of like prisoner swap deal.
The State Department declaring Fogel wrongfully detained last October.
With the exception of Griner, I think most of these guys are spies for America, but we always come up with a crime they did. No, this guy isn't a spy, I don't think. There are instances where they do capture spies, okay? And guess what? They don't have to fucking say, oh, we captured you because you had a weed vape in your bag. They will be like, oh, we captured you because you literally talked to a FSB guy with 8 passports in your pocket, and you had $50,000 of cash in your goddamn briefcase. That's how they catch those guys. And they will just straight up be like, well, that's a little weird, don't you think?
Tuesday, officials sharing this photo of Fogel's flight to freedom, the first image of him finally free.
And this morning, the Russians revealing what the White House did not. They say a Russian now in a U.S. prison will be returned to Moscow in the coming days as part of the exchange for the release of Mark Fogel.
I feel like the luckiest man on earth right now. Thank
also, those prisoner swaps aren't public. No, the American government will still say that they're not a spy, even when they very clearly are a fucking spy. By the way, I don't know. I don't think this guy is, though. I think this guy is just like a dude who likes to smoke weed.
Thank you all. And I love our country, and I'm so happy to be back here.
Hard not to smile watching that. Mark Fogel offered his thanks to his country and his president after his release from a Russian prison yesterday, ending more than a 3-year ordeal in captivity. They're a nightmare for him. The American...
First of all, if he was a spy, I doubt that he would be carrying weed with him. Okay? Like, why would you? I don't know. Like, I doubt that he would be coming in with cannabis in his pocket. Who the Russians got in exchange is a cyber criminal, right? Yeah. Breaking. Accused Russian money launderer. I love that liberals and Republicans basically swap places. Like, Democrats and Republicans swap places, and they'll also complain in the same exact way that the Republicans complain about Griner. Breaking. Accused Russian money launderer Alexander Vinnik is being released from U.S. custody in exchange for Mark Fogel, who was freed from a Russian prison yesterday. Vinnik is accused of operating a multi-billion-dollar cryptocurrency exchange that allegedly facilitated transactions for drug dealers and identity thieves. So this is how it works. Trump gets to play great deal maker, claiming he secured Fogel's release for nothing, only for the truth to come out the next day. Classic authoritarian tactics. Classic Trump. Okay, you can make the same about Brittany Griner for Victor Bout. You know what I mean? Victor Bout was a massive get for Russia. Victor Bout was an even bigger get for Russia. There was literally a section of the order dropping Adams' DOJ prosecution that complained about the Brittany Griner deal being given up for Bout. See, this doesn't work because Biden released one of the most insane arms dealers. Even here, the Democrats look like losers. Yeah, I mean, listen. The reason why we already nabbed Victor Bout to begin with was because he was eating away at the CIA market share. Okay? It's not like they got him. They worked with Victor Bout in the past. They literally popped him because he was selling weapons that we wanted to sell. It was market competition. It wasn't because they were like, oh, this guy's the Lord of War. That's just a story that you tell to justify the massive arrest that you did. That's it. The Lord of War, I know. I mean, it's a great movie. It's funny because in the United States of America, the Lord of War is not like a guy, okay? It's guys like the dude who actually left the State Department over Israel. Like, that is the real Lord of War. His job, remember that bald guy? The British bald guy who works for the State Department, who obviously understandably made a big stink about America's undying loyalty to Israel. Like, that's the real fucking Lord of War. He doesn't look cool like Victor Bout, but he's the real Lord of War. What do you think he was doing at the State Department? Sure, he was right about the Israel stuff, but like, what do you think his job was at the State Department? It was literally authorizing weapons deals. That was his job. Who do you think the real Lord of War is? The real Lord of War is some dildo with a fucking Yale degree that is a pencil pusher at the State Department. That is the real Lord of War. Okay? I don't want to shit on him too much because he's correct on Israel for probably different reasons than me, but he's still correct on Israel.
Teacher was welcomed home late last night, a snowy Washington. The pictures are really amazing. He was arrested back in Moscow in 2021 for...
The scene in the movie says that. Oh.
There are only two tragedies in life. One is not getting what you want. The other is getting it.
Is this one of yours?
Jack Valentine finally had what he wanted.
Curiously, the death certificate says he died of heart failure.
Falsifying a death certificate? It's not going to hold me.
You're right. As usual, you are right. Have you seen today's paper? Huh? Fake end-user certificates, cut-out companies meticulously cataloged. There is hardly a warlord, dictator, or despot anywhere in the world that you're not on a first-name basis with. It was your wife, your trophy wife, that led us to the prize. It's not her fault. She's just easier to follow than you are.
Yeah?
Yeah, go ahead.
Enjoy it.
What?
This. Tell me I'm everything you despise. That I'm the personification of evil. That I'm what? Responsible for the breakdown of the fabric of society and world order. I'm a one-man genocide. Say everything you want to say to me now. Because you don't have long.
Are you paying attention? Or are you delusional? You have broken every arms embargo written. There is enough evidence here to put you away for consecutive life sentences. You are going to spend the next 10 years of your life going from a cell to a courtroom before you even start serving your time. I don't think you fully appreciate the seriousness of your situation.
My family has disowned me. My wife and son have left me. My brother's dead. Trust me, I fully appreciate the seriousness of my situation.
Yeah, this is Ghost Rider.
I won't spend a single second in a courtroom.
You are delusional.
I like you, Jack. Well, maybe not, but I understand you. Let me tell you what's going to happen. This way you can prepare yourself.
Okay.
Soon there's going to be a knock on that door and you will be called outside. In the hall, there will be a man who outranks you. First, he'll compliment you on the fine job you've done, that you're making the world a safer place, that you're to receive a commendation and a promotion. And then he's going to tell you that I am to be released. You're going to protest. You'll probably threaten to resign. But in the end, I will be released. The reason I'll be released is the same reason you think I'll be convicted. I do rub shoulders with some of the most vile, sadistic men calling themselves leaders today. But some of those men are the enemies of your enemies. And while the biggest arms dealer in the world is your boss, the President of the United States, who ships more merchandise in a day than I do in a year, sometimes it's embarrassing to have his fingerprints on the guns. Sometimes he needs a freelancer like me to supply forces he can't be seen supplying. So, you call me evil, But unfortunately for you, I'm a necessary evil.
I would tell you to go to hell, but I think you're already there.
Kino. Anyway, is Elon going to uncover this stuff or just a 50 million for condoms? What do you mean, Elon? Is Elon going to uncover this stuff? So that's the teacher? No, dude. That's Victor Bout, the previous massive Russian prisoner that we released for Brittany Griner when Brittany Griner was arrested for similar circumstances that this teacher was arrested for as well.
Carrying 17 grams of a doctor-prescribed medical marijuana, and he was serving a 14.
Yeah, speaking of Elon Musk, someone's got to audit this guy. Hold on. It seems like there's a new State Department contract, $400 million for armored Teslas.
15-year sentence before yesterday. The U.S. said he was wrongfully held during that entire time. Fogel was brought home by billionaire real estate investor Steve Witkoff.
Bro, Steve Witkoff is everywhere, dude. Steve Witkoff, the GOAT. The great peacekeeper, dude. Holy shit. Bless him. The peacemaker himself.
Who is President Trump's special envoy to the Middle East. Witkoff joins us now first on CBS Mornings. Mr. Witkoff, thank you very much for joining us.
My pleasure.
And thank you for stepping out of the private sphere to take on such an important job in government. I want to stay in Washington for this first question because it was so amazing last night to have Fogel there, the American flag around his neck. He's got an Iron City beer in his hand. He looked, for all appearances, like he was in pretty good shape, but you spent time with him. What was his mood like, his demeanor? How healthy is he?
He was upbeat. He was intent on thanking the president because he was so grateful to him. He was exultant. And I would say, most importantly, he was intent on not playing the victim. He was grateful for all that had happened on his behalf, and he expressed that at the news conference to President Trump.
You know, we're all curious what exactly did happen on his behalf. Your plane arrives in Moscow yesterday. You're on the ground for a time. How did this come together? And did you personally meet with Vladimir Putin to help bring this about?
Well, I don't want to discuss the meetings that happened in Moscow. I would only say this. A few days ago, we were approached by someone, and we felt that we could get Mark Fogel home. We spoke to the president about it. That's top of the list for our president. Top of the list is that no Americans are left behind. They're all brought home. We fight for every one of them, and he gave me instructions, and I flew over there, and thank God we had a good result.
Can you say if you met with Vladimir Putin?
I just don't want to comment about that. I think today, this morning, should be much about Mark Fogel, his reuniting with his wife and talking to his mom on the phone. All of these conversations I heard last night, him letting the president know when he got here last night how grateful he was, that he never thought it would happen for him. Every day he woke up in the morning hoping something like this would happen, and finally it did. And as the president said, it took the president 2.5 weeks to effect this. And it's testimony to him, how he operates, how focused he is on the goals that he espouses. And here is a great result. And then on top of that, maybe it's going to lead to a lot of wonderful things between him and President Putin in the future.
He also, Mr. Witkoff, called you dynamic and said you were very involved in this deal too. So bravo and congratulations to you as well. But we want to turn to the Middle East. President Trump has said this, that if all the hostages...
Guys, is Ukraine cooked? Ukraine has been cooked. Ukraine been cooked. When was Ukraine not cooked? It's coming to a close in terms of how cooked they are.
Saturday at noon, all hell is going...
Like, what is let's say Biden wins another term, okay, in an alternative universe, or Kamala Harris wins another term, or Kamala Harris wins the election, okay? What's the alternative? Like, what's the alternative there? I don't see this going a very different way, in my opinion. Israel likely to strike Iran in coming months, warns U.S. intelligence, The Washington Post. Yeah. Instead of Donald Trump openly saying, yeah, we're committed to protecting Ukraine, also give us all your natural resources, the Biden administration continues by way of the Ukrainian government doing this, the privatization, the rampant privatization of Ukrainian natural resources, and Ukrainian extraction being shipped off or being sold off to Western coalition partners. Okay, but they just don't actively say like, we're doing it, Jack. The reason why I'm saying that there's an inevitability to this is because, and that is, those terms are dictated by the battlefield, is because either Biden or Trump was going to push for Ukraine to, and our European allies to forcibly deport Ukrainian men from inside of their national boundaries to go back to Ukraine on a one-way ticket, only to be immediately conscripted to go fight to defend Ukraine, okay, while simultaneously forcibly constricting younger and younger people and potentially eating away at their entire young male labor force as we keep shipping weapons into Ukraine slowly, okay? Or a similar outcome would occur no matter who the president is.
Going to break loose. That's a quote. It's been my experience, all hell breaking loose is never a good thing. What exactly does he mean by those words? We all know the phrase. And does it involve U.S. military, do you think? Or could it involve U.S. military?
Well, I don't want to get into the tactics, but I would take President Trump at his word. He generally means what he says. I would describe generally as 99.9% of the time. So I don't think it's a tactic. I think that what he's saying is that that Hamas's acts here have been completely irresponsible, reprehensible, that it didn't need to happen, it's not going to be tolerated, and that he's given conditions. And if they adhere to those conditions, then Sunday will be a better day for them. And if they don't...
That's crazy. I wonder if Gail will turn around and be like, well, we have New York Times reporting and Israeli media reporting that Hamas was abiding by the conditions set forth in the ceasefire negotiations, and it was actually Israel that wasn't following the agreement that you played a role in forcing Israel to abide by. I wonder if they'll say that. We'll see. We'll see. Come on, Stevie boy.
Don't adhere to those conditions, then it won't.
Mr. Witkoff, as we look at these images of Gaza, let's talk about some of those words by President.
Never mind. They just moved on from that take. Okay. Like, what you are reporting to us, Mr. Witkoff, is actually the exact opposite of what the media has reported in terms of who is not abiding by the ceasefire negotiation. Are you telling us that there is something different that you know about that the Israeli media has not reported on?
President Trump, yesterday, he said that by U.S. authority, it would take over Gaza. How would that actually work, and what authority does the U.S. have over that region?
Well, first of all, I think that what he's saying, and I think it gets misinterpreted at times, what he's saying is that there ought to be a better life and a better prospect for the Palestinian people, that living in Gaza today does not fulfill the humanitarian equation. It is a very, very difficult place to survive. There's 30,000 unexploded projectiles that are throughout the area of Gaza. There are dangerous conditions all over the place. There's been estimates as to how long it would take to rebuild. I think there's general acknowledgement that it's no less than 10 years, and it's probably closer to 15 to 20 years. So the president's objective here is to have long-term peace. And we're going to have long-term peace if there's long-term opportunity and wonderful prospects for the Palestinians.
How'd those bombs get there? I guess they were just growing on the ground. Or maybe Hamas had access to B-39s or whatever they're called, the Boeing bombs. They just intercepted them and then dumped it on themselves, I think.
Palestinian people to live in a better way, not to be afflicted by violence, for their children to grow up and get educated and have great economic prospects. And that doesn't occur in an environment like Gaza, where we just keep on reinventing the wheel and doing the same thing over and over again. Maybe it's time for new ideas, and that's what he's challenging me and everybody else.
Thank you for correcting me. I forgot what it was called. I forgot what the Boeing missiles were.
Working on this to think about.
Yeah, we appreciate you. We have to get going. I wish I could follow up on that, but thank you for joining us.
Thanks for your work, Mr. Witkoff.
Okay. My pleasure. Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Have a good one.
Dusk in Rafah, southern Gaza. The aid at the crux of a ceasefire that's been teetering on the brink of collapse. Desperate youths dodge trucks driving at speed, trying to clamber aboard to snag a precious bag of supplies. Tonight, there are reports negotiations are back on track, despite disputes over the detail of the fragile ceasefire, from the promised aid to whether both sides would agree to release their prisoners.
Israel must release the prisoners and abide by the agreement, and Hamas must also adhere to the agreement for the sake of the people. The people are sick and in pain. They are completely exhausted.
But the risk that bombs will start falling again is still real. Israel calling up reservists and sending heavy weapons to the border today. Earlier, warning Hamas, don't walk away.
If Hamas doesn't release the Israeli hostages by Saturday, then the gates of hell will open upon them, just as the President of the United States promised. The new Gaza war will be of another intensity from the one just before the ceasefire, and won't end without the defeat of Hamas and the release of all the hostages. And it will also allow the realization of Trump's vision for Gaza.
President Trump's widely criticized plan to turn Gaza into high-value real estate has been equated to ethnic cleansing. Hamas negotiators, who arrived in Egypt earlier, said they wouldn't accept the, quote, language of American and Israeli threats over the truce. Last night, Trump met with the Jordanian king in Washington.
I think the point is how to make this work in a way that is good for everybody.
Their clearly awkward meeting was followed today by King Abdullah and the Egyptian President Sisi, insisting Gaza should be rebuilt without displacing Palestinians. Across the Arab world, Trump's proposed Middle East Riviera is viewed with fear and incredulity.
If President Trump continues with this method of pressuring the Gazans, the Arab world, instead of resolving the Palestinian issue with a just solution based on two states, he'll lead the Middle East into a new cycle of intense conflict between the Arabs and Israel.
There are deep suspicions inside Israel, too. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was in court again today on corruption charges, overheard being asked by a bystander if he was sabotaging the hostage release deal. Many hostage families have long accused him of prolonging the war for his own political ends. Some of them in the US Capitol today, urging anyone who'll listen to help bring their loved ones home.
I am asking you to do everything you can to pressure the stakeholders, the mediator countries, to force Hamas to a viable agreement.
For hostage families and Palestinians, all the posturing, all the brinkmanship is terrifying. How many childhoods have already been crushed beneath Gaza's rubble? But as we go to air, there are signals. Hamas will release hostages as planned this Saturday.
According to Palestinian journalist Abu Bakr Abed, thousands of tents and caravans have entered Gaza. The situation is becoming more stable and aid has been flowing in consistently over the past hours. The same is true in terms of medical aid, as local reports indicate that at least 5 medical aid trucks have gotten into Gaza during the last 24 hours. The ceasefire will likely hold as Hamas gears up to release 3 Israeli prisoners on Saturday in exchange for dozens of Palestinian hostages. Israel is beginning to allow a surge of aid instead of a trickle. That's the one good thing that has taken place so far. In the process, we of course learned what we knew already, which is that Donald Trump is interested in giving Israel a lot more allowances in terms of restarting the genocide. Trump said all hostages, yes, but it doesn't matter. He also said Netanyahu can veto that if he wants to. And Benjamin Netanyahu signaled that he would be fine with just the previously allotted number, which means that they're obviously abiding by the agreement that they had set prior. Israel sent on Wednesday a message to Hamas via Qatar and Egypt that if the group abides by the agreement and releases the 3 hostages on Saturday, Israel will also continue to implement its parts of the agreement, a senior Israeli official told me. If we're going by the logic that the U.S. has the authority to take ownership of Gaza, why can't Trump give Palestinians protected status and take them in as opposed to asking Egypt and Jordan to do it? What do you mean? Because none of the actions of the United States of America have been to defend Palestinians. That's why. Because they don't care about Palestinians. They don't think Palestinians are human beings. That's it. Perhaps that's the reason. Anyway, let's continue.
Now is Nomi Bar Yaakov, an international peace negotiator at the Geneva Center for Security Policy with decades of experience in conflict management. Good to have you in the studio. So it looks today as if the gates of hell will remain shut after all.
Yes, for a while.
For a while.
For a while.
But the release is back on, we think?
Yes, I think so. I think the release is back on, and I think we're likely to see more than the agreed 3 hostages released on Saturday. I think the pressure is on. The pressure is on Hamas.
More than the 3 hostages released. So you might be 12 or 16 or whatever.
No, I think a maximum 9 because there are 9 living hostages in phase 1.
Yes.
And I think the pressure is on to shorten the time of the ceasefire, not to do it in drips and drabs. And given that Hamas said they would not release any, and as you say, all hell broke loose, and Trump came up with a plan that also...
Exactly, and you mentioned Trump there. Trump hasn't been on social media about this yet, but I'm sure he will claim that it was him again that got these people released, if they are indeed released. Would he be right to make that claim? Do his threats work?
His threats are very dangerous. It's a very dangerous transactional tactic in negotiations that he's using that is fit for business and not so fit for very delicate, complex ceasefire, end of war, path to stability and peace.
But if the hostages are released and the ceasefire talks continue, we go into phase 2, then his threats, he could argue, have worked.
Well, no, I'm not suggesting that they're not working. I'm just suggesting there's a flip side of the coin, and the flip side of the coin is very dangerous. And we're treading a very, very fine line here all the time.
Yeah.
And we need to really make sure we're continuing to tread that line moving forward, because if we fall, then all hell will break loose.
And talking of fine lines, you could argue that the idea of kind of taking Gaza and shoving 2 million Palestinians from Gaza to Jordan and Egypt isn't exactly a fine line.
No, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think what's happening behind the scenes is that the 5 Arab states are going to meet before the agreed summit on the 27th of this month of February. They're going to meet soon, and they're going to unite under one plan, as opposed to having an Egyptian plan or a Jordanian plan or UAE plan. There's going to be one plan for Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Jordan, the UAE, and they're going to propose 3 to 5 years of reconstruction, beginning in Rafah, beginning in the south, then moving northwards. And I
like that the Egyptian government's attitude on this has just been to act like Trump is not saying that he's going to own Gaza. Like they're just continuing along as though Trump is just not saying anything. Like the Jordanian kingdom basically came in and was like, yeah, we'll take in 2,000 Palestinian children, and that's it. There you go. And the Egyptian government is basically like, yeah, we're going to rebuild Gaza without moving a single Palestinian. Everyone is basically operating on, let's just act like he's not saying anything. Let's just ignore him. I mean, to a certain degree, even the fucking Israeli government, basically, Benjamin Netanyahu saying you don't have to release all the hostages by Saturday, just the ones that you were supposed to release, is basically just a reaffirmation that no one in this process is, taking Trump seriously, taking Trump's word seriously. On the one hand, obviously, Benjamin Netanyahu is still using it to his advantage. Of course he is. But look to what he's actually doing. Benjamin Netanyahu is saying, yeah, Trump is right. We'll blow you up, whatever. All the Israeli Knesset members on Benjamin Netanyahu's side are saying, we're going to blow you up. You better, start acting nice. But look, they've returned to letting aid flow into Gaza. And even Benjamin Netanyahu's side has openly stated that they just want not all the hostages to be released, but instead just the ones that were supposed to be released. So that right there means that they're still committed to maintaining the ceasefire. Part of that, I think, is because there isn't enough appetite from the IDF to go back to blowing up Gaza. I mean, they can bomb it with the Air Force, but as far as like actually going into Gaza again with tanks and with infantry, that's a different ordeal.
Going to ensure that there's no displacements outside the strip. Of course, when you're reconstructing an area, you have to shift a kilometre here, a kilometre there, but there's been no displacement at all outside the Gaza Strip, and that will be the counter plan.
Right. And is it your understanding so far that President Trump will listen to them when they say, we don't want these people here, we want to reconstruct and help with that, but we don't want them in our country?
I love the way you describe Trump. Listen, I don't think he listens to anyone, quite frankly, but I think he'll negotiate with them. And I don't think that there is any way whatsoever that you can force a ethnic cleansing of 2.4 million Palestinians out of their homeland and call it the United States of America. I just don't think it can happen.
Where did that idea come from, do you think?
Well, that's a very good question. I don't know the answer.
I mean, it's almost as if, you can't take the man out of real estate, or rather, you can't take real estate out of the man. He's obsessed with rebuilding the Gaza Strip and having a sort of Mar-a-Lago on sea.
He's obsessed with money, with power. He's a narcissist, and he just, views everything through a lens of real estate, money, and power. He also wants a Nobel Peace Prize. It's a status.
Does indeed.
It's a status. And in order to get that, he cannot expel one Palestinian from Gaza.
Do you think he'll get the Nobel Peace Prize, yes or no?
Maybe.
Maybe. I'll hold you to that. Naomi Bayakov, thanks for coming to the studio.
Some more news from Washington. For the first time, Elon Musk has taken questions from reporters, questions about President Trump's plans for sweeping cuts in the federal workforce and government programs. This was a joint appearance with the president in the Oval Office, Trump there at the Resolute desk, and Musk accompanied by his young son. He said his Doge group is fighting waste, but he did acknowledge as they move fast, the team could make mistakes. Nancy Cordes has more now from the White House.
The people voted for major government reform, and that's what the people are going to get.
As President Trump sat behind the Resolute desk, it was Elon Musk who did most of the talking, defending the deep and some fear indiscriminate cuts he has been making.
We will make mistakes, but we'll act quickly to correct any mistakes.
The billionaire was interrupted occasionally by his 4-year-old son, X.
Sorry for this. I thought my son might enjoy this, but he's sticking his fingers in my ears.
Musk insisted that he has no conflict of interest, even though his own companies, Starlink and SpaceX, have won billions in government contracts.
Our actions, we post our actions to the Doge handle on X and to the Doge website. So all of our actions are maximally transparent.
And yet, despite that promise of transparency, his operation, called Doge, gave no rationale Tuesday for the 89 Department of Education research contracts it abruptly terminated, worth more than $900 million. Democrats protested this week outside Musk's newest target, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, after a top Trump official closed it for the week and sent employees a stop work order.
This is a fight between millions of hardworking people who just don't want to get cheated. That's right. And a handful of billionaires like Elon Musk who want the chance to cheat them.
The CFPB was created after the 2000
Layoffs now starting across federal government per email sent from Musk-led OPM. White House aides discuss average agency budget cut 30 to 40% with exceptions and huge variation. DOD won't be a part of that. Wow. A shocking revelation. The Department of Defense won't be a part of the budget cuts? It's interesting. Everyone always like, well, why aren't we auditing the federal government? Meanwhile, the Department of Defense has trillions of dollars unaccounted for. I wonder where that's going.
2008 financial crisis to go after banks and lenders that deceive their customers. Richard Cordray was the agency's first director.
If you take the cops off the beat, there are going to be more criminals. That's a basic fact of law enforcement in this country, and it's no different in the financial marketplace.
Republican lawmakers have largely backed Musk's efforts at the CFPB and elsewhere.
It's time for somebody to go in and take a look and say, is this the way to run the agency?
Trump and Musk insist that these deep cuts are necessary to eliminate waste and cut the deficit. But one day after USAID's Inspector General reported that the cuts had put nearly $500 million worth of food assistance at risk of spoiling, he was fired from his job in a 2-sentence email that did not provide an explanation. Nate?
Nancy, thank you.
I prefer the former. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Kassar.
This was a good cook from Greg Kassar.
Subcommittee is supposedly about looking into waste, fraud, and abuse. So I'd like to start talking about independent inspector generals who are supposed to be looking into waste, fraud, and abuse. Mr. Talkov, do you know how many inspector generals at agencies that were investigating Elon Musk's companies have been fired by the Trump-Musk administration?
No.
It is 5. Ms. Royal, the Inspector General of the Department of Labor had 17 open investigations into Tesla and SpaceX. Do you know what the Trump-Musk administration did to that Inspector General?
No.
They fired him, and I think y'all know. Mr. Whitson, the Inspector General of the Department of Transportation was investigating Tesla. Do you know what the Trump-Musk administration did to that Inspector General?
No.
They were fired. The Department of Defense's Inspector General was looking into SpaceX. Mr. Hedler, do you know what the Trump-Musk administration did to that Inspector General?
I believe he was fired.
Thank you. I think everybody on the panel knows what the answer to these questions were. The U.S. Department of Agriculture Inspector General was investigating Musk's Neuralink. Mr. Talcove, now I'll ask you again under oath, do you know what Mr. Trump did to that Inspector General that was looking into one of Musk's companies?
No.
He was fired. The Inspector General at the EPA was
What's with the sunglasses? I think he's blind.
repeatedly taking on Tesla. Mr. Hedler, since it seems that you're answering the questions that everyone knows the answer to, do you know what the Trump-Musk administration did to that Inspector General?
I believe he was also fired.
Also fired. At least 5 Inspector Generals
And he's also cool as fuck.
that were looking into Elon Musk's companies were fired by the Trump-Musk administration. These Inspector Generals who are independent, protected by law, they are the people that find the waste, fraud, and abuse and found many of the cases of waste, fraud, and abuse that have been brought up today, fired because they were looking into Elon Musk. At the NLRB, the National Labor Relations Board, which is supposed to protect workers from getting their unions busted by folks like Elon Musk, made functionally broken by the so-called Department of Government Efficiency that really is the Department of Government Efficiency for Elon Musk, not for you. They are trying to shut down the Department of Education, the Department of Labor. You know what Elon Musk doesn't seem to be looking into? His own contracts. Again, I'll ask you, Mr. Talcove, do you know how much money a day Mr. Musk will receive from the federal government for his contracts?
No.
The answer is $8 million a day. Just last year, Elon Musk was promised $3 billion from close to 100 contracts with the federal government. Ms. Royal, do you know how much the average person in this country who survives on Social Security, one of our seniors who's worked their entire life, about how much they have to survive on a day?
I do not.
$65 a day. We're not looking into Elon Musk's $8 million a day. This subcommittee, chaired by Marjorie Taylor Greene and the House Republicans, is looking into your grandmother's $65 a day. Let me be clear. I think we would all support taxpayer savings, look into money we might needlessly send to billionaires and big corporations, find taxpayer savings, and send it back to your hardworking family. But instead, what House Republicans and the Trump-Musk administration want to do is they want to look into your kids' lunch money, your kids' teacher's salary, into your grandparents' Social Security. They want to take that money and give it out in billionaire tax cuts. And they're talking about that in committee tomorrow, in budget committee tomorrow. They just released their plan. So let me be clear. When Republicans talk about government efficiency in this Congress, they're not looking into billionaires who don't pay their taxes. They're not looking into billionaires who get rich off of government contracts. They're not looking into Elon Musk firing watchdogs who are supposed to keep him accountable. They're looking at cutting your public schools. They're going straight for your Social Security. They're coming straight for cancer research. They're coming straight for the Department of Education. They're not looking at big tech. They're not looking at big pharma because those people fund their campaigns. If this committee were serious about rooting out waste from our federal government, then today's whole hearing would be about how Musk and Donald Trump are firing the independent watchdogs who've done this work for decades. Instead, my Republican colleagues' actual goal—
His name is Greg Kazar. He's the head of the Progressive Caucus.
—on this committee is to distract from Trump and from Musk's corrupt war on accountability. This will not be a subcommittee dedicated to making government efficient for everyday people. It's about helping Elon Musk and Donald Trump be as efficient as possible in robbing our government and handing out our government services to the rich. So this seems that this subcommittee is just
the gentleman's
like
time
the
is
agency it's named
expired.
after,
The gentleman's
sham.
time is expired.
A total sham.
The American people are $36 trillion in debt. It certainly seems reasonable that someone has been fired. I now recognize the gentleman from Tennessee.
You're going to put us
Mr.
further in debt
Burchett.
with your billionaire
You're
tax
not
cuts.
recognized. Mr. Burchett, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Lady. The gravy train for a lot of these folks, it's been on biscuit wheels and it's about to run off the dadgum track.
Why Chinese President Xi's $93 billion personal megacity remains empty.
Villages have been flattened to make way for it. It's been protected from floodwaters that destroyed tens of thousands of homes. And it cost tens of billions of dollars to build. Welcome to Xiong'an, the mega project that Chinese leader Xi Jinping has staked his legacy on. Located 60 miles outside Beijing, Xiong'an is designed to ease pressure on the overcrowded and congested Chinese capital of more than 20 million people. 7 years ago, all of this was cornfields and swamp. Today, it is a metropolis being built from scratch. With a whopping price tag of $93 billion, it was built as a showcase for China's technological prowess and as a way to show off its urban progress to the world. In less than a decade, thousands of buildings have sprung up, including residential compounds, office complexes, luxury hotels, and
At this point, they can't seriously be talking about ghost cities, right? Like, how many times has China done this at this point over the past decade, where they just like build an empty ass city out of nothing because they have centralized planning, and it's housing according to need and according to where they want to go. The Wall Street Journal Beijing correspondent also openly admits that this is for the additional needs because Beijing is becoming too overcrowded. They literally build this shit ahead of time. They build this shit ahead of time and then they fill it. Okay? It's so odd that we in the West have no way of comprehending governance of this sort, where they're like, I don't understand. What? Like, what's the profit incentive here? Like, what? Why are they building cities ahead of time? Like, it doesn't make sense. You should actually make sure that there's no planning whatsoever, and it shouldn't even be reactive. There's no proactive housing, but there is not even reactive housing. We shouldn't even build any housing whatsoever. How else are they going to consistently increase the price of housing? How else will the independent homeowners be able to maintain their nest egg? And it's really funny because, like, with the exception of homesteads, okay, in rural areas or whatever, or agrarian farmland, which has a different set of restrictions, China has a similar structure to Singapore, or I'll use a capitalist example, where all housing in China is offered a 70-year lease. So no one truly owns their home. Now, of course, the 70-year lease, once it's done, will usually be like all land is publicly owned. The government decides what to do with that land, which is why eminent domain style structures like this, eminent domain style initiatives like this happen all the time. America also has eminent domain. We just only use it to build the border wall, ironically enough. Instead of the bank owning your home like it does in the United States of America, at least for the 30 years where you're paying your mortgage, and a ever-changing property tax, as is the case in the United States of America, that you pay, there's no property tax and the government owns all of the land. You are basically leasing that land from the government or leasing that home from the government for 70 years. At the end of that 70 years, the government offers an extension virtually every single time. Now, that might change. You know, there might be different uses for that land, and that the government might not see a reason to continue the land lease agreement. Okay, but having said that, that is the way housing works in China. Okay, it's a fairly, it's been a fairly successful structure. They're saying my kids won't be owning my $4 billion closet-sized home down the line. What is this nonsense? Yeah.
And one of the symbols of the city, Xiong'an train station. This terminus is one of China's biggest, the size of 88 football fields. It can take more than 100,000 passengers a day. But right now it is just deathly silent. You just don't see a lot of people around. You can hear a couple of cleaning workers, a couple of people off in the distance, some security guards, but other than that, it is pretty quiet here.
Hello.
Despite its official completion date of 2035, parts of the city are already finished. The scale and the speed of the construction here is really just astonishing. You can just feel being here that no expense has been spared to build this into what they're hoping is going to be a socialist modern metropolis. Across the city, signs and billboards promote quotes from China's most
Okay,
powerful
bro, what are they
leader.
doing? This is like, are they also glazing China? What's happening? Virtually all of this reporting doesn't read as like anti-China to me at all. Are they trying to massage this to be anti-China, but it's not working? Or are they just not even trying to say anti-China shit? I'm a little confused. Oh my God, the USAID funding is cut. Chat, this is what happens. This is what happens when USAID funding is cut. Oh no. Once that USAID funding is over, you'll see a totally different side of me, okay? That USAID funding went away. No more anti-China commentary. Only 100 years of Chinese prosperity commentary.
In decades. Basically what it says is that everyone should persist without giving up.
Yeah, Wall Street Journal, Workers' Socialist Journal.
In using Xi Jinping thought on...
Oh, that's the other thing. Yeah, if the government decides the land where your house is needed for another use, they pay you a large sum of money that is more than the worth of the house, and they will relocate you to an area that is an upgrade from your previous situation. At least that's what I've heard. It sounds fucking insane, dude. I know it sounds insane. This fucker can't even read Chinese, but they're using him as the expert on the ground reporter. Wait, what? Yeah, I don't understand. Did he have to use Google Translate for memes, or does he actually not know how to...
up in using. What it says is that everyone should persist without giving up in using Xi Jinping thought on socialism with Chinese characteristics in the new era to unite our hearts and forge our spirits, something along those lines. And the success of this multi-billion-dollar endeavor is directly linked to Xi's personal investment in it. So much so that when the deadly floods of 2023 swamped nearby areas, officials demanded Xiong'an be protected. As floodwaters were diverted from sparsely populated Xiong'an into what the government called designated flood zones, neighboring cities and villages were submerged. Videos on social media showed people taking to the streets in a rare show of public anger, claiming the floods in their areas were caused by diverted waters, not by heavy rainfall. The Communist Party hopes Xiong'an will stand alongside successes like the technological hub of Shenzhen in the south of the country, a city which has come to symbolize China's transformation beginning in the 1980s under former leader Deng Xiaoping. But unlike Shenzhen's disorderly and sprawling growth, the new city of Xiong'an is meticulously planned, with limits on which companies are welcome here, including the tech and space sectors which are actively encouraged to move into Xiong'an. The city also has strict controls on home prices in a bid to fend off speculators. But despite the arrival of state-run companies and institutions, people appear to be less interested in setting up home here. State media boasts that 1.2 million people live here, a figure boosted by incorporating surrounding counties into the city's domain, according to experts in urban planning. But the newly built areas looked eerily empty when we visited. And now we're in sort of a residential commercial part of Xiong'an. This is actually quite a green city. Unlike Beijing, it's lower density. There's a cap on how tall the buildings can be, so there aren't big skyscrapers around, but there's also not a lot of people around. It's very quiet here. In fact, while local authorities say 120,000 people have moved into these new homes over the past 7 years, many of them aren't newcomers, but locals from the villages flattened to make way for the city. At least two of the people we spoke to were quite forthright about some of the...
Yeah, I mean, they're still building right behind you, big dog. What do you mean? That's why they haven't moved people in yet, it seems. Like, they haven't... I don't understand what the purpose of this kind of commentary is, when like virtually all of this kind of commentary with like ghost cities and whatnot end up causing people to think like, oh, it's so weird. China's so weird, man. Why the fuck are they building these like random ass cities like with no one living in them. And then people just assume that there are a bunch of these like mega cities that are empty. They only find out that the cities that they were pointing to as ghost cities are popping on TikTok. And then they're like, oh my God, a whole city is cheaper than a single rail line in Britain. In America, we do the opposite. We wait for people to come to a place first. Then, surprise, we still don't build houses, schools, hospitals, roads, etc. Wall Street Journal, city not complete until 2035. Also, Wall Street Journal, why is it empty? Remember when you guys made fun of that metro station in Chongqing, built in an empty swamp field? It's now a fully populated neighborhood with 30,000 people, but I never saw a retraction. Remember when you guys spent a decade calling Pudong a ghost city? What happened? Any follow-ups in Pudong lately? Don't delete this video. We will come here after 5 years to laugh at this video. Oh my God, what is happening? This reporting by Wall Street Journal is amateurish at best. Shohan is meticulously planned because it's meant to divert a lot of government functions out of Beijing to reduce congestion. Imagine sending 1/3 of Washington, D.C.'s government entity to a nearby town. There needs to be a lot of planning. There's nothing utopian about it. Most of the building will be occupied by government entities with specific requirements. That's why they are mostly empty right now, because the government entities have not moved in yet, and its governmental nature has no comparison to the southern economic hub of Shenzhen. Honestly, the whole team that reported on this should be reprimanded. It only shows Wall Street Journal know nothing about China or deliberately looking to manipulate the massage. Y'all forgetting that Pudong in Shanghai was once criticized as a ghost city. Who has ever filled a new city overnight before? It takes years or even decades to fill one up. Build it and they will come. Dude, what is going on? I still don't feel great about the government having the right to straight up flatten your home. Even if you get a payout on a new place, it doesn't spark joy knowing that the state can straight up boot you from your multi-generational family homes. These kind of decisions should be done by the community on their terms, not by the state. Yeah, okay. Well, there's no time for anarchists, okay? We're building fucking multi-billion-dollar states, multi-billion-dollar mega cities. And by we, I mean Xi. Unfortunately, the Xi will never be we. Shut the fuck up, Hassan. No, dude. Keep coping. No, it's fine, dude. Keep coping. It's so much better. It's so much better in America. I love the American housing market. Also, America does eminent domain too, chatters. It's, it exists. They just do it to black neighborhoods, to bulldoze black neighborhoods and put a fucking highway system in between the black neighborhoods and the white neighborhoods. So, you don't really get to hear about it because who cares, You're forgetting that the CCP diverted floodwater and killed hundreds of people to protect an empty city. I like that even the fucking Wall Street Journal didn't make this statement. They simply said that the speculation on the ground was that the floodwater was diverted into nearby villages. They didn't say that they killed hundreds of people. You just made that up. Like, Wall Street Journal didn't even say that. You are just saying that. No, they were mad that flooding happened in their villages, which is understandable. You just made that up, dog. This shit has been documented. Wait, what are you talking about? Wall Street Journal did not say that. What are you talking? Wait, what?
Inequalities and some of the anger that some of the local residents had here. You had a lot of local villagers who basically had their villages torn down and were given compensation, but compensation that I think in a lot of cases didn't quite meet expectations. There are some newcomers, but...
Yeah, I don't understand how there hasn't been a revolution in China yet. State-regulated housing prices? Do the Chinese not yearn for the freedom that is BlackRock? Do they not know the pure ecstasy of seeing a 2-bedroom home cost $2.6 million? This makes no sense to me. I know. As a homeowner myself, I love it, dude. It's great. The state has the powers of rain and flood control across giant parts of land. No, like in the United States of America, we literally have a levee system that unironically, anytime there's like an unprecedented amount of rainfall, there's a levee system that does actually end up creating floodplains on poorer neighborhoods to protect wealthier neighborhoods. This has happened time and time again. Okay? So it's not shocking to me if that actually did happen. I'm just stating that the Wall Street Journal did not say that. They simply stated that the speculation from the village people that were living in the surrounding villages was that the water was diverted into their villages during the flooding that ended up leveling their villages. And there's no follow-up on what has happened to those villagers. So it just leaves you to speculate and hope that they got killed by the Chinese government or something. Stop listening to Chinese propaganda. I'm literally listening to fucking Wall Street Journal. This is the exact opposite. Okay, this guy's memeing. Okay, never mind. What is Wall Street Journal? Yeah, it's the woke Shenzhen Journal. That's what it is.
Many of them appear to work for the companies actually building the city, with construction remaining the main source of employment in the area. Experts point out that it took over a decade for the city of Shenzhen to be considered a successful venture. But while Shenzhen grew as China opened to a deluge of Western investment, Xiong'an is being built as China faces the headwinds of decoupling from the West, an economic slowdown, and declining population growth. Despite these concerns, authorities project Xiong'an's population will reach 5 million people in the coming decades. China experts say that Xi has invested so much of his reputation into Xiong'an, he has little choice but to push on with the mega project. But whether this still largely empty construction site evolves into a shining metropolis of the socialist future or a failed vanity project remains to be seen.
I mean, dude, what is the takeaway here? Wow, they're building a mega city, but it's bad. Have you seen American cities, dog? What the fuck? Like, that's you. If you show this to anyone that isn't Reddit brain poisoned, okay, or, you know, working at Langley, virtually every American's going to look at that and be like, can we do this too, please? More of this? Can we do this? This seems like a good idea. I would like this to happen, okay? Give me the opportunity and I will level Sacramento, okay? And rebuild it in the glorious visage of a Chinese socialist, Chinese communist future, okay? You understand me? You'd be like, oh, failed vanity project? No, seems like that's tens of millions of new housing units. It's the funniest thing to get mad at China about, okay? Straight up. Especially when you're in the United States of America and you look around and there are fucking homeless people everywhere. Hassan, you are projecting your imagination to China, which is so much difference. Is this the same guy that said, what is the Wall Street Journal earlier? Well, the majority of Chinese rail lines are hugely unprofitable, and the line from Beijing to Xinjiang has lost tens of billions already, has already gotten downside and is still losing billions yearly. It's a huge shame that there is no HSR in America. But on the other side of the coin, is there virtue to having large infrastructure projects if they're not even utilized? Yeah, it's still good. What do you mean? Snap out of it, okay? Unprofitable is not important. You know what's unprofitable? The United States Postal Service. It's one of the few remaining institutions that I will protect with my life, okay? BBC's glazing China now that USAID funding is cut.
The rise of Chinese AI chatbot DeepSeek has taken the world by storm. But it's part of a wider trend. Chinese apps are rising up the charts around the world. TikTok, CapCut, Shein, Temu, to name a few. And it's not just on our phones. China is becoming...
Yeah, you know what else is unprofitable, I guess, technically? The goddamn United States military. Or even highways. What are we talking about? Like, none of these things are profitable. It makes sense that they're not profitable. Who cares that they're not profitable? No one cares. You only think about it when it's like any degree of socialization taking place. It's ridiculous. I guess technically the military is profitable. Profitable to who, you might ask? You know, the corporations that actually fund our beautiful, glorious military, the manufacturing that takes place. Like, stop. They're going to start slapping tolls on every interstate. I mean, look at Texas.
Becoming dominant in many other areas of tech. Look at cars. It's overtaken the previous epicenters of motoring, selling more than any other country thanks to hit electric car makers like BYD. A lot of this success comes from China being the world's biggest battery maker now too. And solar panels. China's responsible for an estimated 80 to 95% of the global supply chain. By 2028, it's predicted that 60% of the world's renewable energy will be generated in China. In drones too, China rules the skies. Next time you hear that buzzing above your head, there's a 70% chance.
Yeah, America has quite literally shut off DJI now. They say it's military technology. So you can't even get DJI drones any longer in the United States of America, as far as I understand.
It's a DJI drone made in the city.
It's so funny because for the past decade, I've like actively talked about how people misunderstand China and how like China is not this like shithole that Americans think it is. And now, especially with TikTok, people have the capacity to see China directly without like the media massaging their attitude towards China. And more people are finally going, wait a minute. I thought these guys were living in mud huts. I thought their entire housing was built by tofu. What happened? It seems like they're building mega cities and shit seems to be working fairly well. But for years and years, so many people yelled at me for saying this. They're like, you're glazing China, you're glazing China, you're glazing China, you're glazing China. I was not glazing China. I was simply offering the truth. I was glazing things that deserve to be glazed. I was glazing things that I wished we could have here in the United States of America.
Of Shenzhen, 3 of the world's top 10 drone makers are Chinese. In the futuristic world of quantum computers, Chinese scientists publish more quantum-related research papers annually than any other country. And they're even ahead of the general leaders, the US, in some areas of quantum computing development. And it's the same picture in AI. Chinese AI firms now issue more patents than any other country. And the rise of DeepSeek shows it's capable of challenging the dominant US giants with products too.
Oh, the DJI ban got postponed. DJI escapes US drone ban, but may get banned automatically unless Trump steps in. Hold on, can you see the tofu line one more time? Give me a minute to take a sip to spit out. Yeah, no, there's like a meme where people say like, oh, all of the buildings are built with tofu. And there's that like super old video where a guy with a spoon is like scooping out what looks like a cinder block or whatever. Come on, you must have seen it. It's literally like I mean it's tofu dreg construction. China fakes everything. It's they're able to only build this because like it's you know, ramen substitutes. It's an expression. They don't literally use tofu. Americans think they use tofu. Still glazing China. You're just fine with a government that can black bag your ass and make you disappear if you speak ill on them. Shill. There has never been a point where I have defended any of the Chinese. First of all, unless you're Jack Ma, I don't think you need to worry about being black bagged. Okay. That's number one. Secondly, which by the way, can you fucking imagine? That's the other thing I wanted to talk about. Can you just close your eyes and fantasize for a moment that we have a competent Chinese-style government here in the United States of America, and instead of the billionaires running their dick and balls through every orifice of the federal regulatory agencies, Elon Musk comes out and is like, yeah, you know what? I actually don't like the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. And the next day, he's gone. The next day, assets redistributed. He's sent off to a faraway land to toil away and to work on a rice farm, only to come back into public life once he is actively a contributing member, a productive member of society. Think about that. But in the United States of America, we have the exact opposite. They dominate every aspect of our lives. They can destroy whatever they want, and you can't do a single damn thing about it. And you have to sit there and say, please, sir, can I have some more? Please destroy me. I love being destroyed. It's my favorite thing. Oh. Yeah. Chatter's talking about black bag. 3,100 pro-Palestinian college student demonstrators were arrested under the Biden administration. The Trump administration is taking it one step further and talking about deporting people that have hurt the feelings of Israel. Oh my God. The Trump administration has so far deported 8,200 people that live and work on U.S. soil. Okay? The Trump administration, the first time around, was black bagging Black Lives Matter protesters. What are you talking about? Joni loves Chachi. Hassan loves China. Shut the fuck up, you soft-handed fast fashion West Hollywood POS. You're an internet rage bait parasite, and your chat is no better. Hell yeah, brother.
So how has China done all this? Well, it's all part of a long-term plan. In 2015, the Chinese government set out an ambitious project called Made in China 2025. It wanted to move away from being the world's factory for low-cost goods to a global tech leader responsible for its own supply chain of cutting-edge tech.
Made in China 2025, in my opinion, was largely very successful. So in many industries, like China is catching up with the leading edge. And in some industries, China even leading, even in cars, and 5Gs, batteries, solar energies. Now even in the AI, JAI China become one of the players.
Across 10 target technologies, the plan set out more than 250 mini goals, and according to analysis from South China Morning Post, 86% of them have been ticked off. Some targets, like electric vehicles and renewable energy production, have far exceeded the targets. South China Morning Post is sometimes accused of being pro-China, but Made in China 2025 has been hailed a success by many other analysts too. So how has China done it?
What China has been moderately successful, at least, and some would say incredibly successful at doing, is using its.
The fact that this British bitch said Joni loves Chachi, he's 49 and never married and has a pet rat. Jesus Christ, you didn't have to destroy this man. Okay. You're an internet rage bait parasite and your chat is no better. That's right. Fuck all of you. Get a fucking job and better your situation, you lazy crybaby fucks. I love the divorced dad energy coming from this man. That's a 50-year-old man, dude. Why do you have this level of resentment? Not even towards me. That's fine. You can hate me all you want. But like, why are you so angry at like any kind of video that goes, hey man, China kind of cooking right now. The normal situation here, stop giving a shite. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. The normal situation here is to look at all of this development and say, why can't we have that here in the United States of America? Except you guys are so primed that you just go, nah, I hate that. Fuck China. We should kill them all dead. Okay. Instead of going, why can't we have some of this stuff here in the United States of America? That's it. Like, I just don't get it. I literally don't understand. When I see any country doing something positive, doing something good, okay, for its citizens, my immediate reaction isn't, well, they're not America, so they must die, right? Like, I just don't understand why you look at other nations and you go, fuck them. Why do you get so mad? Many cultural differences? No, it's not fucking cultural differences. It's definitely ideological differences. Vil Moragar, thank you for the 10 community gifted subs. We want the Americans to remain hostile and ignorant about China. We want them to think our buildings collapse every day. Our government is oppressive and tyrannical. Social credit is real. Slavery is legal. Child labor is everywhere. This will make the realization that we surpassed you more painful and violent. Jesus Christ, dude. Calm down. Also, I don't think you understand. When Americans come to that realization, the situation won't be good. They'll just nuke everyone. Like, I just feel like America, once it reaches that point, once it reaches the boiling point, is just going to nuke the world. They're not going to sit idly by and be and say, all right, you know what? We're like England now. We're going to have a prosperous exit from being the colonial superpower that blew a 13 colony lead. Okay. That's not going to happen, even though England didn't, go out without a fight either. But I think it's just going to be like, no, we're breaking the table altogether. If we can't be the dominant force on this board, we're just going to break the table. Terrifying stuff.
Sort of state-backed capitalism system whereby the government really sets a research agenda, sets a funding agenda, bringing foreign researchers and enticing them to stay in China, or at least to give their innovations and ideas over to Chinese companies, requiring businesses from outside of China oftentimes to set up joint ventures with Chinese ventures. These are all sort of tools that China has used to help achieve these ambitions.
According to US Congress research, the Chinese government planned to raise or spend $1.5 trillion on grants for research, development, or buying foreign companies.
A Taiwanese dissident got deported by Trump. Wait, what? Turns out one of the people detained by ICE due to recent policy shifts is none other than Joanne Liao, who was dubbed the Sunflower Goddess during the 2014 Sunflower Color Revolution. She was arrested in Boston. Wait, what? She entered the U.S. in 2019 on a tourism visa and never returned to Taiwan. She was arrested on charges of drug trafficking and scamming. While in the U.S., she was actively fundraising for the DPP under the pseudonym JoJo. Back in Taiwan, she was revealed to be involved in a sex trafficking ring, was a high-end escort herself. The bandana she wore during the 2014 Color Revolution read, "Democracy can't be bought or sold." What? No, that. What? Wait, what? Is JD Pandan real? What's happening? No shot, dude. What? Why are these guys deporting our own assets? What the fuck? What? Hassan Fox News found my college newspaper and is shitting on it for hiding the names and photos of students protesting and camping for Palestine. The Purdue Exponent. Fuck Fox News. Dude, the more I think about Donald Trump flexing that his granddaughter can sing in perfect Mandarin to Xi Jinping, the more I think the JD Pandan memes are real. Have you guys ever seen that video? That's from like 7 years ago. Yeonmi Park's days are numbered. Yeah, Yeonmi Park next. Infamous Taiwanese arrested amid Trump's immigration crackdown. Taipei. Zhuan Liao, a Taiwanese woman who shot to unwanted fame during the Sunflower Movement student protest in 2014, was arrested in Boston last month amid United States President Donald Trump's crackdown. What the fuck is happening? Yeah, Russiagate was a Chi-Com farce. It was actually to shelter the American public from the truth, which is Chinagate. Turns out the real heads know JD Pondon was always a China head. What is this Sportskeeda site? They write about you a lot. It's an AI site. What is this? Does Amazon know this Asmongold criticizes Twitch reportedly unbanning literal terrorist Houthi pirate interviewed by Hasanabi? What the fuck is this? Does Amazon know this? First of all, dude's not a fucking Houthi. Okay. Secondly, like, how is this about me? I don't understand. Like, do they think that I have the keys to who gets unbanned and banned at Twitch or something? And I was just like, hey, you guys really need to unban this guy. Look at the author name. Richik Anarkitty Bhattacharya? Who the fuck is this? The Night Manager. It's not AI. It's a real person. Not unbanned. He made another account. It's already banned. Oh my God. You mean to tell me that a random teenager in Yemen that everyone is just calling a Houthi terrorist was banned off of Twitch, and then he made an alt account, and then that alt account was banned off of Twitch as well? But somehow this should be turned into news? I wonder if the community that stands to gain the most from brigading LSF specifically to stop people from consistently bringing up the fact that he is a sex pest has something to do with this totally organic news story. Stop falling for the bait from drama perverts. Did you see X spoke to the last head mod? No, I didn't. The kid had like 10 followers, probably 0 viewers when he did his little mobile stream for 5 minutes. No wonder Twitch didn't ban him for ban evading. Yeah, Twitch probably has no fucking clue that a random person from Yemen opened up another alt account. Move on, please. I mean, who cares? It's just like, it's so transparently being brigaded every time they want to fucking cast like a little smoke screen. I didn't even know about this anyway, but it is pretty funny that this is somehow linked back to me, I guess. Yeah. I saw some chat logs inside of DDG where they were very upset that they kept posting stuff on LSF about Destiny, and then all of the comments were about how Destiny is a sex pest, and they were very mad at the head mod of LSF that is a DDGer, that stale guy. They were very mad at him. They're like, why the fuck are you the mod of LSF if you can't like delete these comments? Speaking of X, this was what happened when he was watching your stream earlier, and it was funny. With respect to Ukraine, we have our not DEI, but instead DUI Defense Secretary. XQC, why are we in this stream? What? Why are people adding XQC?
You the moron.
Monka almost caught. Okay, that was funny. He's been trying to get your attention for a while now. I was not aware, but I'm glad that the juicers are learning. Where is the LSF post? It's not even here anymore. What the fuck? Did they delete it? No, it just died. It's down. Oh, they took it out? Huh, interesting. But yeah, I saw some logs from DDG openly upset that the head mod wasn't banning anti-Destiny sentiment fast enough. They literally were upset. They were like, why do they keep bringing up Destiny's sex pest allegations? It's just old drama. It's like, it's not drama, dog. It's a crime. Like, what are you talking about? So now every time they try to post like something about Destiny, all the fucking comments are like, Destiny's a sex pest, Destiny's a sex pest, Destiny's a sex pest. And the LSF mod can't, catch them fast enough. Anyway, their new favorite thing they say is those sex crimes are all drama. No one cares. Yeah, remember when this stuff was first coming out and people were like, you don't understand. There's actually a lot of community members that are completely leaving. Oh, a chatter sent me the link. Here it is. Thank you, Suspicious Lagomorph. Business is in session. Please shut the fuck up and exit, or you'll lose your entire purpose of LSF mod. Seems like every Destiny LSF post is brigaded by sex pests. Exact words. Is this a Hassan operation since he covered it? Holy shit, the LSF Ethan threads, Omega Law. The Hassan Special Forces are in full coordinated war in these comments. Am I crazy for thinking getting banned for doing Sig Heil as a joke is fucking absurd? What the fuck is going on with this soy LSF shit? Is LSF completely taken over by Hassan fans now? Omega Law. What the fuck are these tactical LSF posts? It looks so brigaded by Hoscord. I love that they also... How did LSF become so pro-Hassan? What the fuck? It's so funny that they're like... It's pure projection where they think like my community is fucking brigading LSF while they're directly adding the head mod of LSF to be like, do your fucking job, janitor. Nothing funnier than this. Like, maybe I'm not doing anything, but even after like years and years of concerted attacks, you know, your favorite sex pest content creator is not getting a lot of fucking positive coverage recently. It was crazy. Reddit is turning towards us. We need to keep pushing. I doubt it. Reddit is so easy to brigade. They just need to realize that Zoomers especially love making jokes about sex pests. Just look how many teachers have had to ban mentions of Diddy. Yeah. I don't think Reddit will turn in the favor of like socialism anytime soon. These guys are not even particularly pro Hassan. They are just anti-sex pestiny. That's it. But yeah, it's wild to assume that people could not have come to their own conclusions about this stuff, especially with the aggressive sweeping that is being implemented inside of that community right now, including but not limited to like doxing their own fans or threatening to dox their own fans or threatening to leak private correspondences of their own fans and former orbiters that have now turned on sex pestiny. It's crazy out there. Finish the China video. Yeah, we'll get back to it. It is pretty crazy.
According to the report, more than $627 billion had been spent by 2020. Research centres sprung up in city hubs centred around various technologies. Also, the US and its allies have accused China of shortcutting some of its tech innovation by stealing intellectual property through hacking. For example, US aircraft makers. China has always denied this. Made in China 2025 got so successful that after just a few years, the government stopped using the term as it was antagonising rivals. But it was too late.
Over the years, the West have imposed restrictions and sanctions on China regarding sensitive technologies. But this huge external threat has wakened up the Chinese and kind of forced them to pursue a self-sufficiency strategy in this advanced technology. There's an old saying in China, life always finds its own way out.
Huawei is a great example of this. In around 2019, it was top of the world in 5G equipment. It had a huge market share in mobile phones too. All of that took a major hit though when the US led widespread sanctions against the company, citing national security concerns around spying. Huawei's market share shrank and it couldn't get the microchips it needed to keep innovating. But it pivoted into microchip manufacturing and is now a major player in that too. In 2023, it released a phone with a microchip far beyond what the rest of the world thought was possible for the company or the country. A similar situation happened with the viral new chatbot DeepSeek. The firm says it couldn't get the most powerful chips to train its models, so it says it made do with older ones and innovated new techniques. They built the impressive bot for far less money with far less kit. For the US, it came as a shock.
DeepSeek AI from a Chinese company should be a wake-up call for our industries that we need to be laser focused on competing to win.
TikTok too has taken the West by surprise. It's the first non-US social network to succeed in the last 10 years. Its enormous success is under the spotlight though, and under threat from potential intervention by the US on national security grounds. But Shein and Temu are proving worthy challenges in e-commerce now too, thanks to combining China's cheap goods with innovative app technology. But China hasn't succeeded in all its 2025 goals. It's still years behind other countries in chip making, with progress set to get even worse thanks to more sanctions and controls. Plus, the US government and private firms are throwing hundreds of billions of dollars into staying ahead in chip tech.
This increased research and development.
Losing competition equals national security concern. Sometimes they don't even lie about that. They do openly say a loss in the global marketplace or a loss in our competitive status as the number one dominant force in the global marketplace is a national security concern. They will openly say it sometimes.
Development funding is going to ensure the United States leads the world in the industries of the future.
And in January, the US celebrated a commitment from tech giants to invest a potential $500 billion into infrastructure.
I think the funniest thing about DeepSeek is also that it's like not paywalled. So it directly undermines one guy's implementation. Okay. One guy, this guy, well, and this guy too, and many of the other guys that are in Silicon Valley that want to paywall this technology that relies on stealing IP from everyone. Technology that would be more beneficial if it wasn't paywalled at all and was built on top of not responding to any sort of intellectual property rights anyway. Like, it's kind of wild to think about how much of the scientific journals that have been scoured by these dudes for profit. Like, they're just stealing other people's scientific research that was paywalled to begin with. They scoured all of it, okay? And they did it, and now they turn around and they want to paywall the access to that fucking information or the access to this resource. It's just very frustrating and very hypocritical all the way, up and down. Now imagine, close your eyes for a moment and imagine a competent government, okay? A competent government where, let's say Mark Zuckerberg, okay? Dick Zuckerberg turns around and he's like, yeah, the Meta AI initiatives are very successful. It's going to be a wonderful, prosperous journey for us. We're going to improve our market cap. And then the socialist communist government of the United States of America goes, okay, Mark, come over here. Come over here. You're going on a vacation. Okay. Oh, nice Dominican ray you got hit with. Okay. Now we're going to hit you with the Chinese socialism ray. It's a nice little vacation, dude. Oh, God. Just think. Instead of Elon Musk leading the government, Elon Musk, the moment that he actually is a threat to the government, goes away for a little bit, only to come back. Aaron Schwartz was driven to suicide for posting JSTOR articles for free online. Meanwhile, these tech oligarchs basically steal people's data by the tens of thousands of terabytes with no consequences. Yeah, but you don't understand. Aaron Schwartz posted the JSTOR articles online for free. Meta, on the other hand, stole them and is still paywalling Meta stole it for profit. Okay. There's a for-profit incentive there. So as long as you have a for-profit incentive there, then it's fine to steal like that. This is the current state of these guys' constituency, by the way. A retardio whale just bought 4K of dog shit 2 at 3.8 million MC. What? You heard him. I also said it, but I don't fully understand what that MC means. Market cap, by the way. Put this on the gravestone of the United States. Dude, you're laughing. A retardio whale just bought 4,000K of dog shit 2 at 3.8 million market cap, and you're laughing. Stop laughing. I repeat, a retardio whale just bought $4,000 of dog shit 2. You think it's funny? Please ignore retardio. They are all neo-Nazis. No! I was going to put all of my life savings in retardio. Now that you told me they're all neo-Nazis, I must reconsider. Fart Smella 91021. Thank God. Fart Smella 91021 is in here to warn me. What is happening? Cashing out my 401k as we speak to invest. Retardio is going to the moon. Oh my God. Dog shit 2 down 50% since 7 days ago. No, not dog shit 2. It's going the way of, I suspect, dog shit 1. Streamer Hasanabi pumping dog shit 2. Show this tweet to my therapist and she's letting me get put down like a dog, okay? Like a goddamn dog. Okay, listen, fellow holders. We might have missed out on dog shit 1. We might have missed out on dog shit 2. But you best believe once Dogshit 3 is unveiled, we're going to the moon. We're going to be at the fucking ground floor, baby. Ground floor. We're pumping. We're pumping, and maybe we're dumping, okay? Hopefully before the turn. It's so crazy that it is just pure, unadulterated gambling, because I think most people know it's a scam. They just think they won't be the bag holders at this point. Like, I don't think anybody buys into dog shit coin because they think, like, this is going to be the currency of the future. They're just like, yeah, I'm going to buy it. And then a bunch of other stupid idiots are going to buy into it as well. And I'm going to dump it. Except the irony is those people that are buying in are creating a steady flow of people that are being dumped. It's awesome. It's fucking awesome. Oh, ay, ay, ay.
Infrastructure for AI.
And it's all taking place right here in America.
Other industrialized countries like Germany and Japan have also launched counter plans too. But there's no doubt that a new high-tech leader has emerged with big ambitions, deep pockets, and plenty of patience.
I don't know. How can anybody look at this situation? Okay, I mean, China or not, how can anybody look at what's going on all around them and think, no, things are looking up? You don't understand. You don't understand. Things are actually getting better every day. Any day now. The great American prosperous future is around the corner. Okay? Let's shift the aid money to a new agency run by the son of the private equity ghoul who gave Jeffrey Epstein $158 million for tax advice. President Donald Trump's advisors have discussed shifting billions of funding from USAID to a government-run agency due to be headed up by a deal-maker son of Apollo Global's co-founder, Leon Black. Nice. That seems good. This seems good and normal and pleasant. Yeah, also, family of Venezuelan migrants sent to Guantanamo. My brother is not a criminal. Luis Alberto Castillo arrived in the United States so that he could give everything to his son, said his sister. Then while scrolling on TikTok, she found out he was headed to Guantanamo. Luis Alberto Castillo, a father of one from Venezuela, entered the United States on January 19th, one day before Donald Trump became president for a second term, swept into office on a promise to treat undocumented Americans with a heavy hand. By February 4th, Mr. Castillo was on a plane to a U.S. Navy base at Guantanamo Bay in Cuba, best known for a detention center that has long held terrorism suspects accused of launching the deadliest attack on U.S. soil. That day, the Department of Homeland Security declared that those who had been transferred to the island represented the worst of the worst and were all members of a Venezuelan criminal group, Tren de Aragua. But in an interview from her home in Colombia, Mr. Castillo's sister, Yayara Castillo, said her brother was not a gang member to be feared, but rather an everyday Venezuelan who had fled his country because of its economic crisis. She broke down repeatedly during the conversation, crying as she described her pain and confusion around her brother's situation. My brother's not a criminal, she said. This is all discrimination and xenophobia just because he's Venezuelan. Given that Mr. Castillo had spent such little time in the United States, she questioned how the U.S. government could have determined that he was a member of Tren de Aragua or worthy of such harsh treatment. The thing, dude, we will never atone for the crimes that we have committed in Venezuela, okay? The Trump administration deliberately supercharged sanctions on Venezuela with the hopes of, and this is their quote, not mine, make the economy scream. And they did. They successfully did that. Okay. And then for political purposes, in order to destabilize Venezuela further, they offered temporary protected status to all Venezuelans that were fleeing. Okay. They did mass starvation. And then, of course, when people were like, okay, fuck this, I need to survive. Like, this is crazy. Not only did they end up destabilizing a bunch of neighboring countries as well, because there was an influx of refugees escaping Venezuela. Okay. They also opened up the floodgates of migration to the United States of America. And Donald Trump knew that this would be maybe later down the line in a Cuban-style situation, politically advantageous for the government, or at least the State Department did. I don't think Trump cares about it all that much. But in that process, they allowed temporary protected status to all Venezuelan migrants that were coming in. A problem that we created in Venezuela that we were now offering a temporary protected status for. So that's precisely what happened. An influx of refugees coming in from Venezuela under the Trump administration. Trump was so on board with the temporary protected status offered to Venezuelan migrants and Venezuelan refugees in general that he actually continued it. He even signed off on a continuation and an extension of the temporary protected status, quite literally on his way out. He did this for Haiti numerous times as well, but as his last effort in the White House, he quite literally extended the TPS program for Venezuelans. Okay? He did that. Now, lo and behold, 4 years after the Biden administration, every single Venezuelan is actually a criminal Trinidad gangster, is the way that he's operating. So all these people that escaped Venezuela, okay, all these people that escaped Venezuela because of widespread corruption and famine and, of course, American sanctions playing a major role, make no mistake, okay, are now inside of U.S. borders, and their temporary protected status can be revoked at any given moment, and they can be treated like rugged criminals for political purpose. What is the Venezuelan issue exactly? Hassan's claim of the U.S. being responsible for the Venezuelan economy. We didn't create that problem. Oh, my Lord. Sure. You're right. America actually supercharged its sanctions. By the way, Jeff Stein of Washington Post wrote extensively on the subject across the board. He did it for Joe Biden. He covered the Trump administration sanctions as well. So why did we sanction them? Okay. Why did we sanction them if it did nothing? Simple-minded narrative. Okay. Did we just do it for no reason? What do you think? If sanctions are inconsequential, why don't we reverse them? The economy was far gone long before the sanctions. Okay. Why do you choose making their economy scream? Didn't all you liberals call Latinos racist and Trump supporters? Why the 180 need voters? What? If you think this community has ever called Latinos racist and Trump supporters, you're fucking the stupidest person on the planet. What are you talking about? I've routinely shit on people who actually are calling ICE on their undocumented neighbors now. Okay? Shut the fuck up, dumbass. This is not a liberal community anyway. Because they had massive human rights violations. The dictatorship empowers a full-on narco-terrorist state that tortures political prisoners. Oh, I forgot. That's right. When a country is engaging in human rights violations, never America, by the way, we never would do that, the best thing to do is actually kill their citizens further. You're right. This isn't even a defense of Maduro, okay? I'm not exactly a fan of Maduro. I've been very critical of Maduro. I've even talked about the exit ramp that Maduro tried to pull on, the cord that he tried to tug on recently, where he was like, oh yeah, we should just invade another country. Ridiculous, okay? But that does not change the reality of American sanctions. The American sanctions regime was deliberately designed to destroy the Venezuelan economy further. Yes, Venezuela was over-reliant on oil, and the extraction and the refinement processes of Venezuelan oil was impossible to compete with Saudi oil. I understand that. Chavez actually implemented diversification initiatives during his reign. Unfortunately, they were not implemented fast enough, and he had to fight against coups, assassination attempts, all backed by the United States of America, and also simultaneously a incredibly hostile agricultural production, an incredibly hostile chamber of commerce that was comprised of all the wealthiest individuals that maintain control over key sectors in the Venezuelan economy for far too long. This paired up with currency mismanagement from the Maduro regime, and Maduro himself not being a very competent leader, absolutely played a role in ruining the Venezuelan economy. Certainly. The problem, however, is that if sanctions had nothing to do with the death and destruction in Venezuela, then we wouldn't fucking do them. Okay? Or that we can very easily reverse them. As a Guyanese who can tell you, firsthand, Maduro's a jackass. He's a jackass that inherited U.S. sanctions from his predecessor. Yeah, I mean, I've talked about this as well, like him saying that Guyana is ours. They're ridiculous shit, okay? The only people that say spread this garbage are Chavista or socialist apologists. The narrative you're pushing is absolutely false. As someone who was born and lived in Venezuela, there's exactly nobody that blames the U.S. for the economic crisis. That is a talking point from the Maduro regime to deflect accountability from the communist regime started in 1999. I'm once again asking, you sidestepped the sanctions and their economic harm, their deliberate economic harm, by claiming, well, they violate human rights. Okay, it's true. They do. The Maduro regime is certainly heavy-handed in terms of dealing with its political opposition. Part of that is because they're constantly under threat by American foreign interests that is collaborating with a lot of the wealthiest Venezuelans that still control key sectors. Having said that, however, why did the American government implement a sanctions regime if it was so irrelevant? If it's so irrelevant, why would the American government not just simply reverse those sanctions? That's it. That's the question. If these sanctions are so inconsequential, so insignificant, then why do they exist? Yeah, nobody blames the U.S. for the sanctions. It's a lie made up. But also, we had to do those sanctions because they're violating human rights. Yeah. If human rights violations are the cause of sanctions, why doesn't the U.S. government sanction Saudi Arabia, Israel, Turkey, Azerbaijan, numerous other countries that are firmly committed to American empire and American empire activities, and yet also engage in a litany of human rights violations? If sanctions were actually implemented due to a regime doing human rights violations, we would have to sanction ourselves, I think. We would just have to commit Sudoku. Anyway, are you really a socialist apologist, Hassan? Yes, I am. Seppuku, not Sudoku. I know, I'm saying that as a meme, chatter. I mean, the U.S. is currently Sudokuing right now. Okay, that's also true. That is true, actually. We didn't get enough advantages from the unequal trade and the extraction of natural resources in the global south that we're doing it to ourselves now. We're doing IMF, World Bank style austerity regimes implemented on domestic soil, threatening the domestic manufacturing capabilities, the domestic labor force. We're ruining America. We are technically killing ourselves, so we are definitely accelerating that inevitable demise. And yeah, here we are. I cover it every day. Welcome to the Hassan Ever broadcast. Also, ironically enough, yes, the Jeff Stein article quite literally showed that we sanctioned every country so hard that we technically created a black market opportunity for trade. If you sanction virtually every country, or if you, let's say, tariff every country, all of our allies, for example, well, there's one of two options. You basically create a secondary market without those guys actually having to collaborate with one another. Yeah, and that's precisely what happened. They created a parallel economy. Anyway, there's people in Brazil who believe we live in a communist dictatorship. That's amazing. Dude, if you were in a communist dictatorship, you wouldn't be on Twitch neither. A majority of people would consider only Maduro fault. Damn, Chavez and Maduro so long in power and they didn't crush the opposition like the USSR or China. Yeah, I'm not going to get into that. But yeah, I do think, I don't want to say actually, I'm not going to say anything. Yes, sometimes I think not crushing your opposition can inevitably lead to some problems. Okay? I'm not saying anything. I don't agree. I think democracy is great and it should thrive. And I wish it did in the United States of America, but it doesn't. What's that Venezuelan chatter saying now? I don't know. Probably fucking still angrily typing about how Juan Guaido still deserves to be the true leader of Venezuela or something. I don't fucking know. Quinnipiac, in today's poll, 31% of voters have a favorable opinion of the Democratic Party, while 57% have an unfavorable opinion. Nice. Chavez was literally called a dictator because he packed the course that literally signed on his coup. Yeah, listen, I'm no big city lawyer, but the moment that the Chamber of Commerce head becomes the new leader and America announces the new leadership as the guy who leads the Chamber of Commerce, I come back from that with mass popular uprising, okay, and mass protests on the streets. I come back from that popular mobilization and I insta-lock everyone in jail. I take away all of their property. I take away and I extract and I nationalize every single aspect of the economy. That's all I'm saying. To me, I think it's pussy shit not to do that. I think it's a massive self-own. You come back from that moment and the people are demanding bloody murder because they fucking falsely imprisoned you and try to do a fucking coup d'etat. And you come back from that and you don't lock up every single person responsible, even their fucking friends, okay? Anyone that was in that room is going to jail, okay? Sorry, you can't have the grocery marketplace any longer, okay? It is now owned by the state. That's me. I'm a weak man, and that's what I would do in that situation. That's all I'm saying. That's just me. I can't take that disrespect. That disrespect is far too obvious. It's far too awful. Would you take that disrespect personally? For me, I wouldn't. You know what I mean? So Lula is the biggest pussy? What do you mean? He's actively working on throwing all of the all the people that try to do a coup in the Lulag right now. Is he not? Am I wrong? The Lulags are very much alive and well in the communist dictatorship of Brazil. Yeah, the Lulags, baby. The Lula Gulags. Get to the Lulag. Yeah, Caesar pardoned all of his opponents. Look what that got him, you know? Lula is our Biden now, unfortunately. Anyway. All right. Yeah. Put him in a rehabilitation facility and blast them with 24/7 DEI CRT, okay? DEI CRT footage all day, every day. Only the gay episodes of every television show. But on that note, I'm done for the day. Another... What is happening? Another 7-hour... Wait, why isn't this loading? What the fuck is up with my YouTube, bro? It doesn't load sometimes. Anyway, another 7 hours in the books. Okay. Love you all. Peace. Another half day. See you tomorrow for more fun. Bye-bye. Her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Review in the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord active prop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this. Plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS React, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming.